Chapter 23. Please help me recommend him to my collection. Please, a battle to the death. Ha! That brat really doesn't know his limits. Boss will become a 9th-grade martial warrior in half a year's time. He might even become a martial master. Ha ha ha. Boss, when that time comes, you have to take it easy. It won't be enough to vent your anger. Yeah, boss, you have to take it easy. It's best if you break his balls first. Break both his legs, then slowly torture that bastard to death. Hee, boss will definitely be qualified to participate in this year's Yun Province martial gathering. Let's use that brat to establish our dominance so that Xiao Jishan, Xiao Jifei, and the others won't be convinced. Ha ha ha. Xiao Jichuan said. Hearing Xiao Jichuan's words, a trace of pride flashed across Xiao Jihan's face. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll let you vent your anger. Since that brat is so daring, it's not a bad idea to use him to establish our dominance. During this period of time, don't cause trouble for him. I don't want to lose this opportunity." Ji Feng immediately informed the cafeteria to stop targeting him. Also, all of you stay quiet during this period of time. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. That's all. After Xiao Jihan finished speaking, he quickly left, leaving the crowd looking at each other in dismay. Seclusion? Doesn't boss hate seclusion the most? Yeah. Otherwise, with boss's aptitude and comprehension, he would have already become an inner court disciple. Could it be because of that brat? Do you have a brain? Although that brat is talented, what's there to be excited about in half a year's time? Looks like boss is very interested in this year's Yun Province martial gathering. Only martial masters have a chance to participate. Xiao Jichang frowned slightly and said, "Boss is now a 7th-grade martial warrior. In half a year's time, it won't be a problem for him to reach the peak of 9th-grade martial warrior. However, breaking through from a martial warrior to a martial master is the most difficult hurdle. Many people are stuck at 9th-grade martial warrior for 1 or 2 years. Boss has no choice but to cultivate in seclusion. I was just saying, did boss take it seriously?" Xiao Jichuan asked in surprise. The Cloud State Martial Gathering was the grandest, busiest, largest, and most influential event in the Cloud State County. All the forces within the Cloud State County would participate, and the Cloud State County mayor would host the event. It was related to the reputation and prestige of every force. In the Xiao clan, the lack of geniuses from the Yong and Shi generations had caused the Xiao clan, one of the 4 great clans, to lose to the other 3 great clans for 3 consecutive years. If this continued, it would be a problem for the Xiao clan to become one of the 4 great clans. Yun Province's Yun Province, Yun Province's Yun Province's Yun Province, Yun's Yun Province's Yun's Yun, Yun's Yun Province. In the short term, the Xiao family could still rely on the support of the older generation. But what about a few years later? 10 years later? As more and more young experts emerged from the other forces, when this new blood matured into the backbone of their respective forces, the Xiao clan would definitely be lacking in successors, and it would be difficult for them to maintain their position as one of the 4 great clans. This was also the reason why the Xiao clan would heavily reward the first disciples of the Ji and Xiang generations to enter the inner court. They simply wanted to motivate these disciples to cultivate diligently. That must be it. I think boss wants to become a martial master. Only then can he obtain the qualifications to participate in the Yun Province martial meet. Of course, it would be easier to trample on that poor brat. Otherwise, with that guy's ruthlessness, mother asterisk cur, he might even bite our boss's penis. Xiao Jitao, whose arm was in a sling, said. At this moment, when he thought of Chen Hao's ferocious gaze that was like a wild beast that risked his life, this fellow felt a little terrified in his heart. Ha ha, what's going on between you and Xiao Jihan? When Chun Hao finished his breakfast and rushed to the profound library, Elder Shao and Xiao Jian were already waiting for him. Elder Shao frowned and asked as soon as Chun Hao entered. Chun Hao was slightly taken aback. Clearly, Elder Shao and Xiao Jian already knew about the matter between him and Xiao Jihan. After hesitating for a moment, Chun Hao looked at Xiao Jian and said, "I'm not too sure about the exact reason. However, from the moment I entered the Xiao family, he started to target me." "Targeting you?" "Yes. When I was reporting in, Xiao Jiyuan, who sent me to the dormitory, said something in a low voice. I happened to hear it and was very surprised." "What did he say?" "He said, 'If you offend senior brother Jihan, you'll have to suffer in the future.' I just reported in. Moreover, I didn't even know who Xiao Jihan was at that time, so how could I have offended him? I only saw him for the first time yesterday when I was leaving class with senior sister Ji Yen. It was also then that I found out what Xiao Jihan looked like. When we participated in the entrance test, he seemed to be in charge of supervising us. However, there was no conflict at that time. I really can't figure out how I could have offended him." Chun Hao paused for a moment and looked at Xiao Jian before continuing, "Logically speaking, I'm just a new disciple. Why would he pay attention to me? How did I offend him? During the entrance test, the only Xiao clan disciple who spoke to me was you, senior sister Ji Yen. How did I offend him?" "Oh," Elder Xiao frowned slightly. "This little junior brother, I told senior brother Ji Han that you are different from ordinary people. I only said that you would definitely pass the Xiao clan's entrance test because you have the confidence and courage to become a warrior. However, that shouldn't be the case. Could it be that senior brother Ji Han deliberately targeted you because of this? I don't know either. Ever since I entered the Xiao clan." Chun Hao stopped there. Xiao Jian could not think of it, but Elder Xiao definitely understood. Therefore, he did not continue on this topic. Instead, he slowly recounted everything that Xiao Jihan had done to him since he had entered the Xiao clan. This included the 2 conflicts yesterday and the details of the life and death battle that morning. He did not leave out a single detail. "That's what happened," Chun Hao said with an aggrieved, indignant, and innocent expression. "Senior brother Ji Han, how could he do this?" Xiao Jian said in a seemingly dissatisfied tone as she sympathized with Chun Hao. "Just because of this, you agreed to his life and death battle? Don't you know that this is exactly what he wants?" Elder Xiao asked Chun Hao with narrowed eyes. Through Chun Hao's recount, Elder Xiao gained a deeper understanding of Chun Hao. This guy was simply a monster. Ignoring the fact that Chun Hao had injured 3 martial warriors, just the fact that he could see through the other party's scheme and come up with a countermeasure was astonishing. His temperament was much more mature than his peers. Furthermore, Elder Xiao could tell that although Chun Hao did not explicitly say that it was because of Xiao Jian, his words implied that it was because of Xiao Jian and Chun Hao's talent that Xiao Jihan had done so. Therefore, Elder Xiao could conclude that Chun Hao definitely knew that Xiao Jihan had deliberately provoked him into agreeing to the life and death battle. However, why would Chun Hao agree to it, even though he knew this? This made Elder Xiao puzzled. After all, Elder Xiao did not believe that Chun Hao would have the qualifications to fight against Xiao Jihan in half a year. "This, I know. However, this is exactly what I want." "You want? How can you defeat Xiao Jihan in half a year? He is now a 7th grade martial warrior. If he is lucky, he will be able to become a martial master in half a year. Although Xiao Jihan does not have a spiritual root, his talent and comprehension are top-notch. If not for his half-hearted cultivation, he would have already become a martial master. Although your physical talent is very strong, there is only one outcome for you if you go up against him: death. Do you understand? This. I will work hard in my cultivation. Elder Shao, instead of being suppressed by him, why don't we have a good fight? I believe that I will absolutely not lose to him in half a year. Chun Hao looked at Elder Zhao's concerned and worried expression and didn't hesitate any longer, directly speaking with a firm gaze. You brat. Having confidence is a good thing, but being too confident is conceit. Sigh, all right. Elder Shao suddenly stopped and waved his hand. He wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped. After a slight pause, he continued, since you have already agreed to it, you should work hard. Whether you live or die, you can only leave it to fate. No, I'll go look for father and ask him to cancel your agreement. How can senior brother Jihan do this? How can this kind of agreement be canceled so easily? We'll talk about it when the time comes. Elder Shao stopped Shao Jian and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, it's good to give this brat some pressure. When the time comes, I won't let him get hurt. You should stay away from Shao Jihan in the future. That brat is not a good person. Furthermore, you are destined to be on a different level from him. The night was boundless, and under the faint starlight, the undulating mountain peaks rose and fell. Other than the occasional roar of wild beasts, everything was silent. This was the demonic Cloud Mountain Range, which was 100 miles away from the Shao clan. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, in a natural, concealed, and spacious cave, a thin and small figure was tossing and turning, punching and kicking, causing slight sounds of the air being torn apart. His clothes had long since been drenched in sweat, but he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. The burning bonfire in the cave illuminated the young man's slightly immature face. This young man was Chun Hao. P.S. My recommendation and collection are not ideal. It's very sad. Brothers and sisters, please support Dark Mountain. Chapter 24. Chun Hao had been training in the wilderness for close to 2 months. He had been training day and night, spending all his time fighting and cultivating. During the day, he hunted the low-level beasts in the forest and cultivated in this hidden cave until late at night. This kind of crazy training was not something an ordinary person could do. Not only did it require an indomitable will and perseverance, it also required the ability to withstand this kind of torture and self-abuse. Perhaps only Chun Hao, who had an innately strong physical body, could withstand this kind of high-intensity training. If it were anyone else, even if they had such perseverance and determination, they would have died from exhaustion. After Chun Hao and Shao Jihan had agreed to a battle to the death, Chun Hao followed the disciples of the Shao clan and trained for 2 months. After learning the basic fist techniques, leg techniques, footwork techniques, and other basic techniques of the disciples of the Shao clan, he suggested to Elder Shao that only disciples who had reached the martial warrior level could undergo the training. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, it was only possible for a few disciples to form a team to undergo the training. This was something that could not be helped, especially as the date of his battle to the death with Shao Jihan approached. The pressure on Chun Hao increased. In just 2 months, Shao Jihan, who had been cultivating in seclusion, had advanced to a 9th grade martial warrior with the support of the Shao families and his own family's spiritual herbs. 4 months later, according to Elder Zhao's estimation, Shao Jihan would definitely be able to step into the ranks of martial masters. Chun Hao already had a clear understanding of the strength of a martial master. Currently, it was not something that he could contend against. Chun Hao could not help but admit that he had underestimated Shao Jihan. If he continued to cultivate at this speed, Chun Hao would definitely not be a match for Shao Jihan. Therefore, Chun Hao could only choose to train alone in the demonic Cloud Mountain Range, which was uninhabited and filled with all kinds of beasts. This was the only way for him to improve himself at the fastest speed possible. The reason was simple. Firstly, the demonic Cloud Mountain Range was filled with life and death situations. It was undoubtedly the best way to train. Secondly, it was the ancient Chinese martial arts. This was the main reason why Chun Hao was determined to go to the Magic Cloud mountain range to gain experience. During the 2 months in the Shao family, Chun Hao did not practice Chinese ancient martial arts, mainly because the environment did not allow it. After all, Chinese ancient martial arts did not belong to this world, so naturally it could not be seen by anyone. This was because Chun Hao could not explain clearly where he learned these skills. Furthermore, Chun Hao did not have a true understanding of the cultivation techniques of this world. He did not know whether the Shao family's cultivation techniques were stronger or weaker than the ancient Chinese martial arts. Therefore, during these 2 months of learning the Shao family's basic cultivation techniques, Chun Hao had been analyzing them in detail. After making a clear judgment, he did not hesitate to raise the matter of training with Elder Shao. Without a doubt, ancient Chinese martial arts was the best choice for the current Chun Hao. Elder Shao naturally did not agree at first, because the experience in the Magic Cloud mountain range was too dangerous for Chun Hao. However, he could not withstand Chun Hao's persistent pestering and his firm determination and various reasons to go to the Magic Cloud mountain range to gain experience. After Chun Hao promised that he would not take any risks, Elder Shao reluctantly agreed. Finally, at around midnight, Chun Hao, who was sweating profusely, stopped. It's been 2 months. This result is much better than Li Yuanxiang back then. Moreover, this world is more suitable for cultivation. It seems that Earth has been polluted by the rapid development of science and technology and is no longer suitable for cultivation. The same cultivation method, but the effect of cultivating is on a completely different level. The originally unfathomable Taoist cultivation method may be able to be cultivated in this world. Chun Hao was lying in the cave, exhausted, and said to himself, although Li Yuan had used a Herculean effort to obtain a Taoist cultivation technique from an ancient Taoist relic, he could not even get a glimpse of it. But now, Chun Hao faintly felt that it was not that Li Yuan could not do it, but that the earth was no longer suitable for cultivation. Otherwise, the ancient martial arts and Taoist techniques that had been passed down would not have declined to the point of near extinction, especially for cultivators. There are still 2 months before the life and death battle. I wonder if Shao Jihan has stepped into the martial master realm. I really did not expect a martial master to be so powerful. The scene of Elder Shao showing him the power of a martial master flashed in Chun Hao's mind, and he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Martial warrior and martial master were only one word apart, but they were so close yet so far apart. They were not on the same level at all. The vigorous origin energy was actually able to condense into a light red protective aura around his body. No matter how much strength Chun Hao used, he could not move it at all. And that was only a grade 1 martial master simulated by Elder Shao. This also meant that if Shao Jihan had stepped into the ranks of martial masters with Chun Hao's strength at that time, he would not even be able to break through his protective aura, let alone cause him any harm. Furthermore, martial masters could also release origin energy and injure people from a distance. This made Chun Hao's speed advantage disappear. No matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than an origin energy attack? This was simply courting death. Chun Hao took a deep breath and slowly said, "This is the last time. If I don't make any progress with the secret of longevity, then I'll try to cultivate the cultivation method in the Taoist scriptures' secrets." Chun Hao practiced step by step in the Shao family for 2 months, and then practiced in the Magic Cloud mountain range for another 2 months. For a total of 4 months, Chun Hao didn't go against Elder Zhao's wishes. Except for the secret to long life, he didn't practice any internal strength cultivation method. This was because Chun Hao was clear that the inner force cultivation method should be specialized and avoid miscellaneous things. However, what Chun Hao didn't understand was that in less than 2 months, Chun Hao had already cultivated the first layer of the secret to long life to the realm of perfection. In his dantian, he had condensed a boundless amount of origin energy that far exceeded Elder Zhao's imagination, allowing Chun Hao to successfully advance to the peak of 9th grade martial disciple. When he circulated his origin energy and brandished his fists and legs, he could emit waves of white origin energy. However, when he began to cultivate the second layer of the secret to long life, every time he finished cultivating, the boundless origin energy that he had painstakingly condensed would silently disappear. Until now, he was still stuck in the 9th grade martial disciple realm. And now, there were only 2 months left until the Xiao family's year-end outer disciple tournament. This meant that in 2 months, Chun Hao and Xiao Jihan would have a battle to the death. Without the support of a strong origin energy, even if Chun Hao's physical body was very strong, how could he possibly defeat Xiao Jihan, who was destined to become a martial master? This was where Chun Hao's true pressure lay. Although he had underestimated Xiao Jihan's ability, if not for the abnormality in the longevity secret. So what if Xiao Jihan became a martial master? What Chun Hao did not know was that when he said that he would try to cultivate the longevity secret for the last time, there was an imperceptible ripple in the depths of his mind. Slowly sitting up cross-legged, Chun Hao took a deep breath and began to cultivate the second level of the longevity secret once again. Very quickly, he threw away all distracting thoughts and entered a state of cultivation. The burning bonfire gradually extinguished, and the cave was plunged into complete darkness. Only Chun Hao's deep, even, and almost inaudible breathing could be heard in the silent cave. Gradually, following the circulation of the secret to long life, Chun Hao's body began to emit a faint milky white light. Moreover, as time passed, the color became more and more intense. This kind of white light was the symbol of a 9th grade martial disciple's origin energy. Chun Hao's mind was immersed in his dantian. When he felt that his origin energy had been condensed to its limit, he began to cultivate the second level of the longevity secret once again. The white glow of origin energy became denser and denser, more and more intense and more condensed. 6 hours later, Chun Hao finally completed his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. His black pupils shone with 2 rays of intense white light. The soreness and exhaustion in his body had been completely swept away. He was once again full of energy and vigor. This was the last time he would cultivate the longevity secret. If the condensed origin energy still mysteriously disappeared, Chun Hao would have to start a new attempt. But what made Chun Hao faintly anticipate was that this cultivation seemed to be a little different from the past. In the past, when he finished cultivating, the condensed origin energy in his dantian was abnormally active, as if it had a mind of its own. It had no intention of staying in Chun Hao's dantian. But this time, the condensed origin energy, after he finished cultivating, completely condensed into the core of his dantian. Finally, it gathered together and slowly revolved around the core of his dantian. Moreover, it began to slowly shrink. Could it be that I succeeded? After more than 10 minutes, Chun Hao, who was still quietly sensing the changes in the origin energy in his dantian, thought to himself with a flash of excitement in his eyes. In the past, at this time, the origin energy in his dantian would have disappeared. But this time, it did not. It should be a success. As long as I condense this origin energy to a sufficiently vigorous level, it will definitely undergo a qualitative change, and I will step into the martial artist realm. There are only 2 months left. Unless I can break through Xiao Jihan's defense with absolute strength, I have no chance of winning. At the very least, I have to advance to the martial warrior realm. Chun Hao's eyes shone brightly as he quickly made a decision. At this time, he had already cultivated ancient Chinese martial arts for 2 months. There were no problems with his moves, speed, reaction, etc. He was definitely not inferior to Xiao Jihan. The only thing he lacked was absolute strength. Otherwise, if he were to fight, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. If he could not even break through Xiao Jihan's defense, wouldn't Xiao Jihan be in an invincible position? Therefore, the most important thing Chun Hao needed to do now was to increase his origin energy. He needed to have absolute strength to break through a martial master's protective chi. Phew, letting out a long sigh, Chun Hao picked up the long sword beside him. At this time, the bonfire in the cave had already been extinguished. It was still dark, and only a faint light shone in from the narrow opening. It was obvious that the sky was already bright. Not long after Chun Hao entered the Demon Cloud mountain range, he found this cave after hunting a python that was as thick as a person and several meters long. This place was the python's nest. When Chun Hao chased the python to this place, he did not expect that the cave, which was only big enough for one person to crawl through, would have a completely different world after a few meters of winding. Such an excellent place to rest naturally became Chun Hao's temporary residence. After crawling for a few meters, Chun Hao pushed away the stone placed at the entrance of the cave and walked out of the cave. He once again covered the entrance with the stone, and with a flash of his body, he quickly walked into the depths of the forest. P.S. Thank you to Passionate Love Carrot Carrot, Chuan Liang Wuzi, Emo Chingy E, Chun, Dancing with the Wind, Foam, by Lazy Scattered, The 7 Friends. Thank you very much for your many tips. If you haven't collected it yet, please help me collect it after reading it. Finally, I sincerely ask for a recommendation vote. We really don't have enough recommendation votes. Please. Chapter 25. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. In the Shao clan, there were only 2 more days until the Shao clan competition. The disciples of the Shao clan under the age of 20 were all mustering their strength and making their final effort. This was especially true for the Ji and Xiang generations. These 2 generations were the main force of the clan competition, and everyone had to participate. The final ranking would determine the treatment they would receive in the first half of the year. This was not just a matter of face, but also a substantial benefit. This was especially true for those who were ranked in the top 10 of each generation. The treatment they received was absolutely superb. It was a pity that Chun Hao, who originally had the qualifications to enjoy it, did not get to enjoy it. As early as 10 days ago, all the disciples no longer gathered together to cultivate. They were all doing their best for the upcoming clan competition. Shao Clan, Old Man Zhao's room. Ancestor, could something have happened to little junior brother? There are only 2 more days until the clan competition. Why isn't he back yet? Xiao Ji Yan asked worriedly after finishing her cultivation under Old Man Zhao's protection. Although Xiao Ji Yan was young and naive, she already understood that Chun Hao was being suppressed by Xiao Jihan because of her. This made her feel a little guilty. Although she already knew that Old Man Xiao would not watch Chun Hao die in the life and death battle with Xiao Jihan, it still put a lot of pressure on Chun Hao. Otherwise, Chun Hao wouldn't have been so determined to undergo the training that only martial warriors could undergo when he had just become a martial disciple. This was completely forced by Xiao Jihan, and now Chun Hao had actually been gone for 4 months. This was something that had never happened before among the Shao clan disciples. Even if it was a training trip, it would take at most 10 days to half a month before returning to the clan to replenish their supplies. At the very least, they would rest for a period of time before setting off again. However, Chun Hao did not return even once. If something really happened to Chun Hao, Xiao Jiyan would feel very guilty. Don't mention that brat. Old man Xiao, who was originally calm, suddenly became angry when he heard Xiao Jiyan's words. He even blew his beard and glared at Xiao Jiyan, seemingly very angry. Xiao Jiyan stuck out her tongue. She was not surprised. Xiao Jiyan had seen old man Xiao like this many times. Of course, Elder Xiao would only be like this when she mentioned Chun Hao. Although Xiao Jiyan didn't know what was going on, she knew that it definitely had something to do with Chun Hao. He could vaguely guess what was going on. At that time, when Chun Hao strongly requested to go to the Magic Cloud mountain range to gain experience, Elder Xiao originally refused. Later, he was pestered to the point that he had no choice but to reluctantly agree to Chun Hao. However, as soon as Chun Hao left, Elder Xiao followed him out. After all, Chun Hao was the most talented disciple Elder Xiao had encountered in the past few tens of years, and he didn't want Chun Hao to be buried in the extremely dangerous Demon Cloud mountain range. Thus, protecting Chun Hao from the shadows was a must. However, to Xiao Jiyan's surprise, after only 3 days, Elder Xiao returned alone with a depressed expression. From then on, whenever Xiao Jiyan asked about Chun Hao, Elder Xiao would blow his beard and glare at her. His old face would even turn red. When Xiao Jiyan saw this for the first time, she was surprised and shocked, but after seeing it many times, she got used to it. Old ancestor, I'm just worried about your treasured disciple. Will he really be fine? There are only 2 days left. Junior brother won't be afraid to come back, right? Afraid? He even dares to the old ancestor. You don't have to worry about him. Before the grand competition, that stinking brat will definitely come back. Old ancestor, how can you be so sure? Why don't you tell Yin, that brat is a freak. What's there to talk about? All right, there are only 2 days left. You don't have to come here anymore. Go, go, go. Oh. Xiao Jiyan pouted. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned her head and said to Elder Xiao, Old ancestor, you didn't lose junior brother, did you? Nonsense. There's no such thing. I'm a martial emperor. How can I lose him? I just don't want to care about that brat. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go. Elder Xiao's face turned red as he pretended to be angry and wanted to teach Xiao Jiyan a lesson. He was a martial emperor, yet a mere martial disciple had slipped away right under his nose. Not only had he slipped away, he had even left a message saying that he had to give up his cultivation as a threat. He had used all sorts of reasons to stop Elder Xiao from following him. Xiao Jiyan giggled and quickly ran out of the house. After walking out of the house, Xiao Jiyan frowned and muttered to herself, I must have guessed correctly, but why isn't the old ancestor worried? Junior brother is indeed powerful. It's so difficult to learn the secret to longevity, but he managed to become a grade 9 martial disciple in 2 months. He's several times faster than I was back then. I wonder what realm he's at now. There are only 2 days left. Senior brother Jihan. Xiao Jiyan slowly frowned when she thought of Xiao Jihan. Xiao Jihan had always had a good image in her heart. He was also a senior brother that she respected, liked, and even worshipped. Xiao Jihan especially treated her better than her own brother. He doted on and cared for her in every way possible, causing her to be very dependent on him. Xiao Jihan had been in the Xiao clan for 3 years. During these 3 years, the two of them were as close as brother and sister. However, because of Chun Hao, she felt estranged from Xiao Jihan. She originally wanted to ask Xiao Jihan in person, but Xiao Jihan did not give her the chance and directly went into seclusion. On one side was a senior brother who doted on her in every way possible and was closer to her than her own brother. On the other side was a junior brother that she had a good impression of and had unlimited potential. If the two of them could get along peacefully, Xiao Jiyan would naturally be most willing to see it happen. However, they were about to engage in a life-and-death battle now. Fortunately, Old Man Xiao had spoken and asked the patriarch, Xiao Ding, to mediate. The life-and-death battle between the two of them should not happen. 2 months ago, the sixth elder spread the news that senior brother Jihan had already advanced to a grade 1 martial master. 2 months later, I heard that senior brother Jihan's family sent him a grade 5 spirit herb. With his talent, perhaps he might even be a grade 3 martial master. How could junior brother possibly be a match for him? Xiao Jian frowned and lowered her head. While thinking about her worries, she walked out of the profound library. Grade 5 spirit herbs had astonishing effects even when refined by a grade 5 martial master. The effects were naturally even better for a grade 1 martial master. Even with the Xiao clan's foundation, the number of grade 5 spirit herbs they had was quite limited. Ji Yin. Just as Xiao Ji Yin walked out of the profound library, a cultured and refined voice with a trace of joy and pride suddenly sounded. Xiao Jihan, who was wearing snow-white clothes and had a jade-like face, appeared in front of Xiao Jiyan with a faint smile on his face. He gazed at Xiao Jiyan, who had become even more beautiful after not seeing her for half a year. The smile on his face was like a spring breeze, and he did not conceal the admiration and love in his eyes. It was obvious that this guy had been waiting at the door for some time. Jiyan, you've become even more beautiful after not seeing you for half a year. Xiao Jihan habitually stretched out his hand and dotingly patted Xiao Jiyan's head. However, when she saw Xiao Jihan suddenly appear, Xiao Jiyan, who seemed very surprised, widened her eyes and quickly took 2 steps back. Senior brother Jihan, what's wrong? Don't you recognize your senior brother? Xiao Jihan smiled and slowly retracted his hand that was hovering in midair. He said, over the past half a year, I have been cultivating in seclusion in order to avenge our family in the Cloud region's martial meet. Don't misunderstand. I have distanced myself from you during this period of time. Look, I came to find you as soon as I exited seclusion. Look, what is this? As Xiao Jihan spoke, he took out an exquisite jewelry box from his bosom. With a faint smile on his face, he waved it at Xiao Jiyan. In the past, Xiao Jiyan would definitely happily snatch it from Xiao Jihan's hands. However, this time, Xiao Jiyan acted as if she did not see the gift in Xiao Jihan's hands and stared at him with a strange gaze. Jiyan, what's wrong with you? You really angry? Your senior brother did not lie to you. I have indeed been in seclusion, other than the 6th elder. I have not seen anyone else for the past half a year. Look, Xiao Jihan said. As he spoke, his aura suddenly underwent a shocking change. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a majestic yuan qi fluctuation instantly spread out from Xiao Jihan's body, and a layer of fiery red protective aura instantly condensed around him. His white robe fluttered without wind, and his long hair danced in the wind. That majestic and powerful aura instantly attracted the attention of the Xiao clan disciples who were passing by. All of them stopped in their tracks in shock and stared at Xiao Jihan, who was standing proudly, with eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration. Martial Master, senior brother Jihan, has really stepped into the martial master realm. This fluctuation of origin energy, the color, I'm afraid he's a grade 3 martial master, right? That's right, so powerful. Xiao Xianghao, that arrogant fellow, is dead meat, that's for sure. Maybe he's already dead. It's been 4 months. That brat went to the Demon Cloud mountain range to train alone, and still hasn't returned. That's not necessarily true. I feel that the possibility of that brat escaping is higher. Who knows, he might have already run to some remote corner of the mountain and doesn't dare to come out. That's possible. If I were him, I might really do that. It's better to live than to die. Grade. Grade 4 martial master. Xiao Jiyan's eyes widened as she spoke in shock. The fiery red protective energy condensed from origin energy was definitely not something a grade 1 to grade 3 martial master could achieve. Xiao Jiyan was naturally more aware of this than the ordinary Xiao clan disciples. Grade 1 to grade 3 martial masters would at most have a faint red color. Grade 3 martial masters' origin energy would be the thickest, but it would definitely not reach the color of burning flames. Only grade 4 martial masters and above would have such a color. Xiao Jihan listened to the discussions of the surrounding crowd and saw the shock on Xiao Jiyan's beautiful face. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he revealed a smile. His voice carried a trace of unconcealable arrogance as he said, "No, it's grade 5. Second update. Please recommend me, add me, click me, etc. I really need the help of my friends. Please give me some motivation. Thank you." Chapter 26. Everyone, please log into your Qijin account and click on this button. If you have a recommendation ticket, please support Dark Mountain. Thank you. 5th grade. Xiao Jiyan muttered with a shocked expression. She had originally thought that although Xiao Jihan had a high level of talent and comprehension, becoming a 3rd grade martial master was his limit. However, she had still underestimated Xiao Jihan. She had to admit that his cultivation, talent, and comprehension far exceeded that of an ordinary person. After half a year of closed-door cultivation, he had gone from a 7th grade martial warrior to a 5th grade martial master. Xiao Jiyan was certain that even if Xiao Jihan did not have a spirit root, his future achievements would still be beyond the reach of ordinary people. He would definitely become one of the top experts in the Xiao clan. Although spirit root was important to cultivators, and under normal circumstances, it was also the main factor in determining how high a person could reach on the path of cultivation. However, it was not the only factor. Some people with a high level of talent and comprehension were exceptions. This was because they could reach 9th grade martial king at a speed several times faster than ordinary people. When their bodies were still in peak condition, they could break through the martial king barrier and step into the martial emperor realm. This was the realm that represented the greatest divide for cultivators, and they would become a true expert. Old Xiao had once said that such people were like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, existences that were 1 in a million, and they were extremely rare. This was because after stepping into the martial master realm, it was not as simple as martial disciple, martial student, and martial warrior. In the martial master realm, there was a barrier between each grade. Furthermore, the higher the barrier, the harder it was to break through. This also meant that every increase in grade was not something that could be accomplished through pure hard work. It also required the corresponding comprehension. Many people were restricted by their own comprehension. After stepping into the martial master realm, their speed of advancement would become extremely slow, and some would even stop at a certain grade. However, Xiao Jihan had broken through 4 barriers and stepped into the 5th grade martial master realm in just a month after advancing into the martial master realm. More importantly, Xiao Jihan was only 16 years old this year. Not only Xiao Jiyan, but even Xiao Jihan himself did not expect such a speed of advancement. All along, Xiao Jihan had been very confident in his talent and comprehension. Perhaps it was because of this that he had never seriously cultivated. However, even so, he still obtained the title of the number 1 genius of the Xiao clan's Ji generation. Furthermore, he liked it when others talked about him with envy. He did not need to cultivate to achieve what ordinary people could not. He didn't put in much effort, but what he got in return exceeded that of ordinary people. This was an innate talent for cultivation. This gave him a sense of superiority over everyone else. But this time because of Chun Hao, or perhaps because of the upcoming Cloud Region Martial Gathering, he had truly calmed his heart. For the first time, he had seriously and wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. The results he had obtained were actually so shocking that even he himself had to admire his own comprehension ability. It was really too awesome. Ji Yen, now do you believe that senior brother isn't intentionally distancing himself from you? Under the envious and amazed gazes of the crowd, Xiao Jihan withdrew his protective aura and spoke with a confident and proud smile. Senior brother Jihan, I know that you are in seclusion, but what? Let's go. There are many people here. We can talk as we walk. Xiao Jihan said gently. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. She looked at Xiao Jihan's smiling face and asked softly, Senior brother Jihan, why are you suppressing junior brother Xianghao? HM? Hearing Xiao Jiyan's words, Xiao Jihan frowned slightly and said, Suppress him? Are you talking about a life-and-death battle? A life-and-death battle is one thing. Senior brother Jihan, as far as I know, when Xianghao first entered the Xiao family, you were already targeting him, right? Ji Yen, where did you get this information from? I was targeting him. Xianghao had just entered the Xiao family. So what did he have to do with me? Why would I target him? If not for the fact that he did not respect his seniors and lawlessly injured Yoshikawa and Jitao, I wouldn't have bothered with him. He's just a child. But what I know is that it was Xiao Yoshikawa, Xiao Jitao, and the others who bullied junior brother Xianghao first. Also, junior brother Xianghao had just entered the Xiao family. He should have been first, but now he's in last place. The cafeteria chefs, his instructors, and everyone else don't like him. What's going on? Xiao Jiyan argued. There's such a thing? Xiao Jihan asked, seemingly stunned. Yes, don't you know? Xiao Jihan frowned slightly. He did not expect that Xiao Jiyan would actually protect a junior brother she had just met despite their relationship. He felt more and more certain that he had done the right thing. Otherwise, with Chun Hao's talent and the fact that he was close to Xiao Jiyan in age, all of his efforts would have been for naught, and in the end, all of his efforts would have been for naught. It had been 3 years. Ever since he met Xiao Jiyan, Xiao Jihan had done everything he could to please Xiao Jiyan. However, due to Xiao Jiyan's young age, he could not show any affection between a man and a woman. He could only interact with her like a big brother and make her feel attached to him. He believed that when Xiao Jiyan had her first awakening of love, their relationship would naturally turn into that of a man and a woman. After 3 years of hard work, he would never allow anyone to snatch Xiao Jiyan away when he was about to reap the fruits of victory. Of course, the title of the #1 genius that he was so proud of would never be taken away by anyone who could threaten him. That's strange. It seems that someone is really targeting him. Could it be? Xiao Jihan muttered after pondering for a moment with a frown. He looked as if he really did not know, especially when he said those words. The naive Xiao Jiyan felt that perhaps this matter was not done by Xiao Jihan. Could it be what? Senior brother Jihan, do you know something? Xiao Jiyan asked. This might really be related to me. Sai, these guys are just messing around. Jiyan, you should know that Xiao Xianghao's cultivation talent is not inferior to mine, right? Yes, it should be about the same. Xiao Jiyan was confused by Xiao Jihan's words and did not understand what he was trying to say. After hearing his words, she seriously thought for a moment before replying. If she did not know that Xiao Jihan had advanced to rank 5 martial master, Xiao Jiyan would naturally think that his cultivation talent was inferior to Chun Hao's. But now, she faintly felt that Chun Hao was not necessarily stronger than Xiao Jihan. This was because Xiao Jihan's comprehension was simply too high. But his body's aptitude is much better than mine. Back then, during the entrance test, his speed couldn't even compare to mine. Sigh, I really shouldn't have spouted nonsense in front of those guys. Xiao Jihan seemed to be a little upset as he said this. What did you say? In front of who? Who else could it be? Wasn't it just Yoshikawa and the others? At that time, I was surprised by Xiao Xianghao's body's aptitude and said that he might surpass me. You should also know that Yoshikawa and the others are very fickle when it comes to me. They might have used my reputation to target Xiao Xianghao, Xiao Jihan said. At this moment, Xiao Jihan knew that only by using a scapegoat like this would Xiao Jian believe him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the two conflicts between Xiao Jichong, Xiao Jichuan, and the others and Chun Hao. I see. I knew senior brother Jihan was not such a person. I'm sorry, senior brother Jihan, I misunderstood you. It's my fault. Ji Yen, you have to believe me in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, you have to look for me immediately. Sigh, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Fortunately, we talked things out today. Otherwise, if you treated me as a bad person and ignored me, I would be very sad. Yes, that won't happen. I believe you, senior brother. Senior brother, since it's a misunderstanding, why don't you call off your life and death battle with junior brother? I don't want the two of you to kill each other. The innocent Xiao Jian was easily pacified by Xiao Jihan's words. Her beautiful face also returned to its usual appearance when she was with Xiao Jihan. Xiao Jihan frowned slightly. His expression suddenly changed as he said in a deep voice, Ji Yan, although it's a misunderstanding, a man's words carry enormous weight. Words that have been said are like spilled water. They can't be taken back. Furthermore, we agreed that whoever breaks the agreement will automatically be kicked out of the Xiao family. This is something that can't be changed. I don't have any other choice. Although Ji Chong and the others suppressed him first, he was too arrogant to challenge me as a disciple who had just entered the sect. The reason why I challenged him to a life and death battle was because I wanted to temper his personality. This was a good thing for him. Otherwise, with his personality, he would be killed by others sooner or later. However, he doesn't know what's good for him. You don't have to care about this matter. Senior brother, Xiao Jian wanted to persuade Xiao Jihan when she heard his words. Ji Yan, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiao Jihan waved his hand and said firmly. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment before saying, All right then, I won't care about you anymore. In any case, the old ancestor and her father would intervene when the time came. Since the knot in her heart had been untied, Xiao Jian couldn't be bothered to care about it anymore. Furthermore, since Xiao Jihan was able to become a grade 5 martial master, the Xiao family would definitely think highly of him. In other words, whether it was Chun Hao or Xiao Jihan, the Xiao family wouldn't be willing to let anything happen to them. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss to the Xiao family. Yes, that's my good junior sister. Take it, senior brother bought it especially for you. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Jian smiled and accepted it. In less than a day, the news of Xiao Jihan being promoted to a grade 5 martial master spread like wildfire within the Xiao clan, causing a huge uproar. Thank you to yesterday's Chuan Liang Wuzi, passionate love carrot. E. Chun, Albert _47, Mo Chingy, Naughty Watermelon, and 6 other friends' tips. Please recommend me. Thank you. Chapter 27. When the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Ding, received the 6th elder's report, he summoned Xiao Jihan that night. A few elders also went to visit Xiao Jihan at night, as if they had agreed beforehand. Although Xiao Jihan's current cultivation was nothing in their eyes, the shocking talent that Xiao Jihan had displayed this time indicated that he was destined to become one of the Xiao clan's top experts in the future. It was even possible for him to surpass Patriarch Xiao Ding. Such a person was worth it for them to place their bets on in advance and form good karma with him. Xiao Jishan, who had always been ranked second in the Ji generation and had been bitterly cultivating in seclusion for nearly half a year, finally broke through the martial warrior barrier and stepped into the martial master realm on the second day after Xiao Jihan came out of seclusion. He originally thought that he would be able to compete with Xiao Jihan in this year's year-end competition, or at least disrupt the situation before Xiao Jihan and Chun Hao's life and death duel. However, just as he came out of seclusion, he heard the news that Xiao Jihan had advanced to a 5th grade martial warrior. This caused the boorish Xiao Jishan to feel a sense of helplessness from the depths of his heart. As for the Ji generation, the martial masters below the age of 20 were also incomparably shocked. They were very clear on how difficult it was to advance 1 grade after the martial master realm. 5th grade martial master. Old man has misjudged him. Late at night, Elder Xiao stood at the peak of Heaven's Road behind the Xiao clan's mountain and looked at the endless ash cloud mountain range in the distance as he muttered to himself, "I wonder what realm that brat will advance to." However, it seems like there's no hope this time. Xiao Jihan advanced from a 7th grade martial warrior to a 5th grade martial master in half a year. With such talent and comprehension, he's probably even stronger than that brat. The only thing he lacks is a spiritual root. There's still 1 more day. He should be back by now, right? Chun Hao had already left the Xiao clan for an entire 4 months. Logically speaking, many people should have already forgotten about such an insignificant character. However, as the Xiao clan's outer court disciples saw that the end of the year competition was approaching, not only did they not forget about Chun Hao, on the contrary, Chun Hao had once again become one of the topics of discussion. A portion of the people guessed that Chun Hao might have died in the Demon Cloud mountain range. Another portion guessed that Chun Hao might have fled to some unknown place due to his momentary bravery. Perhaps he would never return to the Xiao clan again. A very small portion of the people felt that Chun Hao would definitely return. Of course, if Chun Hao returned, 99% of the people felt that there would only be one outcome, and that would be to throw away his life. The night before the year-end competition, Chun Hao still hadn't returned. Almost everyone thought that Chun Hao had either escaped or died in the Magic Cloud mountain range. That night, Di Ling, who had a good relationship with Chun Hao, couldn't sleep. First of all, the year-end competition was tomorrow morning, which made her feel uneasy. Second of all, Chun Hao still hadn't returned, which made Di Ling feel uncomfortable. Even she thought that she would probably never see Chun Hao again. That youth dressed in coarse linen with amazing talent, perhaps he would only exist in her memory and gradually disappear with the passage of time. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun rose from the east and soft sunlight poured onto the earth. A new day had just begun, and the entire Xiao clan resounded with loud, vigorous, and concentrated sounds of bells. In a moment, one figure after another quickly walked towards the core of the Xiao clan, the largest martial arts practice field. The annual Xiao clan competition was the most important event of the Xiao clan. All the Xiao clan disciples, whether they were in the Xiao clan in the Yunzhou County or outside of the Yunzhou County, would drop everything and return to the Xiao clan to watch the competition. Because this wasn't as simple as the ranking of the Xiao clan disciples under the age of 20. More importantly, the top 10 disciples would be selected to represent the Xiao clan in the Yunzhou martial competition. This was a major event that concerned the future of the Xiao clan. No one would not care, and no one would not take it seriously. If the Xiao clan was strong, As a disciple of the Shao clan, they would be able to stand tall in the outside world. If the Shao clan was weak, they would have to bow down to them. Without a doubt, this would be the Shao clan's most crowded and lively gathering of the entire year. How dare you? Where did this beggar come from? Is this a place you can come to? Just as the members of the Shao clan were quickly gathering at the martial arts practice field, a few Shao clan guards on duty at the main gate of the Shao clan saw a beggar in ragged clothes trying to walk straight into the Shao clan. One of the guards immediately drew his sword and shouted sternly, stopping the beggar in his tracks. "I am a disciple of the Xiang generation, Shao Xianghao." What surprised the guards was that the beggar actually said in a deep voice without changing his expression. Of course, even if he changed his expression, it wouldn't be obvious. The current Chun Hao, who had been running for 3 days and 3 nights, was already covered in dust. Only his deep black eyes were still clear. "Shao Xianghao? You are Shao Xianghao?" "Yes." Chun Hao cupped his fists and replied. From the time he left the Shao clan to the Magic Cloud mountain range, it had been a full 4 months. Perhaps because of his crazy cultivation, his originally thin and small figure had grown taller by half a head, and he also seemed to have become more robust. Originally, he should have returned to the Shao family 10 days ago. However, due to an accident, he was trapped for a full 10 days. After he escaped, he ran all the way and finally dared to return when the Shao family grand competition was about to begin. However, at this moment, his unkempt appearance made it difficult for people to associate him with a Shao clan disciple. His long hair was so long that it could definitely cause dust to fly up with a light pat. Strands of hair stuck together, making it unbelievably dirty. His entire body was black and exuded a strong smell that was like blood and also like a foul stench. Obviously, it was unknown how long it had been since he last bathed. The clothes on his body that seemed to have shrunk were even more tattered and dark. If one didn't look carefully, one really wouldn't be able to notice the symbol of a Shao clan disciple on his chest, as well as the dazzling number 99. This was originally a white shirt, but now it was almost a dark purple color. "You actually came back alive?" After a few guards carefully sized him up for a moment, one of the guards stared at Chun Hao and said with a little surprise. Obviously, these guards had long known that Chun Hao had gone to the Magic Cloud mountain range alone to train. "Can we go in now?" Chun Hao smiled slightly, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, and said indifferently, "The year-end competition is about to begin. Kid, really King Stinky? Cough, cough. If I were you, I would immediately leave here. It wasn't easy for you to come back alive. Why do you still want to court death? Listen to my advice. Leave the Shao clan. Be more low-key in the future." What made Chun Hao surprised was that the middle-aged guard actually didn't answer his words. Instead, he looked at him with pity and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Chun Hao was slightly stunned and said to the middle-aged man with cupped fists, since the other party had confirmed his identity, he didn't hesitate anymore. Under the astonished gazes of the middle-aged guard and the other guards, he resolutely stepped into the Shao clan. Second update. Looking for a recommendation ticket, looking for a collection. My new book urgently needs everyone's support. Chapter 28. Chun Hao naturally understood that this middle-aged man was doing this out of kindness. He also knew that Xiao Jihan might have made astonishing progress in the past 6 months. But was Chun Hao someone who would give up without a fight? Chun Hao was not, and neither was the former madman Li Yuan. Seeing Chun Hao rushing into the Shao residence, a guard covered his nose and said, "This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. F***CK. It's too smelly. What is on his body? How did he end up like this?" "Bloody, that's congealed blood." "Ah, it seems like it. This is too ridiculous. Did he fall into a blood vat?" Chun Hao did not pay attention to the guard's discussion. Even though he had been running for 3 days and 3 nights, his entire body was sore and weak, and the essence force in his body was almost exhausted. The moment he stepped into the Shao residence, he felt as if all the blood in his body was burning up. Half a year, he had already been a Shao family disciple for half a year. In this half a year, especially the 4 months of training in the demonic Cloud Mountain Range, no one knew what kind of hardships and price he had paid. No one knew what kind of severe tests he had gone through. He was back to prove himself. Martial Master. Were martial masters that scary? Chun Hao took a deep breath and suddenly increased his speed, bringing along a gust of smelly wind as he rushed into his dilapidated dormitory. He did not want to rush into the martial arts practice field in such a sloppy state. It was too eye-catching and too embarrassing. The most important thing now was to wash off the congealed blood on his body and change his clothes. The Shao family's core martial arts practice field was specially built for grand events like the year-end competition. On the 3 sides, there was a grandstand in the form of a flight of steps. In the north, there was a lofty rostrum. In the center of the martial arts field, there was a main arena that was 150 feet in length and width. There were 4 smaller arenas around it. At this moment, the 3 sides of the stands were already filled with people. The east and west sides were the family members of the Shao family disciples, as well as the Shao family disciples who had rushed back from various places. They would not participate in the competition and were only spectators. On the south side of the rostrum were the Shao family disciples under the age of 20 who were going to participate in the year-end competition. There were only 14 older disciples under the age of 20 in the Shi generation, and they were gathered in one area of the stands. The Ji and Xiang generations were divided into 6 regions according to their respective classes. The instructors in charge of each class stood at the front of the class. As the head instructor, the cold-faced iron hand, Xiao Guan, stood at the front with his hands behind his back. Are all the participating disciples here? When the patriarch of the Shao clan, Shao Ding, the 4 guest elders, and the 6 elders all took their seats on the main stage, the 6th elder Shao Bo, who was mainly in charge of the outer disciples' training, flashed, and a majestic wave of brown yuan power emitted from his body. With a light leap, he crossed the distance of several zhang and landed on the main stage. He asked Shao Guan in a deep voice. His voice wasn't loud, but it drowned out the noise of the crowd and entered everyone's ears clearly. Instantly, everyone quieted down. Reporting to 6th elder, the 14 participating disciples of the Shi generation are all present. The 102 disciples of the Ji generation are all present, and the 99 disciples of the Xiang generation are all present. Number 99, Shao Xianghao went to the Demon Cloud Mountain Range to train and hasn't returned yet. Shao Guan's words caused the quiet crowd to once again burst into discussion. At this point, everyone was certain that Chun Hao wouldn't return. Di Ling gently bit her lips, her lively big eyes looking towards the entrance of the martial arts stage. It was only at this moment that the last trace of hope in her heart was completely shattered. Xiao Jian, who was sitting in the front row of the Ji generation class, frowned slightly. She originally believed Xiao Lao's words without a doubt, but Chun Hao still hadn't returned, causing her to begin to worry. Mother of Asterisker, this kid is smart. I think he didn't even go to the Devil Cloud Mountain Range to train. I'm afraid he ran off to God knows where. That must be it. Piece of shit, he got off too easy. I still haven't gotten my revenge for that kick. Boss, if we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have agreed to a life-and-death battle with him. He must have been scared away. Xiao Jichang, Xiao Jichuan, and the others whispered to each other beside Xiao Jihan, who was also sitting at the front of the group. Stepping into the 5th grade martial master realm made Xiao Jihan the focus of everyone's attention. Although his title as the #1 genius didn't change, there was a huge difference compared to before. Especially in the eyes of the Xiao family's upper echelons, it was completely different. Just as Xiao Jichang and the others were about to say something unpleasant, Xiao Jishan, who was sitting with them, suddenly turned his head and coldly looked at them, causing them to obediently shut their mouths. Oh, he still hasn't returned? Then disqualify him. Xiao Xianghao has returned. Just as Xiao Bo was about to announce the disqualification of Chun Hao, an old voice suddenly drifted over. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards the entrance of the martial arts stage. An old man wearing a loose gray robe, who seemed to have no cultivation, and a young man wearing a white Xiao clan disciple robe, one in front and one behind, bathed in the golden sunlight, appeared before everyone's eyes. The old man was naturally the old ancestor of the Xiao family, Old Xiao. As for the youth in white, it was Chun Hao who had just returned. Chun Hao, who had shed all the filth on his body, had a delicate and handsome face. Although it was still slightly immature, it had a trace of maturity and resoluteness compared to half a year ago. The originally soft lines on his face had also become clearer. His figure had even grown half a head taller, becoming a spirited and handsome young man. Little junior brother. Xiao Jian suddenly stood up, a trace of pleasant surprise appearing on her angelic face. Xianghao? Di Lingair was so surprised that she almost screamed out loud. She covered her mouth. Her big eyes were filled with pleasant surprise, but then she thought of something and became gloomy. She was pleasantly surprised because Chun Hao had returned alive, but she was gloomy because Chun Hao was about to face a life and death battle that seemed destined to send him to his death. Xiao Jishan, who had only met once but had established a friendship with Chun Hao, also slowly stood up and smiled at Chun Hao in the distance, clenching his fists tightly, unlike Xiao Jian and the others. Xiao Jihan, who had always been indifferent and calm, now had an imperceptible flash of ruthlessness and unconcealable excitement in his eyes. If Chun Hao did not return, Xiao Jihan would more or less be unable to truly rest assured. If he had died in the Devil Cloud mountain range, it would have been fine, but if he had escaped with Chun Hao's talent, he might become his opponent again one day, and it would definitely be a very troublesome opponent. But now, Chun Hao had returned, and the feeling of having a fishbone in his throat had finally disappeared. This was what Xiao Jihan wanted to see the most. Xiao Jichang and the others also opened their eyes wide, looking very excited. As for the Xiao family disciples who had returned from outside, they looked at the white-clothed youth who came with Old Man Xiao in surprise and began to ask about Chun Hao's situation. As for the Ji and Xiang generations who knew about Chun Hao, they were all very surprised. Looking at the calm and indifferent Chun Hao, from the initial shock, they gradually revealed a trace of admiration and pity. Greetings, Old Man Xiao. At this moment, with Patriarch Xiao Ding in the lead, a few guest elders, and the other higher-ups of the Xiao family who were sitting on the rostrum immediately stood up and bowed respectfully with cupped fists. Greetings, Old Man Xiao, following which over 10,000 Xiao family disciples and their family members in the martial arts practice field hurriedly stood up and greeted respectfully. Old Man Xiao smiled slightly and waved his hand at Xiao Ding and the others, saying, "You all continue. Old Man Xiao is only here to join in the fun. There's no need to care about me." After Old Man Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the excited Xiao Jian, who had already run in front of him, and Chun Hao. "Old ancestor." Xiao Jian greeted Old Man Xiao, then turned to look at Chun Hao and said, "Little junior brother, you're finally back. Why didn't you come back earlier? You made senior sister worry about you. You're already taller than senior sister." Xiao Jian smiled like a flower and affectionately hugged Old Man Xiao's arm. Her small face was slightly raised as she stared at Chun Hao, who was already taller than her. She was both happy and a little reproachful. It's not too late now. Many thanks for senior sister's concern. Chunhao smiled slightly and said softly, "All right, the two of you hurry over. Everyone is waiting for you." Old man Xiao waved his hand and said, "Then turn around," and walked towards the stands. At this time, sixth elder Xiao Bo officially announced the start of the large competition. A cultivator's rank was one of the most important standards to measure one's combat strength. Under normal circumstances, it was also the most reliable. Basically, a person's rank could determine one's combat strength, especially if they were from the same clan and cultivated the same cultivation method. Therefore, the first round of the large competition at the end of the year was a rank test. After passing the rank test, all the participating disciples would be preliminarily ranked. The second round was a challenge. After sixth elder announced the rules of the test, cold-faced Iron Hand Xiao Guan said in a deep voice, "The test will start from the Sure generation. Go on stage according to your ranking. No one is allowed to waste time. Xiao Shiji, begin. Xiao Shifeng, get ready." Yes, the first disciple of the Sure generation, Xiao Shiji, who was also the one with the highest cultivation among the remaining 14 disciples of the Sure generation under the age of 20, after responding, his figure flashed and quickly ascended the arena. After cupping his fist to the rostrum and the audience, he took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled. With a boom, a majestic light red protective aura condensed around his body. The powerful Yuan power fluctuations suddenly spread out, and with Xiao Shiji's continuous activation, the light red protective aura's color quickly changed and constantly deepened after a short few seconds. When the body protecting chi had almost turned a fiery red, Xiao Shiji immediately withdrew his Yuan power. He cupped his hands towards the platform and said, "Peak third grade martial master, please point out." After Xiao Ding and the others on the platform nodded their heads, Xiao Bo immediately said, "Next." Xiao Shifeng, who was already prepared, immediately stepped onto the stage. As for the third-ranked disciple, he once again walked to the side of the stage to prepare. As the disciples stepped onto the stage one by one, Chun Hao, who was already sitting beside Ling Er, whispered to her. Chun Hao's originally calm expression also changed slightly. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Jihan, who was sitting far away. "Thank you, Chuan Liangwuzi. Passionate love carrot. E. Chen, MOUA, Yongheng, no tips from Ruo Yen, Nan Mingzi, XX. My new book needs everyone's support. If you have a recommendation vote, please vote for Dark Mountain. Thank you." Chapter 29. As if sensing Chun Hao's gaze, Xiao Jihan glanced sideways, and their gazes met. The corner of Xiao Jihan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of disdain as he turned his head away. Fifth grade martial master. He actually advanced to fifth grade martial master. Chun Hao was a little surprised as he thought to himself, "Xiang Hao, you shouldn't have come back." Lil Ling looked at Chun Hao worriedly. "Don't worry, I'll recover first," Chun Hao said in a low voice and slowly closed his eyes. Even though he seemed to be in high spirits, the origin energy in his dantian was almost completely depleted. Fortunately, according to the order of the test, he should be the last of the participating disciples, so he still had time to recover. Soon, the 14 Sure generation disciples finished their test. Although 9 of them had reached the martial master realm, especially Xiao Shiji, Xiao Shifeng, and Xiao Shiyun, who were all third-grade martial masters, their faces did not have the slightest trace of pride. The reason was simple: their age. This test would be their last test. They were about to turn 20, and the barrier between the martial masters made it impossible for them to break through to the peak of 9th grade martial master before the age of 20. This also meant that it would be difficult for them to become the Xiao clan's true experts. The Xiao clan's outer disciple competition ranking did not have much meaning to them. The reason why they had to participate was because of the upcoming Cloud State Martial Gathering. Of course, being able to represent the Xiao clan was a symbol of honor in itself. Moreover, they would be able to enter the Xiao clan's sacred cultivation ground, the Yuanling Cave, for a month as a reward. Although they had no hope of entering the 9th grade martial master realm before the age of 20 due to the limitations of their aptitude and comprehension, being able to enter the primordial Yang Cave to cultivate once was something that all the inner court disciples of the Xiao clan looked forward to. The benefits they would obtain would undoubtedly be considerable. Therefore, no one would hold back their strength. After the Sure Generation disciples finished their test, everyone in the martial arts practice field looked at the G Generation's #1 genius, Xiao Jihan. No, the current him had already risen to become the #1 genius amongst all the disciples of the Xiao clan in the past few decades. Just as Xiao Jihan stood up, the martial arts arena was filled with enthusiastic applause and cheers. His followers even arrogantly shouted slogans like, "Boss is invincible." Even Xiao Jiyan, who had been successfully deceived by Xiao Jihan once again, clapped her hands when Xiao Jihan looked at her. Xiao Jihan had a faint smile on his face and was full of arrogance. He cupped his fists at the crowd and jumped onto the arena in a flash. His gaze carried a trace of provocation as he looked towards Chun Hao's direction. He was inwardly pleased with himself. He was afraid that this brat would piss his pants after seeing his cultivation as a 5th grade martial master. However, what he didn't expect was that Chun Hao actually had his eyes closed, as if he had entered into a state of cultivation. Even in the face of the huge cheers, he didn't have the slightest fluctuation. Xiao Jihan didn't know that Chun Hao had entered into a state of cultivation not long after the Sure Generation disciples started their test. He thought that Chun Hao didn't bother to watch him go up on the arena. This feeling made him feel as if he had eaten a fly and was abnormally stifled. Similarly, when Xiao Jihan went up on the arena, many people also looked towards Chun Hao. They couldn't help but admire Chun Hao's calmness and courage. Humph! Xiao Jihan coldly snorted and abruptly circulated the origin power in his body. In an instant, a layer of dazzling fiery red protective aura condensed around his body. The majestic origin power undulations were much stronger than those of the 3 Sure Generation martial masters. Peak 5th grade martial master. Xiao Jihan said proudly. Good, good. Instantly, Xiao Ding, the patriarch, and a few other guests and elders on the main stage clapped for the first time. Their expressions were filled with admiration as they nodded and cheered. Very good, Jihan, peak 5th grade martial master. With such a cultivation, our Xiao clan will definitely be able to hold our heads up high in the upcoming Cloud Province martial gathering. Ha ha ha. 16 years old. You can participate in the Cloud Province martial gathering for at least 3 more years. Not bad, not bad. 6th Elder Xiao Bo said loudly. 6th Elder, you flatter me. Xiao Jihan cupped his fists and bowed towards the main stage. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, he elegantly jumped down from the arena. Subsequently, Xiao Jishan and the other G Generation disciples, who were ranked 2nd, went up on the arena. Although these disciples' cultivations were far inferior to Xiao Jihan and the Sure Generation disciples, they were far more popular than the Sure Generation disciples. This was because they were young. Being young meant that they had potential and hope. Xiao Jishan, who had stepped into the realm of a 1st grade martial master, was only 15 years old. Although he wasn't comparable to Xiao Jihan, he was still very outstanding because he was 1 year younger. Xiao Jifei, who was originally ranked 5th in the G Generation, had also broken through to the realm of a first-grade martial master. These two could be said to be outstanding, but they were overshadowed by Xiao Jihan's brilliance and didn't cause much of a stir. Until Xiao Jian went up on the arena, Xiao Jian was the beloved daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Ding. Just this identity alone made everyone, whether they were sincere or not, applaud and cheer for her. Moreover, Xiao Jian had an angelic face. Moreover, Xiao Jian was very young compared to the Ji generation, only a little over 13 years old. Therefore, when Xiao Jian revealed her cultivation as an 8th-grade martial warrior, it set off a wave that wasn't inferior to Xiao Jihan's. A 13-year-old 8th grade martial warrior. This talent wasn't inferior to Xiao Jihan's, although it was more or less related to Xiao Jian's early cultivation. Being able to cultivate early was also a kind of talent. It wasn't something that could be casually cultivated at an early age. Otherwise, the Xiao clan would have already recruited 5- or 6-year-old children as disciples. That way, they could cultivate for a few more years and have a higher chance of becoming an inner court disciple before the age of 20. After the Ji generation disciples were done, it was finally time for the Xiang generation. The Xiang generation disciples had only started cultivating for half a year. Although a martial disciple was also a 9th-grade martial disciple, it couldn't be compared to a martial master. Therefore, the majority of the Xiang generation disciples stepped into the 7th or 8th-grade martial disciple realm. A few with better talent were promoted to the 9th-grade martial disciple realm. The number 1 youth of the Xiang generation, Xiao Xiangting, even broke through the martial disciple realm and became a 1st-grade martial disciple. This caused many people to nod their heads. Xiang Hao, just as it was about to be Di Lingyan's turn, she looked at Chun Hao, who was still resting with his eyes closed, and called out softly. And I know. Chun Hao slowly opened his eyes. His dark eyes shone with a faint light as he nodded slightly and said to Di Ling, "Yan, good luck." For the past 6 months, Di Ling Yan had been working very hard. After seeing the results of the previous disciples, Di Ling Yan believed that she would at least rank in the middle. Of course, this was purely based on the martial disciple realm. When Xiao Xiangling stepped onto the ring, in a corner of the east stands a middle-aged man in his 40s exuding a scholarly aura and a beautiful middle-aged woman who somewhat resembled Di Ling Yan lost their initial calmness. Their eyes flashed with a hint of excitement as they stared at Di Ling Yan. "Husband, Ling Yan is even thinner. It's all your fault." "Madam, how would I know that this girl is as stubborn as you were back then? What did you say?" The middle-aged woman frowned. "No, I didn't say anything." "Well, Ling Yan is going to start the test. 8th-grade martial disciple, please advise me." Di Ling urged the Yuan Qi in her dantian with all her might. Her eyes and palms emitted white Yuan Qi fluctuations as she whispered, "And not bad. Xiao Xiangling, right? Ranked 98 with a relatively poor foundation. To be able to become an 8th-grade martial disciple in half a year, it seems that you have put in a lot of effort. Not bad. Work hard in the future." The patriarch Xiao Ding, who rarely spoke, actually stared at Di Ling Yan with a slight smile and a hint of praise. This made many Xiao family disciples surprised and envious, especially those who performed better than Di Ling Yan. They felt a little wronged. Why is the patriarch praising me? Patriarch is too kind. Thank you, Di Ling Yan said in a low voice. After cupping her fists and bowing, she walked down the stage and met Chun Hao. Chun Hao naturally patted Di Ling Yan's head and said, "Little girl, your progress is quite fast. Very good." Then he quickly stepped onto the stage. Di Ling Yan touched her head in a daze. She didn't feel anything when the patriarch praised her. Although she had been in the Xiao family for half a year and hadn't seen the patriarch once, she was not unfamiliar with him. Instead, it was Chunhao's casual actions that caused the little girl's face to instantly turn red. Di Ling Yan curled her lips, obviously dissatisfied with Chunhao calling her a little girl. But faintly, Di Ling Yan felt that although Chunhao was the same age as her, he seemed to be much older than her. This feeling didn't appear when she first saw Chunhao. It only appeared later, and Di Ling Yan didn't understand why she had such a strange feeling. Moreover, this time when Chunhao returned, the feeling was even more obvious. Chunhao's calm and unhurried aura, especially his eyes, made him seem out of place with his peers. This handsome little guy, isn't he the one with the Xiao family's old ancestor? He seems to have a good relationship with our Ling Yan. Why is he ranked last? He's not even as good as our Ling Yan. The middle-aged woman whispered in the ears of the refined middle-aged man, a little puzzled. Why don't you listen to what the people around you are saying? The refined middle-aged man said in a low voice. At this moment, as Chunhao stepped onto the stage, the entire martial arts arena began to talk. When he came with Old Man Xiao, some people who rushed back from other places began to inquire about Chunhao's situation. Now, in the entire arena, there were probably only a few people who didn't know about Chunhao. There were all kinds of opinions. Some said that Chunhao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Some felt pity for him, and some admired Chunhao's fearlessness and courage. But whether it was praise or belittlement, they all agreed on one fact, and that was Chunhao must die. Chunhao stepped onto the stage, and under the gaze of all eyes, there was no cheering, only a lot of discussion. But Chunhao didn't mind in the slightest. Not a single fluctuation of emotion could be discerned from his handsome and delicate face, and his calmness and even indifference caused Elder Xiao Ding, and the others on the platform to feel rather surprised. This was an appearance and aura that completely didn't conform to his age, especially when he knew that he was going to have a life and death battle with Xiao Jihan. Xiang Hao, do your best. But at this moment, Lil Ling Yan's shout was heard. Lil Ling Yan also knew that her actions would attract a lot of attention. Although she didn't like this feeling, looking at Chunhao's calm face made her feel that Chunhao was very lonely at this moment. Especially when she thought about the life and death battle Chunhao was about to face. This feeling became even stronger, so she mustered up her courage and shouted out loud. Even if everyone looked down on Chunhao, he was still her friend. Not for anything else. She just wanted Chunhao to know that she was supporting him. Little junior brother, do your best. Almost at the same time, Xiao Jian's voice also sounded. Second update. More than 90,000 words. Recommendation votes are really not good enough. Brothers, is this all we can do? Please, I know that everyone likes more than one book, but I really hope that during Dark Mountain's new book release period, you can give some support and recommendation votes to Dark Mountain for now, please. Chapter 30, perhaps influenced by Lil Ling and Xiao Jian, the girls who were close to Chunhao and Lil Ling, Xiao Jishan, and a few disciples who pitted Chunhao also began to cheer for Chunhao. Chunhao's lips curled into a faint smile as he slowly cupped his fists towards the crowd. Chunhao was indeed smiling, and his smile was very indifferent. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was completely different. It was as if he knew that he was going to die, but he was still fearless. Boom! Chunhao didn't waste any time. With a light shout, he abruptly circulated the origin energy in his dantian. Instantly, a boundless origin energy fluctuation spread out. What caused everyone to gasp was that the origin energy Chunhao emitted was actually dark green in color. Dark green. This was the symbol of a 7th grade martial warrior advancing to a 9th grade martial warrior. Moreover, Some of the experts had already sensed that at this moment, Chen Hao's energy fluctuation was actually much stronger than Xiao Jian's. What did this mean? This meant that Chen Hao had definitely advanced to a 9th-grade martial warrior. Everyone's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. This was especially so for Xiao Jihan and his lackeys, whose eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The entire martial arts stage was silent. Hi! Right at this moment, what was even more unexpected to everyone was that Chen Hao, who'd already revealed his strength, actually didn't stop, and he instead shouted out lightly once more. Instantly, an even more powerful fluctuation of origin energy was emitted from Chen Hao's body. His slightly immature face flickered with a strand of unswerving determination and pride that came from his bones, and his eyes that emitted a dark green glow were firm and burning. Seeing this scene, no one could describe how they felt. Even Elder Xiao, Xiao Ding, and the others on the rostrum were moved. This stinking brat. Old man Zhao's beard trembled as he muttered, but he did not know what to say. Half a year. In just half a year, Chen Hao had been practicing the secret to long life, which was extremely slow. Being able to reach the rank of martial warrior was already amazing, let alone reaching the rank of 9th-grade martial warrior. In half a year's time, just the fact that he had advanced to a 9th-grade martial warrior was enough to surpass the number 1 genius, Xiao Jihan. But at this moment, what Chen Hao was doing was clearly telling everyone that not only had he become a 9th-grade martial warrior in half a year, he had also comprehended the barrier between a martial warrior and a martial master. This was a barrier that most people would not be able to comprehend in a year or 2 or 3. Moreover, he wanted to break through the barrier. Breaking through the barrier in front of everyone's eyes. By reversing his meridians, he would either succeed or die trying to break through the barrier. Reverse the meridians. This was an extreme method of activating the surrounding elemental energy in a short period of time. It could instantly draw out all the elemental energy in one's dantian and force out the elemental energy that had been integrated into the body during tempering, thus increasing one's own elemental energy in an instant. This was no secret to disciples of the martial warrior rank and above. Any martial warrior could do it, but it could only be done when they were in a life-or-death situation. Otherwise, no one would be willing to endure such pain. Furthermore, the side effects of reversing the meridians were extremely severe. It was very likely that it would cause irreparable damage to the body, but Chen Hao was actually reversing his meridians at this moment to break through the barrier. How crazy and reckless was this? One had to know that since Chen Hao was doing this, he must have already comprehended the mysteries of the barrier to becoming a martial master. He only needed to cultivate step by step. When his elemental energy was vigorous enough, he would naturally break through without any risk. But Chen Hao was using such an extreme method to break through before his elemental energy met the requirements. The dark green elemental energy undulations became stronger and stronger. Green veins popped out on Chen Hao's delicate and handsome face, becoming slightly distorted. He clenched his teeth, and his body trembled violently. It was obvious that he was enduring an extremely terrifying pain. The entire martial arts arena was silent. Most of the gazes that were looking at Chen Hao gradually changed, especially those who were cursing Chen Hao for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth and cursing Chen Hao to be quickly killed by Xiao Jihan. Now, they felt a little apologetic in their hearts. Sigh, it's all because the old man gave him too much pressure. If I knew that this brat was so stubborn, I would have told him that the old man wouldn't just watch him be killed by Xiao Jihan. Elder Xiao stared at Chen Hao in the arena and sighed softly as he thought to himself, at this moment, even if he wanted to stop it, it was too late. Once the meridians were reversed, the only thing he could do was to let it continue. This was not something that could be stopped just because of one's cultivation, especially when Chun Hao was still breaking through the barrier. If he forcefully stopped it, the damage would be even greater. Lil Ling, and the others, who were only martial disciples, did not know what Chun Hao was doing. They could only see the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and the painful expression on Chun Hao's face. They guessed that Chun Hao was trying something very dangerous. But Xiao Jian was clear. Xiao Jian stared at Chun Hao in a daze. She was a kind-hearted person, but under the overflowing sympathy, she could not help but shed tears. At this moment, in Chun Hao, she seemed to see the youth who wore coarse hemp clothes when he came to the Xiao family for the test, his face filled with determination to become a martial artist and protect his family. Condense. The dark green spirit energy fluctuations that symbolized a ninth-grade martial artist grew stronger and darker. When it reached its limit, Chun Hao let out a heart-shaking cry. Immediately, the spirit energy in his body began to converge at an astonishing speed into his body. Boom, boom, boom. The spirit energy crazily condensed in his dantian produced a dull roar within Chun Hao's body. After a few seconds, it completely flowed into his dantian. The majestic spirit energy was twice as strong as before the meridians were reversed, and with Chun Hao's urging, it became more and more condensed. At this moment, although there were no signs of spirit energy fluctuations on the surface, the experts present knew that for Chun Hao, this was the most crucial moment. Break. Finally, when the spirit energy in his dantian condensed to a point where it gradually emitted a faint red light, Chun Hao once again let out a low cry. Boom. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, rays of faint red spirit energy instantly emitted from Chun Hao's body and condensed into a layer of protective qi that emitted a faint red light. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, and his pursed lips seemed to be soaked in blood. However, Chun Hao's delicate and handsome face was brimming with a faint smile. An invisible aura was emitted from his body. It was a kind of arrogance that came from his bones. His deep black eyes shone with a bright red light. Martial Master. First grade Martial Master. P.S. Thanks to yesterday's Chuan, Liang Wuzi, passionate love carrot. Drunken Dan Yen Ash, old friend support, many thanks. E. Chun, M.O. Xingyi, Albert _47. Purple Moon Orchid ***, watching the sunset at the end of the sky, as a reward from 8 friends. First update. Please recommend it. Bookmark it. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 31. Although it was only a grade 1 martial master, the boundless origin energy fluctuations made Xiao Ding and the others on the rostrum feel that it was stronger than the grade 2 martial masters of the Shi generation. First grade martial master, please advise me. Chun Hao did not give the crowd time to be shocked. His expression returned to its original calmness as he withdrew his protective aura and cupped his fists. Good. Xiao Ding's voice was trembling with excitement. The appearance of a genius like Xiao Jihan was something that the Xiao clan had not seen in decades. Chun Hao, who had only started cultivating for half a year, had entered his sights due to Elder Xiao, but at this moment he was still extremely shocked. What did it mean to become a martial master in half a year? Amazing, accompanied by exclamations of admiration and admiration. Chun Hao walked down the arena without being surprised by the favor or the humiliation. Others might not know, but he knew that reversing his meridians was a life-saving move that required him to pay a huge price. It was nothing to his physical body. This was not the first time he had used it, and it would not be the last. Even Chun Hao did not expect to face a 5th grade martial master like Xiao Jihan. Moreover, Chun Hao knew that if he was only a martial warrior, he would not be a match for Xiao Jihan. Of course, If it were not for the blessing in disguise in the last 2 months, Chun Hao knew that even if he reversed his meridians, he would not be able to break through the barrier and become a martial master. Phew! When he returned to Lil Ling Er's side and sat down, Chun Hao let out a long sigh. Sixth Elder, the test results are out. Please take a look. While the sixth elder was still staring at Chun Hao with a gloomy expression, General Instructor Xiao Guan's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible disdain. He handed the notebook to the sixth elder and said in a deep voice, as the head instructor, Xiao Guan hadn't expected the sixth elder to target a new disciple. However, after Chun Hao and Xiao Jihan had agreed to fight to the death, he knew that there was something fishy going on behind Chun Hao's fall from the top to the bottom. Xiao Guan disdained this kind of behavior. Chun Hao was the disciple of the Xiang generation he favored the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly given him the qualifications to become a disciple of the Xiao family after just one test. And now, Chun Hao's terrifying talent made Xiao Guan realize that even the sixth elder had kicked an iron plate. He didn't believe that the patriarch would watch such a super genius fall in the hands of another genius. As long as nothing unexpected happened to these two people, they would definitely become one of the main pillars of the Xiao clan in the future. Of course, the prerequisite was that the life and death battle between the two of them could be mediated. All right, sixth elder Xiao. Bo came back to his senses and received it. Then he announced the preliminary ranking of the test. Next, the real battle on the arena would begin. From low to high, any disciple who wasn't satisfied with their ranking could issue a challenge to a disciple ranked above them. Everyone only had one chance to challenge someone else. If they succeeded, they would be replaced. If they lost, their ranking wouldn't change. Therefore, it was important to estimate one's combat strength and choose a suitable opponent. Chun Hao's ranking was actually only below Xiao Jihan, the 9 martial masters of the Shi generation, and Xiao Jishan and Xiao Jifei of the Ji generation. He was ranked 13th. The reason why Chun Hao's ranking was lower than Xiao Jishan and Xiao Jifei was mainly because he had just broken through to the martial master realm during the test. As for his true combat strength, it was impossible to determine. Although the protective aura Chun Hao displayed was clearly more vigorous than Xiao Jishan and Xiao Jifei's, it was still not enough. However, combat strength wasn't completely determined by origin energy. In a situation where the difference in origin energy wasn't too great, it would be a competition of martial arts level and combat talent. Especially for disciples of the Xiao clan who cultivated the same martial arts, it was basically a competition of combat talent and usage of martial arts. The 5 stages were activated at the same time, with the higher cultivation occupying the main stage. Even so, it wasn't until the sky was dark that the disciples below the martial warrior level were able to complete their challenges. One could imagine how much importance the disciples of the Xiao clan placed on ranking. Apart from Lil Ling, and a few others, almost no one would waste their only chance to challenge someone. Lil Ling didn't challenge anyone, but she was challenged by an 8th grade martial disciple who was ranked lower than her in the preliminary test. The seemingly weak Lil Ling was actually able to retain her ranking. Xiao Jiyan, an 8th grade martial warrior, became the number 1 person under the martial master rank. The 3rd layer of the longevity secrets finally began to display an advantage that ordinary inner force cultivation techniques could not compare to. The continuous and vigorous Yuan Li allowed her to challenge someone of a higher grade than her and defeat the first place in the martial warrior preliminary examination, a 9th grade martial master. She wanted to reach the peak of the martial warrior realm and become the number 1 disciple below the martial master realm. Chun Hao took a deep breath. When everyone's eyes were focused on him, he slowly stood up. His black eyes shone faintly as he walked towards the main stage. Chun Hao was ranked the lowest in the martial master realm. Now that the martial warrior level was completed, it was time for him to challenge someone. Everyone knew that the real show was about to begin. Who would Chun Hao challenge? If not for the life and death duel with Xiao Jihan half a year ago, no one would have thought that Chun Hao would be stupid enough to challenge Xiao Jihan. Even if Chun Hao displayed his astonishing talent and stepped into the realm of a first-grade martial master. After all, Xiao Jihan's strength as a fifth-grade martial master was too strong. In the martial master realm, even a difference of 1 grade was a huge gap, let alone a difference of 4 grades. However, since Chun Hao dared to return to the Xiao clan knowing that he would die, it was enough to prove that he was a man of his word. Therefore, when they saw Chun Hao walking towards the main stage, everyone knew what Chun Hao was going to do. Wait. Just as Chun Hao looked at Xiao Jihan and was about to say who he wanted to challenge, the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Ding, suddenly stood up and interrupted Chun Hao. It's already late. The duel ends here. We will continue tomorrow, Xiao Ding said in a deep voice. Patriarch, isn't this against the rules? Hearing Xiao Ding's words, 6th Elder Xiao Bo immediately looked at Xiao Ding and spoke with a trace of dissatisfaction. The 6th Elder naturally knew that it was not good to question the patriarch's authority in front of everyone. However, he had no choice but to do so. Without a doubt, Chun Hao's astonishing talent had already attracted Xiao Ding's attention. This was something that the 6th Elder did not want to see. After all, he had once suppressed Chun Hao with Xiao Jihan and had a guilty conscience. Therefore, he hoped that Xiao Jihan would directly eliminate Chun Hao in this life and death duel. Even if it would cause great losses to the Xiao clan, he would not hesitate to do so. This was better than settling the score with Chun Hao after he had truly matured. At this moment, regret was useless. He could only seize this opportunity to kill Chun Hao in one fell swoop. Even if the patriarch was unhappy, he could not care less. Patriarch, the outer sect disciples' year-end competition usually ends in 1 day. It's still early, and there are only a few martial masters left. There shouldn't be many matches left. Why do we have to wait until tomorrow? That's right, Brother Xiao. I still have something to do tomorrow, so let's end it today without needing the 6th Elder's hint. Grand Elder Xiao Yuan and a guest elder of the Xiao clan took the initiative to speak. Grand Elder Xiao Yuan was the 6th Elder's elder brother. The guest elder had always been on good terms with the two of them and was part of the Xiao clan's faction. This is the request of old Xiao, the Xiao clan's ancestor. Jihan, Xianghao, the two of you come with me. The rest of you are dismissed. Xiao Ding frowned slightly. After glancing at the 3 of them, he spoke decisively and without hesitation. Brat, come to my place after Xiao Ding is done talking to you. When the crowd was a little disappointed, and some were glad for Chun Hao and began to disperse, Elder Zhao's voice drifted into Chun Hao's ears. P.S. The first chapter will be released at midnight tomorrow. It's a new week. I hope that friends who support Dark Mountain will try their best to support Dark Mountain at the starting point. Thank you. In addition, the average update of 6,000 words during the new book period is really slow. Dark Mountain really did not know how to answer when he saw someone say that the 2 chapters were lousy. The plot is moving towards the climax. Many people can't wait to see the results immediately, but is that really interesting? A book with 1,000-word outline can end. Is that interesting? It's necessary to lay the groundwork and explain the things that should be explained. Please believe in Dark Mountain. Be more patient and careful. Thank you, everyone. Also, this week, our Proud Heavens Sanjiang has recommended. Brothers and sisters, please click on the Sanjiang channel. After receiving your Sanjiang votes, vote for our Proud heavens. Everyone has one vote per day. Please see you at midnight. Chapter 32. Chun Hao furrowed his brows, feeling a little regretful. Although he did not have absolute confidence in winning against Xiao Jihan, it was precisely because of this uncertainty that Chun Hao felt a sense of excitement from the depths of his bones, the excitement of challenging his limits. This kind of excitement made his soul tremble. Chun Hao was very clear that this was because of Li Yuan. However, Li Yuan was him, and he was Li Yuan. No matter who it was no longer important. It was all him. When he found out that Xiao Jihan was suppressing him and wanted to expel him from the Xiao family, he had been looking forward to the day when he could hold his head high and use his own strength, his own fists, to turn these useless people into ashes. Therefore, in this half a year, other than the first 2 months when he followed the class to cultivate in the Xiao family, strictly speaking, he did not truly relax or rest for even a minute in the demonic cloud mountain range. He was always in a state of cultivation, hunting beasts, practicing ancient Chinese martial arts, and using the longevity secret art to replace sleep, especially in the last 2 months when the Yuan Qi condensed from the second level of the longevity secret art stopped disappearing. He went against his promise to Old Man Xiao and ventured deep into the demonic cloud mountain range alone. No one knew how much sweat and blood he had shed, and no one could tell. Because of his abnormal physical body, he should have been covered in scars, but there was not a single trace of injury left behind. He had gone through countless perilous situations, especially the last one when he was about to return to the Xiao family. Thinking about it now, while Chun Hao was excited, he also felt a lingering fear. That was truly a situation where he had narrowly escaped death. Chun Hao believed that if it had been an ordinary disciple like Shaolin or even a grade 5 martial master like Xiao Jihan, under such circumstances, the only outcome would have been death. He had survived, and his body looked as if it had been soaked in a pool of blood as he returned to the Xiao family. That was a Class 4 advanced stage demonic beast, the mushroom-shaped vermilion toad, which was equivalent to a 6th grade martial master. In addition to the demonic beast's innate talent and strong physical body, it could definitely reach the 7th grade or even 8th grade martial master. When Chun Hao saw the mushroom-shaped red toad, his hair stood on end. Before going to the Magic Cloud Mountains, he had already read a lot of records about the Magic Cloud Mountains in Old Zhao's room. Of course, he knew how powerful the mushroom-shaped red toad was. But at that time, with Chun Hao's strength, he didn't even have the chance to flee before being directly restrained by a terrifying origin energy fluctuation, and he was sucked into the crimson toad's stomach like a frog eating a fly. That was truly a narrow escape. Being able to return alive was all thanks to his freakish physical body. If it were an ordinary person, the moment they entered the mushroom-shaped vermilion clam's stomach, they would be wrapped in the poisonous gastric juice and die immediately, being digested as food. Not to mention, in the mushroom-shaped red toad's stomach, he had played the role of Sun Wukong and fought with Princess Iron Fan, forcefully grinding the mushroom-shaped red toad to death and absorbing a portion of the origin energy within the mushroom-shaped red toad's body. But it was also this last experience that led to the scene of Chun Hao breaking through to the 1st grade martial master realm. Fortune and disaster were interdependent. Who could say for sure? Chun Hao shrugged with a little disinterest. He had long guessed that old Xiao wouldn't ignore the life and death battle between him and Xiao Jihan. Even though old Xiao didn't say anything to Chun Hao, who had merged with Li Yuan's soul, could see clearly. Otherwise, old Xiao wouldn't have spared no effort to teach him when he knew that he was going to die, nor would he have secretly followed him into the Magic Cloud Mountains to protect him. Old Xiao only wanted to increase the pressure on him so that he would work harder in his cultivation. During the life and death battle, if his life was really in danger, old Xiao would definitely intervene. And now, the truth was as he had guessed. Don't think that I will let you off just because old Xiao and the patriarch intervened. At this moment, Xiao Jihan, who was walking towards Xiao Ding with Chen Hao, lowered his voice and said provocatively, his expression unchanged after he got close to Chen Hao. Likewise, Chen Hao's expression didn't change as well, but a cold and arrogant glint flashed across his eyes as he replied with equal harshness. Humph. Xiao Jihan snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Xiao family's inner courtyard, only inner disciples and the direct descendants of the Xiao family had the qualifications to stay in the Xiao family's inner courtyard. Ordinary outer disciples didn't even have the chance to enter. However, Xiao Jihan wasn't unfamiliar with the Xiao family's inner courtyard. Even though he wasn't an inner disciple, he had special privileges in the Xiao family that ordinary disciples didn't enjoy because of his family's relationship with the Xiao family. As for Chen Hao, it was his first time stepping into the Xiao family's inner courtyard. Chen Hao and Xiao Jihan, one on the left and one on the right, followed behind Xiao Ding and walked into a huge room. Jihan, Xiang Hao, have a seat. Only then did Xiao Ding reveal a kind smile as he looked at the two of them. What surprised Xiao Ding was that Xiao Jihan's face was cold and the corners of his mouth were twitching. It was obvious that he was suppressing the anger in his heart. On the other hand, Chen Hao's handsome and masculine face was as calm as water, revealing an indifference and detachment that didn't match his age. Xiao Ding couldn't help but admire Chen Hao's composure. Since I called the two of you here, you should be able to guess my intentions, right? Xiao Ding paused for a moment and didn't give the two of them a chance to speak. He continued, the two of you are not bad. Both of you are geniuses that the Xiao family has never had before. With the talents that you have displayed, the Xiao family is worthy of nurturing at all costs. You should be clear about the Xiao family's current situation, and the two of you are the hope of the Xiao family. So, patriarch, Xiao Jihan knew what Xiao Ding was going to say next. Thus, he couldn't help but interrupt Xiao Ding after being angered by Chen Hao's disdainful gaze. He said, I alone am enough for the Xiao family. In the past, I have never seriously cultivated, but now, I promise you that I will cultivate with all my might for the Xiao family. One day, I will definitely make our Xiao family the #1 family in Yunzhou and charge out of Yunzhou. I will do what I say. A man's words carry enormous weight. Since I have agreed to a life and death battle with him, it should be a battle. Otherwise, how will I face the Xiao family? So, please grant my wish, patriarch. Please grant my wish, patriarch. What made Xiao Ding's head double was that Xiao Jihan's words were understandable. After all, Xiao Jihan was a grade 5 martial master. He didn't feel any pressure when facing off against Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao actually agreed. Did this brat really think that he, a grade 1 martial master, could defeat a grade 5 martial master? Even Xiao Jihan was a little surprised by Chen Hao's words. In Xiao Jihan's opinion, the reason why Chen Hao dared to be so arrogant was because of old man Zhao's protection. He felt that a life and death battle between them would definitely not happen. However, Chen Hao's current appearance didn't seem to be the case. Of course, that was for the best. He didn't believe that Chen Hao had the strength to defeat him. Xiao Jihan, wasn't an idiot like Xiao Jicham. Furthermore, they were in the martial master realm. A difference of 1 grade could crush someone to death, let alone a difference of 4 grades. He could only say that Chen Hao was an extremely arrogant idiot who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even Xiao Ding, the patriarch of the Xiao family, was rendered speechless by the two of them. After pondering for half a minute, he frowned and said, "The two of you are just messing around. Is there such a deep hatred between the two of you until one of us dies?" This time, before Xiao Jihan could say anything, Chen Hao said coldly, In fact, if one only looked at the surface, the enmity between him and Xiao Jihan was indeed just a small fight. The two of them hadn't even had a direct confrontation. However, how could Chen Hao see the problem so simply? Xiao Jihan's series of suppression against him was completely unreasonable. However, it was precisely because it was unreasonable that he was an extremely sinister, despicable, and unscrupulous person. Chen Hao knew very well that as long as Xiao Jihan didn't die, he wouldn't let the matter rest. It would have been fine if Chen Hao was alone. Xiao Jihan didn't care about a clown who could only jump around for a while. So what if he played along? However, Chen Hao wasn't alone. He had a family that he wanted to protect. This was his obsession in the past, in the present, and in the future. Although Xiao Jihan's family wasn't a martial arts family, they had a lot of power in Cloud State. Given Xiao Jihan's nature, Chen Hao didn't doubt that he would do anything to deal with him. Either he dies or I die. Xiao Jihan was stunned for a moment before his expression became abnormally sinister as he said this through gritted teeth. Both of you. Xiao Ding looked at their determined expressions and waved his hand helplessly. All right, since that's the case, I'll agree to your battle. However, it won't be during the Xiao family tournament. Xiang Hao, apart from Jihan, you can challenge anyone tomorrow. If you really want to fight, then fight to the death at Cloud State's martial meet. Cloud State's martial meet? Patriarch. Does he have the qualifications to participate? Even if he was lucky enough to qualify, what ability does he have to stand on the same stage as me? I can agree to Patriarch's conditions, but if he doesn't have the qualifications to fight me at Cloud State's martial meet, then he must fight to the death with me after the Cloud State's martial meet. Xiao Jihan looked at Chen Hao with disdain and said to Xiao Ding, I agree. Chen Hao said fearlessly, All right, it's decided for now. You guys can go. Xiao Ding waved his hand and frowned. It was obvious that he was helpless. P.S. Thank you for yesterday's Nen Mingzi XX, passionate love carrot. Master Long is here, M.O. Qingyi, dancing with the wind, heaven's destruction, Albert_47. Chun, Chuan, Liang Wuzi, wind travel above, world destroyer beast, Weasel 22, watching sunset at the end of the sky. In the new week, I implore all the brothers and sisters who are watching AOT to support Dark Mountain on Qijian. Click, recommend, bookmark. There are too few recommendation votes. Please vote for Dark Mountain. Today's first update, the second update at around 12 noon, and the third update at around 7 p.m. Please, everyone. Also, I recommend a friend's book, Online Games, Burning to Desolation. Students who like online games can click on the link on the page to see it. Old author Sock Puppet new book. Go support it. Book ID equals 2371186. Book name equals Online Games, Burning to Desolation. Chapter 33. Although Xiao Ding was the head of the family, he could not interfere too much in the battle between the disciples of the family, even if it was a life and death battle. This was especially so for disciples like the two of them who would fight to the death. Even if he could suppress them for a while, he could not suppress them forever. Sooner or later, they would erupt. Seeing the two of them walk out the door, Xiao Ding sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Sigh, looks like even if Elder Xiao and I intervene, it will be difficult to have the best of both worlds. Xiao Jihan is shrewd, scheming, sinister, and cunning. In the past 6 months, he has displayed astonishing talent and comprehension, which no one in the Xiao family can match. As long as the Xiao family treats him well, he will definitely become a huge pillar of support for the Xiao family. Xiao Xianghao was born poor, but his nature is honest, he has spiritual roots, and his comprehension is also extremely high. However, he was born arrogant and does not know how to restrain himself. Sai, even the old ancestor can't do anything about it. We can only resign ourselves to fate. After Xiao Jihan left, he looked coldly at Chun Hao and quickly left. Although he wanted to say some harsh words, he could not. If he scared Chun Hao out of his wits and shamelessly refused to fight with him, that would be bad. Chun Hao went directly to Elder Xiao to report. Elder Xiao! When Chun Hao arrived at Elder Xiao's room, a smile appeared on his face as he bowed and greeted. Stinking brat! I will settle the score with you at the demonic Cloud Mountain Range later. Has Xiao Ding finished talking with you? Yes. That's good. You really don't know your place. Do you think a martial master is a martial disciple? He is 4 grades higher than you, and you still want to court death? You better be more careful in the future. Keep a low profile when you need to. Before you have enough strength, don't provoke people you can't afford to offend. Otherwise, the price you have to pay may be your life. You must understand this principle. Fortunately, this is the Xiao family, so we can avoid this. Elder Xiao, you might have misunderstood. Misunderstood? Misunderstood. What? We have finished talking, but it does not mean that we have canceled the life and death battle between me and Xiao Jihan. My battle with him will either be at the Cloud Prefecture Martial Gathering or after the Cloud Prefecture Martial Gathering. What's wrong with that bastard Xiao Ding? Elder Xiao, this has nothing to do with the patriarch. Xiao Jihan and I have already reached a point where we can't tolerate each other and will fight to the death. This is what Xiao Jihan wants. And it's also what I want. You want it. Do you really think you can beat Xiao Jihan? Chun Hao looked at Elder Xiao, who no longer cared about the demeanor and image of an expert in front of him, but appeared to be more amiable. He scratched his head apologetically and said in a low voice, "It should be possible. Should be able to. You stinking brat, I know that your physical body is extremely talented and your 6 senses are naturally sensitive. However, strength is strength. The difference between a rank 1 martial master and a rank 5 martial master, do you truly understand how big it is? I'm not sure, but since they had agreed to fight to the death, they had to fight. Besides, I might not lose to him. Old man Xiao, I know that you are truly good to me. However, in this life and death battle, I must fight. I hope that Elder Xiao can grant me my wish." Chun Hao looked at Elder Xiao with a firm gaze and said in a deep voice. 6 hours later, Chun Hao, who was drenched in sweat, walked out of Old Zhao's room with 2 breeze fruits in his hand under Old Zhao's dumbfounded gaze. When the red sun tore through the darkness and rose from the east, the Xiao clan's assembly bell had not rung yet, but the martial arts practice field was already bustling with noise and excitement. After swallowing the 2 clear wind fruits, Chun Hao, who had recovered all his physical strength and origin energy, walked towards the martial arts practice field with Lil Ling, and the rest. Without a doubt, today's battle was the most exciting and anticipated battle of the Xiao clan. The top 10 disciples of the Xiao clan under the age of 20 would be decided. After yesterday's strength tests and challenges, it was confirmed that only 13 people had the qualifications to fight for the top 10. 9 disciples of the Shi generation, 3 disciples of the Ji generation, and 1 disciple of the Xiang generation. Some of the Xiao clan disciples who had rushed back were already clear from yesterday's battle that this year, no matter what, the Xiao clan would hold their heads high in the Yun province martial arts meet. Because of Xiao Jihan and Chun Hao, of course, the prerequisite was that Chun Hao had the qualifications to participate in the Yun province martial arts meet. Xiao Jihan was a grade 5 martial master, and Chun Hao was a grade 1 martial master. Although a grade 5 martial master was not the highest realm in the Yun province martial arts meet, there were very few who could surpass it. Furthermore, most of the people who surpassed grade 5 martial master were close to 20 years old. There were very few who reached grade 5 martial master at the age of 16, like Xiao Jihan. As for the 12-and-a-half-year-old Chen Hao, although he was only a grade 1 martial master, he was even more shocking. Therefore, even if the Xiao clan did not obtain a very high ranking in the Yun province martial arts meet, they were destined to be proud because of geniuses like Xiao Jihan and Chen Hao. They would let everyone know that the Xiao clan had produced two peerless geniuses. If there were no accidents, the Xiao clan would dominate the Yun province martial arts meet in the next few years. Today, the top 10 participants of this year's year-end competition will be decided. The disciples who are able to enter the top 10 will also have the qualifications to represent the Xiao clan in the Yun province martial arts meet. What this means, I think everyone here should be clear about it. The Yuanling Cave is our Xiao clan's most sacred cultivation ground. Only those who have obtained the qualifications to participate in the Yun province martial arts meet can enter it to cultivate once. All right, let's continue with yesterday's challenge. Xiao Xianghao, since the patriarch has set your life and death battle with Xiao Jihan to be at the Yun province martial arts meet, or after the Yun province martial arts meet ends, you cannot challenge Xiao Jihan today. Let's begin. What? There's still a battle. 6th Elder Xiao Bo's words caused the entire martial arts practice field to erupt into gasps of surprise. After yesterday's incident, most of the people present believed that the life and death battle between Xiao Jihan and Chen Hao would not happen again. Everyone knew that since the patriarch had stepped in, he naturally did not want such a genius to fall. However, the 6th Elder's opening statement told everyone that the battle between the two had not been cancelled, but had been postponed. Xiao Bo. On the rostrum, Xiao Ding, who was sitting in the middle of the seats, was so angry that he almost stood up. Although he had failed to mediate, he had at least obtained a buffer period. As long as he did not officially announce it, there might still be a chance to turn things around. However, the 6th Elder's seemingly unintentional announcement that the life and death battle between Chen Hao and Xiao Jihan would continue was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, causing Chen Hao and Xiao Jihan to become even more irreconcilable. Elder Xiao, who had been sitting in a corner for a long time, also frowned slightly. Chen Hao did not pay attention to the crowd's discussion. Under everyone's gazes, he walked up to the stage unhurriedly. I challenge senior brother Xiao Shiqing, who is currently ranked 5th. Chen Hao said in a clear voice. Ranked 5th, Xiao Shiqing? Chen Hao's words shocked everyone. Xiao Shiqing was a peak grade 2 martial master, second only to Xiao Jihan, and the 3 grade 3 martial masters of the Shi generation. In the crowd's opinion, Chen Hao had originally wanted to challenge Xiao Jihan, who was an undefeatable opponent. However, due to the pressure of the life and death battle, he had no choice but to do so. Therefore, almost everyone thought that Chen Hao would choose someone between the 6th and 10th place. That way, he would have the highest chance of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the Cloud State Martial Gathering. However, Chen Hao chose Xiao Shiqing. Chen Hao naturally had his own plans for making such a choice. He only had one chance to challenge, and he was the first one. If he could defeat Xiao Shiqing, he would be ranked 5th. With Xiao Jishan and the rest's strength, it was naturally impossible for them to challenge the 3 grade 3 martial masters of the Shi generation and the 5th grade Xiao Jihan. Therefore, as long as he won, he would be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Cloud State Martial Gathering. On the other hand, if he challenged the 10th ranked disciple of the Shi generation, he would only replace him. What if Xiao Jishan and the rest succeeded in their challenge? he would lose his qualifications. Therefore, challenging Xiao Shiqing was the safest option. Challenge me? Are you sure? Xiao Shiqing's body flashed with a faint red energy wave. He leaped into the air and landed on the stage. His eyes shone with strong confidence as he stared at Chun Hao and asked, "I'm sure. You are ranked 13th. You only have one chance to challenge. If you lose, you will lose the qualifications to participate in the Cloud State Martial Gathering. If I were you, I would choose an opponent that I can defeat and not show off." Xiao Shiqing stared at Chun Hao. Although his tone carried a trace of dissatisfaction and arrogance, the crowd agreed with his words. "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Xiao Shiqing, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Xianghao's energy is vigorous and not inferior to yours. If you underestimate him, you may be the one to lose." At this moment, the sixth elder's voice suddenly floated into Xiao Shiqing's ears. Xiao Shiqing was slightly stunned. He looked at the sixth elder gratefully, took a deep breath, and said, "Let's begin. I will let you understand the difference between a peak grade 2 martial master and a grade 1 martial master." Boom. As soon as Xiao Shiqing finished speaking, his body's protective energy wave was majestic. The vigorous energy wave caused everyone to stop talking and look at the main stage with bright eyes. At the same time, Chun Hao's face showed a hint of seriousness. This was the first time he had a real battle with a martial master. Second update. Brothers and sisters, please recommend. Our recommendation is really too little. The gap between us and the others is too big. Brothers and sisters who support Wushan, please log on to Qijin and vote for Wushan with your free recommendation ticket. Please. Chapter 34. In the martial arts practice field, almost everyone was looking at Chun Hao, especially those of the Xiang generation. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, anticipation, and jealousy. They had become disciples of the Xiao clan at the same time, but in just half a year, the youth in coarse hemp clothes had already reached a height that they could only look up to with his age, strength, and talent. He had undoubtedly become the dazzling new star of the Xiao family. Even though he had fallen in the life and death battle with Xiao Jihan, the entire Xiao family would probably never forget that youth dressed in coarse hemp clothes for the rest of their lives, breaking the Xiao clan's test record, injuring 3 martial artists before he even started cultivating, challenging Xiao Jihan, the #1 genius, to a life and death battle, advancing to a 9th grade martial disciple in 2 months, entering the demonic Cloud Mountain Range to train for 4 months. Everything he had done was soul-stirring and spectacular. Now he was challenging a peak grade 2 martial master with the cultivation of a grade 1 martial master. Would he succeed? Chun Hao pursed his lips and clenched his teeth. His deep, black eyes gradually burned with passion. Along with the surging of the origin energy in his body, a shocking battle intent, a pure, unadulterated battle intent that revealed its sharpness, suddenly suffused the air. At this moment, some of the disciples who were born with keen sixth sense looked at Chun Hao with strange gazes. That figure that was extremely thin and frail compared to Xiao Shiqing suddenly gave rise to a feeling from the depths of their hearts that they couldn't win against him. What a powerful aura! Some experts could not help but exclaim in their hearts. Even Old Man Xiao was slightly moved. Although Old Man Xiao knew how powerful Chun Hao's talent was, this was the first time he had seen Chun Hao display such an aura. It was an aura that was unlikely to appear on a low-level cultivator like Chun Hao. Only Xiao Jishan, who was in the stands, revealed a slight smile on his rough and masculine face. This was not the first time he had seen Chun Hao's aura. Xiao Shiqing, who bore the brunt of it, revealed an unprecedentedly cautious expression. With a loud shout, he suddenly attacked. Bang! Xiao Shiqing stomped on the ground with both of his feet and rushed toward Chen Hao. His fist glowed with a dense light red light and directly attacked Chen Hao's chest without any fancy moves. The wind from his fists was extremely violent. In the face of Xiao Shiqing's unreserved punch, Chen Hao did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he took a step forward, slightly tilted his body, and struck out with his palm as fast as lightning. A pale red light pulsed from the center of his palm. Humph! Xiao Shiqing snorted in disdain. His body suddenly shifted, dodging Chen Hao's palm wind. His fists suddenly moved to the side, striking out with both fists at the same time towards Chen Hao's face. The shadows of his fists were heavy. The momentum was terrifying. Evidently, Xiao Shiqing wanted to cut the Gordian knot and rely on his vigorous essence energy to directly defeat Chen Hao with the pressure of Mount Tai. The 18 styles of the Tyrant Fist. Chen Hao raised his eyebrows. This was the Xiao family's level 5 fist technique, second only to the Xiao family's 3 ultimate techniques. It was famous for its violent and tyrannical power. If it was before yesterday, Chen Hao would not have known. After all, when he left the Xiao family to train, he was only a level 9 martial disciple. What he learned was only the Xiao family's basic techniques. However, after spending 8 hours with Elder Xiao last night, Chen Hao knew clearly. It had to be said that Xiao Shiqing's decision to use the 18 styles of the Tyrant Fist to deal with him was an extremely wise choice. But unfortunately, his opponent was Chen Hao, a Chen Hao who had a strong physical body and had the ancient Chinese martial arts ultimate technique in his mind. Whoosh streaks of violent fists brushed past his body, looking extremely powerful. However, in Chen Hao's eyes, this 18 styles of the Tyrant Fist was full of flaws. Chen Hao also knew that once his aura was suppressed, Xiao Shiqing's attacks would become smoother and his strength would become stronger. At that time, he would be restricted in all aspects. However, even though he knew this, Chen Hao still chose to dodge. Strong? Then I'll let you reach your strongest state. My target is Xiao Jihan. If I can't even defeat you, a level 2 martial master, how can I fight Xiao Jihan? A level 5 martial master? There was not much time left. Any battle would be a training ground for Chen Hao. Seeing that Chen Hao seemed to be completely relying on his natural advantage and speed to dodge Xiao Shiqing's attacks, Xiao Jihan's lackeys in the crowd immediately booed, not bothering to hide their disdain. TSK, he's only a level 2 martial master, and he's already beating this brat up like a dog. How can he compete with our boss with this kind of strength? Ha ha ha. That's right. This brat doesn't know what's good for him. Although he's talented, he thinks too highly of himself. Old ancestor, didn't you say that little junior brother would win? At this moment, Xiao Jian was not sitting in the classroom because the competition had ended. Instead, she was sitting with Elder Xiao. She stared at Chen Hao, who was in a sorry state, and softly asked Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao glanced at Xiao Jian and wanted to answer her question. However, after a slight pause, he asked, if Xiao Jihan and Xiang Hao were to fight to the death right now, who would you hope to win? I hope that neither of them will lose. That's a battle to the death. There's only life and death. You can only choose one. Who do you hope to win? Elder Xiao asked again. I don't know. Xiao Jian was unable to make a choice. Although Chen Hao was the little junior brother that she liked, Xiao Jihan had been protecting her like a big brother for the past 3 years. From the bottom of her heart, she felt that Xiao Jihan was a good person. Otherwise, even if she was naive, she would not have been so easily deceived by Xiao Jihan's words. Sigh. Elder Xiao sighed in his heart. He shook his head and said, let's wait and see, Elder Xiao had already reminded Xiao Jian to have less contact with Xiao Jihan. There was no point in saying anything more. Some things could only be discovered after she truly understood them. At the same time, many people had high hopes for Chun Hao. They believed that since Chun Hao dared to arrogantly agree to Xiao Jihan's life and death battle, he should have some sort of trump card. However, at this moment, Xiao Shiqing, who was only a grade 2 martial master, was able to make him unable to retaliate. This was somewhat disappointing. As time passed, Xiao Shiqing's overlord 18 forms became more and more violent. It was obvious that he had already displayed his full potential, forcing Chun Hao into a perilous situation. This caused the spectators below the stage to exclaim from time to time. They could not help but secretly break out in cold sweat, especially Xiao Jishan, Xiao Jifei, and a few other lower-ranked martial masters. If they were in Chun Hao's shoes, they would definitely not be able to dodge Xiao Shiqing's attacks. However, Chun Hao was able to rely on his innate advantage and speed to avoid the attacks without any mishap. This kid is really strong. Xiao Shigang, the 8th-ranked martial master of the Shi generation, said softly as he stared at Chun Hao, who was tossing and turning in the arena. He is very strong. To be able to use basic movement techniques, fist techniques, and leg techniques to such an extent, it's simply unbelievable. If it were me, I would have been defeated long ago. Yes, if he wanted to challenge the two of us, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to win. Unfortunately, he's challenging Senior Jiqing. Senior Jiqing has already displayed the full potential of the Overlord 18 forms. He won't be able to hold on for long. Ah! Bang! Xiao Shigang had not finished speaking when his eyes, which were fixed on the arena, suddenly flashed with an extremely shocked expression. He actually cried out in surprise. At the same time, everyone in the martial arts practice field widened their eyes in shock. No one would have thought that the completely suppressed Chun Hao, who looked like he was about to collapse, at this moment, the light red yuan li around his body suddenly struck out like a mountain torrent that had been suppressed for a long time. The light red yuan li spat out from Chun Hao's palm, condensing to the extreme. The terrifying speed, which came later but arrived earlier, directly bombarded the protective chi on Xiao Shiqing's chest. Bang, bang, bang. What was even more shocking was that following that, Chun Hao seemed to have completely changed into a different person. He completely relied on the Xiao family's basic techniques and began to clash head-on with Xiao Shiqing, not yielding an inch. This scene caused everyone in the martial arts practice field to gasp. Elder Xiao on the viewing platform, Xiao Ding and the rest on the rostrum were even more shocked. Even experts of their level did not expect that the most ordinary basic techniques of the Xiao family, which any Xiao family disciple knew, could actually be unleashed to such a wondrous extent in the hands of Chun Hao. Good, good. What a strong battle talent. Xiao Ding already could not help but stand up, his face filled with intense shock as he muttered. The battle talent that Chun Hao displayed at this moment had completely exceeded his imagination. This was the legendary battle talent that could turn something rotten into something magical. Bang! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chun Hao actually withdrew his protective chi and didn't take any defensive measures. Instead, he poured all his origin energy into his palms and slammed them onto the protective chi in front of Xiao Shiqing's chest in a crazy manner, as if he was going to die trying if he failed. Accompanied by a dull sound, Xiao Shiqing's protective chi was directly shattered, and like a kite with a broken string, he flew backwards. Crash! When they saw Chun Hao blast Xiao Shiqing flying to the ground with a single move, the entire martial arts practice grounds erupted into an uproar as expected. All of them stared with their eyes and mouths wide open as they stared at the thin and small figure that walked over proudly. They were simply unable to believe what they saw. Sixth Elder, I won, right? After a full 10 seconds, Chun Hao stared at the sixth elder without any emotion in his eyes and said in a clear voice, "Don't worry." The sixth elder's expression changed. "Xiao Xianghao wins." Hearing Chun Hao's words, the sixth elder came to his senses. Although he was unwilling, he still restrained the viciousness in his eyes and announced. As soon as the sixth elder's voice fell, the martial arts practice field burst into loud applause and cheers. This was won by Chun Hao, with his amazing talent and strength. Losing to you is not an injustice. Xiao Shiqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. He stared at Chun Hao and said in a low voice, "If there is a chance, I will ask for your advice again. But you should not use this kind of desperate fighting style. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Shiqing." Chun Hao smiled and cupped his fists. After the two finished speaking, they walked down the stage. Looking at Chun Hao's figure, although Xiao Jihan was extremely shocked, his expression did not change in the slightest under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The corner of his mouth still carried a hint of arrogance, and his eyes were full of disdain and contempt. "Kid, good job." Seeing Chun Hao return, Xiao Guan, who was standing in front of the stands like a mountain, spoke in a low voice with undisguised admiration in his eyes. "Chief Instructor." Chun Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude as he stopped in his tracks. Chun Hao had a good impression of Xiao Guan, although Xiao Guan had only let him pass during the test and did not have much contact with him afterward. Every time he inspected him, Xiao Guan's eyes were full of admiration and encouragement and not hatred or suppression. "Go, do your best, and make good use of the Yuanling cave." Xiao Guan patted Chun Hao's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Third update. Monday, the first day. Dear brothers and sisters, do you feel the cold, piercing pain in your chrysanthemums? We've been destroyed so badly that it's unbearable to look at. We only have a pitiful amount of recommendation votes. We don't even have half of the books. Do we really only have this much power? Soon, we'll have 5,000 brothers and sisters, and everyone will have one vote. Then our AO Tian will be able to laugh proudly. Please, everyone, support Dark Mountain. Help Dark Mountain. I really need all kinds of support for my new book. Clicks, recommendations, bookmarks, reviews, gifts, support, all kinds of support. Dark Mountain will continue to write in the dark room. I hope that when I come out, Dark Mountain can feel your support, your strength, and your might. Please." Chapter 35. The final result of the challenge was out of everyone's expectations. Xiao Jishan and Xiao Jifei of the Ji generation were ranked 8th and 10th respectively, obtaining the qualifications to participate in the Cloud State Martial Gathering. This result made Xiao Ding very satisfied. Xiao Ding believed that in this Cloud State Martial Gathering, no matter what the results were, just the 3 young disciples of the Ji generation and one of the Xiang generation were enough to make the Xiao family proud and elated. After the top 10 were decided, Xiao Ding, the 4 guests, and the 6 elders directly led the 10 qualified disciples to the Xiao family's meeting hall. "Xiao, Xiang Hao, you're really awesome. It's only been half a year, and even I can't compare to you. Ha." Xiao Jishan finally seized the opportunity to come to Chun Hao's side. His rough face had a touch of unconcealable envy as he said, "Senior brother, you flatter me. I was just lucky." "Lucky? Why are you being modest with your senior brother, this Yuanling cave? You have to make good use of it." Xiao Jishan said, "Senior brother, what benefits does this Yuanling cave have?" Chun Hao couldn't help but ask, although he already knew that entering the elemental spirit cave was something that Xiao clan disciples yearned for even in their dreams. Until now, Chun Hao didn't know what kind of shocking value the elemental spirit cave had. Xiao Guan had reminded him when he obtained the qualifications, and now Xiao Jishan reminded him again. This made Chun Hao more and more curious. Haha, I haven't entered it yet, so I don't know much. I don't know the specific situation inside, but I still know a little. Do you know why our Shao family didn't establish itself in the Cloud State City, but in the wilderness? It's because of the Yuanling Cave. As Shao Jishan spoke, Shao Jifei, the taciturn but cold youth, Shao Jifei also moved closer to the two of them. This Yuanling Cave is located in the Heavens Road Mountain, and the entrance is very hidden. When the Shao family ancestor was chased to the peak of the Heavens Road by his enemies and fell into a desperate situation, in order to not be tortured by his enemies, the ancestor resolutely jumped into a bottomless abyss. Who would have thought that the heavens would not bar one's way? He was saved by a big tree that stretched out from the cliff, and it was a blessing in disguise, allowing him to enter the Yuanling Cave. That's how our Shao family came to be today. The core area of the Yuan Spirit Cave is filled with a dense amount of Yuan Qi. When a martial artist enters it, they will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The only drawback is that it is bone-chillingly cold. If you want to absorb the Yuan Qi within, you must first be able to withstand the cold. The longer you can withstand it, the greater your gains will be. The cold air is also extremely useful for tempering the body of a martial artist. In addition, everyone only has one chance to enter. Not bad. At this moment, Xiao Ding, who was walking in front, turned around and said, "Qi Shan is right. The longer you cultivate in there, the greater the benefits you'll obtain. But I don't want you to force yourselves. Over the years, many disciples of our Shao clan have died in there because of their greed. So after you enter, you must know when to stop. The reason why our Shao clan strictly controls the number of people who can enter the Yuan Spirit Cave is not because we don't want you to improve, but because with the aptitude and temperament of an ordinary disciple, not only will there be no benefits, it will instead be harmful. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, there is a powerful restriction in the Yuan Spirit Cave. Everyone only has one chance to enter. For people like us who have entered before, we are simply unable to take half a step into the cave. Moreover, in the Yuan Spirit Cave, over the years, the cold air seems to have become stronger and stronger. If not for this, our Shao clan would not have had a single disciple promoted to inner court disciple before the age of 20. Sigh, if only our Yuan Spirit Cave could be like the Haolian clan's Tianyuan Cave. That would be great. Uncle, what is the Haolian clan's Tianyuan Cave like? Hearing Xiao Ding's words, Shao Jishan asked curiously. It's about the same as our Yuan Spirit Cave. After the cold air is extracted, that is the true sacred ground for cultivation. Otherwise, the Haolian clan would not be the #1 clan in Yunzhou that no one can shake. Every time Yunzhou martial meet, they always come out on top. Humph. The Haolian clan has the Tianyuan Cave and is still not satisfied. They even want to snatch our Yuan Spirit Cave. If not for their deliberate suppression these few years, our Shao clan would not have been so miserable in the Yunzhou martial meet. Fortunately, with the old ancestor around, they do not dare to act rashly. However, the 10 of you pay attention. In this Yunzhou martial meet, you must be careful when you meet the Haolian clan disciples. If you are not their match, admit defeat early to avoid being heavily injured or even killed by them. The second elder Shao Gang, who looked 70% similar to Shao Jishan, was also Shao Jishan's father. His face carried a strong dissatisfaction with the Haolian clan as he spoke in a deep voice. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, everyone arrived at the Shao clan's meeting hall. Xiao Ding explained in detail to Chun Hao and the others what to pay attention to after entering the Yuan Spirit Cave, as well as the time to enter the cave, and then dismissed everyone. The next day, early in the morning, the Shao clan's core members, inner court disciples, and outer court disciples, as if they had agreed, walked towards the Shao clan's back mountain, Heavenly Road Mountain. The year-end large competition had already ended, and the Shao clan's disciples had also obtained a period of freedom. Chun Hao, Lil Ling, and the others walked together in the crowd. The number of people who turned their heads to look at them was not inferior to that of super beauties. The gazes that those who looked at Chun Hao were all different. Some were filled with admiration, some were filled with envy, and some were filled with pity and sympathy. However, the disdain from before no longer existed. Even if Shao Jihan's followers saw Chun Hao, they could only temporarily avoid him. No one would have thought that in just half a year's time, Chun Hao had already become someone they could not afford to offend at the peak of Heavenly Road Mountain. After half a year, even Chun Hao himself did not expect to come here again. He had already advanced to a grade 1 martial master and had even become one of the Shao clan's outer court disciples. Looking at the huge martial arts practice field at the peak of the mountain and the 2 golden Shao characters fluttering in the wind, it was like a dream. The last time he came, Chun Hao only had the test in his mind. Only the test. But this time, when he truly stood at the peak of the heavenly road and looked down, Chun Hao could not help but have the urge to howl towards the sky. White clouds, a gentle breeze, layers of clouds swayed in his chest, and the view of the mountains was small. It was as if he was in a fairyland. This is the entrance to the Origin Spirit Cave. Later, after we open the restriction, you all can enter. First Elder, give it to them. Shao Ding said in a deep voice. Hearing Shao Ding's words, First Elder Shao Yuan took out a jade bottle from his bosom and said, These are fasting pills. Take 1, and you won't need to eat for a day. 5 for each person. Wait, 10 for each person. Shao Ding glanced at Chun Hao and Shao Jihan and said with a slight frown, In the past, the Shao clan's disciples would enter the Origin Spirit Cave within 2 to 3 days before they could no longer endure it. The record holder for the longest time was Shao Ding, 5 days. But this time, Shao Jihan and Chun Hao's aptitude and talent were stronger than Shao Ding's. They might even break his record and come out early because they did not have enough fasting pills. It would be a great loss for the 2 of them. Besides Chun Hao and Shao Jihan, Shao Jishan, and the taciturn Shao Jifei also had aptitudes comparable to Shao Ding's. It was because of this that Shao Ding said this. Shao Yuan glanced at Shao Jihan and nodded in response. Rise. When Shao Ding stood at the center of the high platform at the edge of the training field, the 4 honorable guests and 6 elders stood in 10 different directions around the high platform. They all shouted at the same time. Rays of powerful, majestic, and terrifying brown origin energy, which symbolized the martial emperor realm, burst out from the 11 of them. In an instant, with Shao Ding as the center, the origin energy condensed into a pillar of brown light that shot up to the sky. Chun Hao and all the spectating disciples widened their eyes in shock, especially the disciples of the Xiang generation who had never seen it before. This is the power of a martial emperor. Chun Hao's eyes blazed as he stared at the huge pillar of light. His mind trembled violently. This was the first time he had seen the power of a martial emperor. He had never imagined that the power of a martial emperor would be so strong, especially Shao Ding, who was at the center of it all. The thick brown protective aura surrounding his body was actually suffused with a layer of faint, indistinct blue light. The aura around his body was obviously higher than that of the 4 honorable guests and the 6 elders. Not only was Chun Hao and the other disciples of the Shao clan astonished, even the honorable guests and the 6 elders were astonished and almost lost their minds. A blue light appeared. The martial emperor had appeared. With the strength that Shao Ding had displayed, There was no doubt that he had already comprehended the barrier of the martial emperor realm. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the martial emperor realm. Rumble, after a short moment, everyone's terrifying origin energy merged into one. Under Xiao Ding's control, it streaked across the air in a mysterious trajectory. A series of rumbling sounds could be heard, and the entire high platform actually started to rotate slowly. As the high platform rotated, an icy cold aura instantly spread out, causing Chun Hao and the rest to shiver uncontrollably. Go in. Remember, if you can't hold on any longer, come back immediately. I don't want anything to happen to you. Yes. Chun Hao and the other disciples responded. Xiao Jihan took the lead and stepped into the cave that could only fit one person. Then, the rest of the Sure generation followed suit. Author's note: thank you for yesterday. Lone Star and Moon, Wine Powder, Cool Breeze, Scent Drizzle, This Damned Life, Passionate Love, Carrot Carrot, Mo Chingy, Nimble Red Dust, Chuan Liang Woozy, Naughty Watermelon, Free, and Easy Walk, FDGRFGR, Flying God's Dream. Thanks to 12 friends for their support. I don't even have the energy to ask for votes. If you have a vote, please support Dark Mountain. Thank you. If you don't have a vote, please click on the chapters. Thank you. Chapter 36. Congratulations, Big Brother. Congratulations, Patriarch. After Chun Hao and the others entered the cave of Yuanling, Xiao Gang's face shone with excitement and joy as he spoke respectfully. The other guests and elders also congratulated him. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Bo, and Sima Qianli did not dare to be negligent. However, the expressions on their faces were not very natural. It was obvious that they had gone against Xiao Ding's wishes because of Xiao Jihan's matter. Xiao Ding had never cared about the factions formed by the honored guests and elders in the family, and he treated everyone equally. However, that was when he was not much stronger than them. What if he became a martial emperor? It's just a coincidence that I was one step ahead of you. It's nothing. All right, those who have something to do can leave first and come back in 2 days. Those who have nothing to do can stay here. Xiao Ding said, I'm fine. I'm fine too. I don't want to leave such an important matter. As Xiao Ding had expected, no one left. Although these fellows were divided into 3 factions and constantly fought both openly and covertly to seek some personal benefits for themselves, they did not dare to be careless when it came to important matters that concerned the future of the Xiao family. Otherwise, he would not have ignored them for the past few years. Obviously, everyone present wanted to see how these 10 disciples reaped in the cave of Yuanling. The ones who looked forward to it the most were undoubtedly Xiao Jihan and Chun Hao, followed by Xiao Jishan and Xiao Jifei, who were also outstanding disciples. However, they were overshadowed by Chun Hao and Xiao Jihan. If you want to qualify to enter, work hard and cultivate. The results will only be out in 2 days. There's nothing to see now. Go back. Xiao Guan and the other instructors shouted at the crowd. What dense Yuanli! As the group went deeper into the narrow passageway, the icy aura became more and more intense. At the same time, the Yuanli in the air also became abnormally dense. Chun Hao was a little surprised and thought to himself, no wonder the cave of Yuanling became the sacred cultivation ground of the Xiao family. This is just the entrance, and the Yuanli is more than twice as dense as the outside. How dense would the core area be? After walking for 100 feet down the narrow passageway, the passageway suddenly widened, and they finally arrived at a huge natural karst cave. Damn it, it's really cold. Xiao Jishan, who was walking behind Chun Hao, felt the bone-piercing cold and cursed under his breath. He turned around to look at Xiao Jifei and frowned slightly. Xiao Fei, You can't force yourself this time. You'll die. Yes, Xiao Jifei replied softly. However, the passion and determination in his eyes didn't change in the slightest. Chun Hao's sharp intuition could sense how determined this taciturn Xiao Jifei was to become stronger. Is it useful to force yourself? I didn't expect you to be so patient. A grade 1 martial master isn't simple. Unfortunately, as long as I'm here, you can only tuck your tail between your legs. No, I should say, the two of you, ha ha ha. What Chun Hao didn't expect was that Xiao Jihan, who was walking at the front, actually turned around and said disdainfully, not only did he insult Xiao Jifei, he even included him. His appearance was as arrogant as it could get. It was a blatant provocation. Xiao Jifei's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, and even his body began to tremble slightly. His eyes shone with overflowing hatred and resentment, but he had no choice but to endure. Strength was everything. He wasn't Xiao Jihan's opponent at all. Xiao Jihan, you're just a grade 5 martial warrior. What's there to be arrogant about? If you weren't despicable and shameless enough to do something to Xiao Fei, you wouldn't have been the number 1 genius. Also, I'm only 15 years old this year. At this time next year, I won't be any worse than you are now. Even if the two of us aren't as good as you, there's still Xiang Hao. Do you think you're worthy of being compared to Xiang Hao? Xiao Jishan retorted fearlessly. Don't play your little tricks in front of me. Are you afraid? You want to anger them and take the opportunity to get rid of them? If you have the guts, get rid of me too. I see. When Chun Hao heard Xiao Jishan's words, he immediately understood what was going on with Xiao Jifei. He frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed as he said, Senior brother Jishan, senior brother Jifei, why are you bickering with a piece of trash that's about to die? Chun Hao's arrogant words made Xiao Jishan frown. Xiao Jishan might seem crude, but he was actually very meticulous. The reason why he had spoken so clearly earlier was because he was afraid that Chun Hao wouldn't be able to hold back his anger. He wasn't worried about Xiao Jifei. After all, if Xiao Jifei didn't know how to endure silently, he would have been a cripple 2 years ago. If they were to really fight here, with Xiao Jihan's cultivation of a 5th grade martial master, even if the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Although Xiao Jihan wouldn't dare to do anything to him, Chun Hao and Xiao Jifei were different. You called me trash and said that I'm about to die? Ha ha. Boom. Just as Xiao Jishan expected, Xiao Jihan suddenly stopped and turned around. The night crystal on the cave wall emitted a faint white light, causing Xiao Jihan's face to become extremely sinister and terrifying. At the same time, the vigorous elemental energy around his body started to surge. What? You don't believe me? Then I don't mind sending you to the next world. Chun Hao suddenly turned his head. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. At the same time, an incomparably cold aura was emitted from Chun Hao's body in an instant. Those pitch-black eyes were like 2 unsheathed treasured swords, shining with 2 resplendent rays of light in this slightly dusky cave. Aura that pressed forward courageously. Confidence, arrogance, and an aura that looked down on the world. Xiao Jishan, who originally wanted to stop Chun Hao, couldn't help but stop his actions under Chun Hao's aura. His expression was slightly dazed. He had already seen Chun Hao erupt with such an aura twice, but the previous 2 times couldn't be compared to this one. In fact, at this moment, whether it was Xiao Jishan, Xiao Jifei, or the other disciples, they had completely forgotten about the difference in cultivation between Chun Hao and Xiao Jihan. They felt that Chun Hao would definitely win. This was completely unreasonable, but they still believed that Chun Hao could defeat Xiao Jihan. While the 2 of them were locked in a stalemate, the other disciples all retreated with extreme shock on their faces. No one expected that the two of them would clash again at this moment. Xiao Jihan, who was originally prepared to attack, was also stunned by Chun Hao's aura. His expression became uncertain, and after being dazed for a few seconds, he took a deep breath and said, "You want to die? It's not that easy. I'll crush you to death in front of everyone. Just you wait." Humph. Xiao Jihan said coldly. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he didn't stay any longer. He quickly walked towards the core area of the Yuan spirit cave. Chun Hao's cold aura gradually retracted as he forcefully suppressed his nearly uncontrollable desire to battle. Seeing the way Xiao Jishan and the others were looking at him, Chun Hao felt rather helpless. Logic told him that he was still no match for Xiao Jihan. When Xiao Jihan deliberately provoked him with his words, he was very calm, but he still chose to fight back. This was because he knew that since Xiao Jihan had such thoughts, he would definitely find an excuse to attack during this Yuan spirit cave cultivation. Since that was the case, what was the use of enduring and retreating? He might as well fight to his heart's content. However, Chun Hao didn't expect Xiao Jihan to be such a coward and be scared off by him. Chun Hao himself didn't know how frightening his aura was just now. Although Xiao Jihan was scared off by him, Xiao Jishan and the others didn't look down on him. If they asked themselves honestly if they were in his shoes, they would probably choose to retreat as well. "Senior brother, let's quickly go in and cultivate." Chun Hao regained his calm appearance as if nothing had happened as he spoke to Xiao Jishan and Xiao Jifei. "Okay, Xiang Hao, I believe in you. You can definitely defeat that trash. I also want to kill him with my own hands. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you'll be ahead of me." The taciturn Xiao Jifei actually stared at Chun Hao with a trace of complex emotions in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "If you succeed, I'll owe you a favor. If you fail, one day I'll avenge you. Hee, senior brother Jifei, I'll make him repay your share as well." Chun Hao chuckled lightly, and his eyes flickered with a wisp of determination as he said, "Let's hurry up and get started." Chun Hao relied on his keen perception to sense the dense Yuan Li and icy aura in the surroundings. Together with Xiao Jishan and Xiao Jifei, they quickly walked into the depths of the Yuan Ling cave. As they went deeper, the Yuan Li in the air became denser, and the icy aura became more bone-piercing. Unfortunately, to Chun Hao's disappointment, he didn't sense any abnormalities. The Yuan Li in this Yuan Ling cave is so dense, yet I can't sense any spiritual herbs. It should be because the icy aura is too strong and wiped out all life. Chun Hao said regretfully in his heart. In the 4 months of training in the Demon Cloud mountain range, the reason why Chun Hao was able to step into the realm of a grade 1 martial master was naturally because of his crazy cultivation that was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than ordinary people, as well as his aptitude and comprehension. However, if that was all, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such a shocking increase. In 4 months, he had advanced from a grade 9 martial disciple to a grade 1 martial master. That was a leap of 3 grades and 19 grades. What kind of concept was that? In 4 months, not only did Chun Hao kill countless demonic beasts, he also obtained many grade 1 and grade 2 spiritual herbs. The last time he encountered the mushroom toad, he even obtained a grade 4 spiritual herb. To ordinary people, this was simply inconceivable. After all, as long as it could be called a spiritual herb, even if it was the lowest grade 1 spiritual herb, it was a rare existence. However, the amount of spiritual herbs that Chun Hao obtained in 4 months definitely exceeded that of a 100-man professional herb-gathering team. Even Chun Hao himself didn't know why his perception of spiritual herbs was so sensitive. As long as there was a spiritual herb within 100 feet of him, he could sense it. "We're here. It's here." When the 3 of them saw Xiao Jihan and the other disciples sitting cross-legged in front of them with a faintly discernible waterfall above their heads. Xiao Jishan stopped in his tracks and said, "P.S. Second update. Dear friends, Wu Shan is bare-chested. Please click, recommend, bookmark, reward, comment, praise, book review, etc. Our little Aotian who is waiting to be fed really needs milk." Chapter 37. Amazing indeed. Chen Hao's eyes flickered with a trace of excitement as he gazed at the almost material waterfall of origin energy that appeared above their heads, and he thought to himself, "Xiang Hao, Xiaofei, let's split up and go in. Once we step into the core area, the essence, energy, and icy air will automatically pour into our bodies. Remember, when you reach the limit of your endurance, rush out of the core area immediately. Don't force yourself." Xiao Jishan emphasized again. Chen Hao and Xiao Jifei responded. Immediately, the three of them split up and stepped into the core area of the Yuanling cave, one after the other. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment the three of them stepped into the core area, the thick essence, energy, and icy air seemed to come alive, automatically gathering above the three of them and pouring into their heads. In an instant, it made the three of them freeze a little. Without the slightest hesitation, the three of them directly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Hiss, hiss. Chen Hao activated the fourth level of the secret to longevity that he had just broken through, swallowing and spitting out the vigorous essence energy that poured in from the top of his head. It circulated along the fourth level of the mantra's specific meridians and transformed into his own essence energy bit by bit. "No, Wonderhead Instructor and Jishan, let me seize this opportunity. This Yuanling cave is actually so powerful." Just after cultivating for a while, Chen Hao shockingly discovered that as essence energy poured in, he could clearly feel his essence energy becoming a little more vigorous every time it circulated along the meridians. Similarly, Chen Hao also truly understood why cultivators could not persist for long in the Yuanling cave. That icy air, even with Chen Hao's physical body, he felt a bone-deep chill as if every cell in his body was about to be frozen. Moreover, as time passed, the icy air that poured into his body became stronger and stronger. Chen Hao was clear that when he could not withstand this icy air purely by relying on his physical body, he had to divide his attention to expend essence energy to resist the icy air while cultivating. When he could no longer withstand it, that was the time he walked out of the Yuanling cave. Xiao Ding had already explained this very clearly the day before entering the cave. As time passed, the entire Yuanling cave was silent. Only 10 figures were sitting cross-legged in the core area of the cave, seizing every second to cultivate. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the peak of Heaven's Road, Xiao Ding and the rest sat cross-legged on a high platform. At the beginning of the 3rd day, the huge martial arts practice field at the peak of the mountain was already crowded with people. Some of the Xiao clan disciples had already rushed over to watch the show. They were all discussing and guessing who would be the last to come out. Without a doubt, the rank 5 martial master Xiao Jihan had the most support. After all, Chen Hao was only a grade 1 martial master. Although most people believed that Chen Hao's cultivation talent was stronger than Xiao Jihan's, the gap between the two of them was still too large. Hiss! In the Yuanling cave, Xiao Jihan, Xiao Jishan, and the rest who were gritting their teeth and persisting in their cultivation had already cultivated for 2 whole days. Their physical bodies were already unable to withstand the increasingly terrifying icy air. At this moment, they were all resisting the icy air while cultivating, enduring the extreme pain. However, at this moment, a violent fluctuation suddenly came from a direction. Almost instantly, even a portion of the essence, energy, and icy air around them seemed to have been sucked away. Xiao Jihan, Xiao Jishan, and the rest immediately opened their eyes in shock and looked in the direction of the fluctuation. Chen Hao. What shocked them was that the one who caused the huge fluctuation was actually Chen Hao. At this moment, Chen Hao was crazily devouring the essence energy around him as if he did not care about his life. What was even more shocking was that his body seemed to have condensed into ice crystals. His face, hands, neck, and all the parts that were exposed to the outside were sparkling with an ice crystal-like glow. Xiao Jishan, and the rest all widened their eyes. They simply could not believe what they were seeing. How was this possible? It was obvious that the icy air in Chen Hao's body was extremely dense. From the looks of it, he should have already been frozen into a popsicle. However, the violent fluctuation of essence energy and the crazy devouring made everyone present understand that Chen Hao was still cultivating and was still conscious. Break. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Xiao Jihan and the rest, a deep and clear shout suddenly came from Chen Hao's mouth. At the same time, a majestic fluctuation of essence energy suddenly emitted from his body. Kacha, kacha. The subtle sound of ice crystals shattering could be heard from Chen Hao's body. At the same time, a faint red protective chi slowly condensed around Chen Hao's body. The color of the protective chi was constantly deepening. After a few breaths of time, it finally stopped changing. The dazzling light red protective energy exuded a powerful and majestic pressure. Grade 2 Martial Master. Without a doubt, Chen Hao had already stepped into Grade 2 Martial Master. Amazing, Xiao Jishan muttered with a trace of astonishment. The gazes of Xiao Jifei, Xiao Shiqing, and the rest also became abnormally hot. Grade 2 Martial Master. Chen Hao had actually broken through so easily. What kind of talent was this? What kind of comprehension was this? It had to be known that it had only been 3 days since Chen Hao had advanced to Grade 1 Martial Master. Chen Hao did not seem to feel the astonishment of the crowd. After breaking through to Grade 2 Martial Master, his protective chi directly entered his dantian. Without any hesitation, he once again entered a meditative state like an old monk and entered a state of cultivation. Xiao Jihan gritted his teeth as he forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. In half a year, Chen Hao had broken through from a Grade 7 martial warrior to a Grade 5 martial master. With such talent, even when he saw Chen Hao break through to a Grade 1 martial master, he did not think that he was inferior to Chen Hao. After all, the barrier after stepping into the martial master realm was the true test of one's comprehension. But now, although Xiao Jihan did not want to admit it, he had no choice but to admit that Chen Hao's talent and comprehension had definitely surpassed his. I will definitely not lose to him. Definitely not. Xiao Jihan roared in his heart. His mind instantly entered a state of emptiness as he completely immersed himself in cultivation. It had to be said that Xiao Jihan's cultivation talent was quite astonishing. In just an instant, he had completely cast aside all distracting thoughts. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to do this. When Xiao Jishan and the rest saw this, they gritted their teeth and once again immersed themselves in cultivation, unwilling to admit defeat. However, they were not Chen Hao. No matter how unwilling they were to admit defeat, no matter how hard they tried, they would eventually reach their limits. After only 4 hours, the 2 people ranked at the bottom of the Shi generation could no longer resist the invasion of the icy chi. They dragged their stiff bodies and with great difficulty mustered the last of their strength and relied on their willpower to walk out of the core area step by step. The moment they stepped out of the core area, the 2 of them were enveloped by a mysterious, terrifying, and irresistible force and were directly pushed toward the entrance of the elemental spirit cave. On the 3rd day, Xiao Shiqing was eliminated. On the 4th day, the 3 Grade 3 martial masters of the Shi generation, and Xiao Jishan were eliminated one after another. Out of the 10 disciples, only Xiao Jihan, Chen Hao, and Xiao Jifei were left. Xiao Jihan and Chen Hao were within everyone's expectations, but Xiao Jifei exceeded everyone's expectations and caused quite a stir. As time passed, the number of people in the martial arts practice field on the peak of the Heavenly Road did not decrease at all. Instead, it increased. There was no doubt that the further it went, the more curious and attentive everyone became. On the 5th day, the martial arts practice field was densely packed with people. Xiao Jishan and a few other disciples who had already come out sat cross-legged on the edge of the high platform, paying attention to the changes at the entrance of the elemental spirit cave. The others were fine, but Xiao Jishan's brows were deeply furrowed, and there was a trace of worry in his expression. Others might not know why Xiao Jifei was able to last until now, but he, who knew Xiao Jifei the best, knew that he was relying on his obsession to support himself. He had cautiously reminded him twice, but in the end, he was still unable to stop Xiao Jifei's madness. It's been 5.5 days. It's within my expectations that Jihan and Xianghao could do it, but I didn't expect Xiao Jifei to be able to last so long. It's really unexpected, Xiao Ding said softly with a gratified look on his face. In the first year that Xiao Jifei entered the Xiao family, he was originally the #1 genius of the Ji generation. Unfortunately, his meridians were severely damaged by Xiao Jihan, and his cultivation did not improve for more than a year. Xiao Xianghao is another disciple with even higher talent. Unfortunately, his ending is probably even worse than Xiao Jifei's. Second elder Xiao Gang, who was also Xiao Jishan's father, suddenly looked at 6th elder and said meaningfully, if not for the help of the father and son duo, Xiao Jifei would have been crippled long ago. The matter was already in the past, and there was no need for him to mention it. However, since his eldest brother, Xiao Ding, had mentioned it coupled with the matter of Xiao Jihan and Xiao Xianghao, he could not help but mention it. Xiao Gang, what do you mean? 6th elder immediately said, unhappily. Why do you need to ask me? You should know better than anyone else. Enough. Seeing that the two of them were about to argue, Xiao Ding waved his hand and interrupted that person. He said in a deep voice, the matter is already in the past. What's the point of arguing? As long as it doesn't violate the Xiao family's rules, I can turn a blind eye. This is only the Xiao family, and the growth of a cultivator is filled with thorns and cruelty. This is also the reason why our Xiao family does not prohibit disciples from challenging each other. Adversity is the most important factor in tempering a cultivator's character. Isn't Xiao Jifei better now? But Xiao Ding paused for a moment and glanced at the 6th elder. There's a limit to everything. 6th elder, what do you say? Although Xiao Ding did not say it clearly, anyone could tell that he was warning him. Xiao Bo's face flushed red, but seeing Xiao Ding's calm and composed gaze, he could only suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart, and said, Patriarch is right. That's good. Xiao Ding's expression suddenly changed. Someone is coming out. P.S. Thank you to Chuan Liang Guozi. Xiao Feng sent Drizzle, passionate love carrot, fish that can't really swim, emochingy for their tips. Many thanks. Please recommend me. Chapter 38. Boom. As soon as Xiao Ding finished speaking, a strand of profound, boundless, and icy cold energy sprayed out from the entrance of the Origin Spirit Cave, and then a figure that was enveloped within it directly shot out. Instantly, it drew the gazes of everyone in the martial practice grounds. 5.5 days. Such a result was even better than Xiao Ding's from back then, although coming out at this time. It was obvious that he could only be ranked 3rd, but he was also the object of everyone's admiration. Without a doubt, being able to persist for so long was sufficient to prove that his potential and temperament were absolutely top-notch. It really is Xiao Jifei. As everyone expected, the one who came out this time was Xiao Jifei. When Xiao Jishan saw that it was Xiao Jifei, his tightly knitted brows finally relaxed. But after an instant, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Why is it like this? What made everyone surprised and puzzled was that Xiao Jifei, who was ejected, actually seemed to be in an unconscious state. His body actually maintained a walking posture in the air as he tumbled down stiffly. Xiao Ding suddenly waved his hand at Xiao Jifei's figure and grabbed at the air. Instantly, majestic brown essence energy seemed to condense into a large hand of essence energy, directly grabbing Xiao Jifei to his side. The instant he touched Xiao Jifei, Xiao Ding's expression was extremely shocked. No matter what, he never imagined that Xiao Jifei's body was actually like solid ice. A terrifying icy aura filled his body. Such a situation clearly already completely exceeded Xiao Jifei's endurance limit. How did he walk out of the Essence Spirit Cave's core area? "Uncle, what's wrong with little Fei?" Xiao Jishan quickly ran to Xiao Ding's side and asked with an anxious expression. "Don't worry." As Xiao Ding spoke, his palm pressed against Xiao Jifei's dantian. A pure and vigorous essence energy directly poured into Xiao Jifei's dantian. After a full 10 minutes, with the help of Xiao Ding's essence energy, Xiao Jifei's stiff body finally slowly relaxed, and he slowly woke up. Thank you, Patriarch." Xiao Jifei's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude as he said, "Kid, are you crazy? Do you know that this is life-threatening? Fortunately, you walked out of the core area. If you were a little later, you would have lost your life." Although Xiao Ding was reprimanding, everyone could hear the concern in his tone. "Patriarch, A trace of fear flashed across Xiao Jifei's face. "All right, be careful in the future. Did you see anything about the two of them?" Xiao Ding asked. "No, I didn't see him. But Xiao Jifei seemed to hesitate, but he still mustered up his courage and said, "My life was saved by Xiang Hao." "What?" Xiao Jifei's words shocked everyone, especially Xiao Ding, whose eyes were wide open. When I felt that I couldn't hold on any longer, I wanted to walk out. Only, my body was already completely out of control. I just took a step and fell down. At that time, I thought I would never be able to walk out of the Yuan Ling cave again. It was also at that time that I heard Xiang Hao call out to me. After that, I lost consciousness. I think it was Xiang Hao who sent me out of the core area. Xiao Jifei's eyes were filled with deep gratitude as he explained. Xiao Ding was at a loss for words. Everyone was also shocked beyond belief. On the other hand, Sixth Elder Xiaobo's expression became extremely unsightly. No one could imagine how Chen Hao did it. One had to know that 5.5 days had already passed. How terrifying would the icy air be? Not to mention sending someone out of the core area. Even if one wanted to come out, they would have to endure extreme pain, not to mention diverting their energy to save someone. However, Chen Hao did it. Little Fei. Did Xiang Hao advance again? Seeing that Xiao Jifei was out of danger, Xiao Jishan immediately asked curiously. Hearing Xiao Jishan's words, everyone looked at Xiao Jifei again, especially Sixth Elder. His heart was thumping. It had to be said that this old man's tenacious nerves were about to collapse from Chen Hao's attacks. When the first 2C generation disciples came out, everyone already knew that Chen Hao had advanced to grade 2 martial master in just 2 days in the Yuanling cave. Now, they just found out that Xiao Jifei was able to come out alive because of Chen Hao. I don't think so. Half a day ago, Xiao Jihan's direction sent out a violent Yuanling fluctuation. He should have broken through to grade 6 Martial Master. Xiao Jifei's face flashed with intense hatred and a faint sense of unease as he spoke. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. It's been 10 days. The talent of these two brats is indeed unmatched. Sigh. Xiao Ding's expression was extremely conflicted. The Xiao clan hadn't seen such geniuses in decades. It wasn't easy for them to meet two at the same time, and they were mortal enemies. Even the patriarch himself couldn't mediate between them. It was truly too conflicted. It had been 10 days, but Xiao Jihan and Chun Hao still hadn't come out. Not to mention Xiao Ding and the rest, even Elder Xiao, who had arrived on the 6th day, couldn't sit still. Old ancestor, could something have happened to these two brats? The excitement on Xiao Ding's face had already disappeared and was replaced by deep worry. 10 days. It had already been 10 days. This had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Before entering the cave, Xiao Ding had specially asked First Elder Xiao Yuan to give out double the amount of fasting pills. In his opinion, no matter how strong Xiao Jihan and Chun Hao's talent, comprehension, and temperament were, 10 fasting pills were enough. But now, Xiao Ding couldn't help but worry. The fasting pills had already been used up, but the two of them still hadn't come out. Let's wait a little longer. Elder Xiao said with a frown. There was nothing he could do. Those who had entered the Yuanling cave would never have the chance to enter a second time. Even Elder Xiao was no exception. Moreover, the Yuanling cave's restrictions were something even Elder Xiao couldn't resist. Xiangling, go back and rest. You haven't returned to the dormitory for a few days. In a corner of the martial arts practice field, a few girls came to Lil Ling Er's side and advised her. Although 10 days had passed, the number of Xiao clan disciples in the martial arts practice field hadn't decreased at all. Most of them casually rested at night. During the day, other than eating, they basically sat cross-legged on the martial arts practice field, cultivating while waiting for the final result. At the beginning, Lil Ling was still with her sisters, but after Xiao Jifei came out, other than eating, washing, and other things that had to be done, she didn't leave the martial arts practice field. She wanted to know about Chun Hao's news as soon as possible. It's fine. Don't you see that I'm in high spirits? There should be a result soon, right? I've already persevered until now, so I'll definitely persevere until the end. Xiangling, tell us honestly, have you fallen for Xiang Hao? What are you talking about? Lil Ling, Er's face suddenly turned red and retorted, We're friends, good friends. He might be. I just want to hear my cheers the moment he comes out. As Lil Ling spoke, a touch of sadness appeared in her beautiful big eyes. When the girls heard Lil Ling Er's words, their expressions changed slightly. No one was joking anymore. That's right, the news had already spread that Xiao Jihan had broken through to the 6th grade martial master. What would the result of the life and death battle between Xiang Hao and him be like? Although the girls didn't want to see it and hoped for a miracle, the truth was that it was unlikely. I'll accompany you, Xiangling, and I'll accompany you too. Let Xiang Hao know that no matter what, we'll support him. A moment later, the girls all sat cross-legged beside Lil Ling, although Xiang Hao didn't have much contact with them. Because of Lil Ling, they all knew what kind of suppression that youth in coarse clothes had endured. Suppression from Xiao Jihan. As the sun set in the west, the peak of heaven's path towered into the clouds, bathing in the afterglow of the setting sun. As everyone waited, the 10th day quietly passed. Just when everyone thought that they had waited for another day in vain, a long-awaited energy fluctuation came from the entrance of Yuan Ling's cave. It's coming out! It's coming out! It's coming out! In an instant, the crowd burst into a burst of exclamations. The disciples who were sitting cross-legged all stood up nervously. Even Elder Xiao Ding, and the others on the high platform all looked nervous and stood up abruptly. Whoosh! A figure, carrying a terrifying yuan power fluctuation, mixed with a terrifying icy energy, rushed into the sky from the entrance of Yuan Ling's cave. The afterglow of the setting sun poured down on his body, as if there was a layer of golden halo around him. The slender figure danced in the wind, his white robe fluttering in the wind. His jade-like face was brimming with arrogance that looked down on the world. Xiao Jihan. Roar. Rumble. In the sky, Xiao Jihan suddenly let out a long howl towards the sky. His howl was like thunder, and it resounded in the sky above the Xiao residence. At the same time, a majestic and terrifying yuan power fluctuation erupted from Xiao Jihan's body like a flash flood. In an instant, it condensed into a scarlet-red protective chi. The protective chi was like a blazing inferno that emitted a resplendent glow, as though it was competing with the sun and moon in splendor. In an instant, everyone in the martial arts practice hall, including Elder Xiao and Xiao Ding, widened their eyes in shock. Grade 7 Martial Master. Xiao Jihan had actually advanced to a Grade 7 Martial Master in a short span of 10 days. Unbelievable. Even if Xiao Jihan had advanced to the peak of a Grade 6 Martial Master, no one would be too surprised. After all, everyone had already heard the news from Xiao Jifei. However, breaking through to Grade 7 was truly shocking. In the martial artist realm, Grade 1 to Grade 3 were considered inferior, Grade 4 to Grade 6 were considered intermediate, and Grade 7 to Grade 9 were considered superior. The most difficult barrier was Grade 3 to Grade 4, and Grade 6 to Grade 7. Once one broke through to Grade 7, it meant that one had stepped into the realm of superior martial master. Hiss, 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 as Xiao Jihan circulated the origin energy in his body, the terrifying icy chi that had invaded his body lost the support of the elemental spirit cave, and was instantly defeated. It was forced out of his body by Xiao Jihan's violent strength, turning into streaks of icy blue light and disappearing from the world. Greetings, elders! When Xiao Jihan landed on the high platform under the shocked gazes of the crowd, his eyes shone with confidence and complacency. He cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. He said respectfully, "This disciple didn't expect to last this long. I've made all of you wait." After Xiao Jihan said this, his gaze quickly swept across the high platform. He frowned slightly and said, "The 9 of them should have come out long ago, right?" Xiao Jihan's words caused Elder Xiao Ding, and everyone in the martial arts practice hall to widen their eyes in astonishment. "Jihan, you didn't see Xiang Hao?" Xiao Ding asked with a frown. Xiao Jihan's expression changed as he said, "Didn't that kid come out with Xiao Jifei on the 5th day? P.S. Second update. A.O. Tianxuan is officially recruiting, welcoming both old and new friends. VIP Group 153953979, restricted to VIP users. Normal Readers Group 183217135, accessible to registered users of Qijian. Looking for recommendation tickets and members to click. Please support Wushan, my dear brothers and sisters." Chapter 39. A.O. Tianxuan, officially recruiting. Welcome new and old friends. VIP Group 153953979, restricted to VIP users. Normal Readers Group 183217135, accessible to registered Qijian users. Looking for recommendation tickets and members to click on it. After reading it, can you please help me bookmark it? Thank you. Xiao Jifei came out by himself. Are you sure you didn't see Xiang Hao when you came out? Xiao Ding asked. I'm sure. Since he didn't come out, he must have died in there. Otherwise, I would have sensed his presence when I came out. Xiao Jihan said with unconcealable excitement on his face. Although Xiao Jihan really wanted to use his cultivation as a grade 7 martial master to ruthlessly stomp Chen Hao into minced meat in front of everyone, Chen Hao's death in the Origin Spirit Cave wasn't a bad thing. After all, although Chen Hao's cultivation wasn't as good as his, he somehow made him feel a trace of fear from the depths of his heart. Especially in the Yuanling cave, this time, Xiao Ding and old man Xiao didn't know what to do. Xiao Gang and the rest were frowning as they considered whether Xiao Jihan's words were true. All the Xiao clan disciples in the martial arts practice field were holding their breaths with fear in their hearts. Suddenly, a voice drifted out from the Yuanling cave. Xiao Jihan, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. If you don't die, how can I die? The voice wasn't loud and was faint, but it was filled with boundless indifference and arrogance that came from the depths of one's bones as it drifted into everyone's ears. What surprised everyone was that there weren't any energy fluctuations at the Yuanling Cave's entrance. Instead, a slightly thin but tall figure walked out of the Yuanling Cave, as if he was taking a stroll. There was no icy cold air, no origin energy enveloping him, and he wasn't ejected. Just like that, he walked step by step towards Elder Xiao, Xiao Ding, and the others under the gazes of everyone present. Only his pitch-black eyes contained a wisp of faintly discernible light, and anyone that looked into his eyes would have the feeling as if they'd fallen into another world. That world was filled with endless ice and snowstorms. Stinking brat, Elder Zhao's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Who else could it be other than Chen Hao? Sensing the completely restrained aura on Chen Hao's body, Elder Xiao was astounded in his heart. His aged and ordinary face couldn't conceal the joy, shock, and excitement in his heart, and his voice carried a trace of trembling as he called out to Chen Hao. How is this possible? Xiao Ding was so excited that his entire body was trembling. The gaze he used to look at Chen Hao was not only filled with shock and excitement, but also incomparable envy and jealousy. Other than the two of them, Xiao Gang and the other 6 elders, as well as the 4 guest elders, as well as all the Xiao family disciples in the martial arts practice field, were all deeply puzzled. They simply could not understand why old man Xiao and the patriarch were so shocked when they saw Chen Hao. The aura on Chen Hao's body was simply incomparable to Xiao Jihan's. They were only astonished and shocked at how Chen Hao had not caused any disturbance when he walked out of the primordial spirit cave, and how he had walked out so easily. When Xiao Jihan saw Chen Hao miraculously walk out, especially when he saw Chen Hao's gaze, even his voice trembled. It was a fear that came from the depths of his heart after being repeatedly shocked by Chen Hao. However, this fear was immediately suppressed by Xiao Jihan as he roared, I'm already a grade 7 martial master. Grade 7 martial master. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Afraid of me? Did I say you were afraid of me? Oh, I understand. It seems like you're really afraid of me. So afraid that you're talking to yourself. Is there any use in being afraid? You'll only be able to live until the Cloud Province Martial Gathering. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the ability to meet me. Otherwise, I can only let you live for a few more days after the Cloud Province Martial Gathering ends. Eat whatever you want, play whatever you want. You must know how to cherish your life. To everyone's astonishment, a faint smile appeared on Chen Hao's handsome face at this moment. His aura seemed to have changed all of a sudden. It was now filled with a hint of laziness and a hint of evilness. That faint and calm voice contained arrogance and disdain that came from his bones. It was disdain for Xiao Jihan. Cherish your life. Ha! Xiao Jihan was so angry that he started laughing. His somewhat handsome face became a little distorted as he stared at Chen Hao with a sinister gaze. He said through gritted teeth, You're not qualified. I'll let you know who will have the last laugh. Humph. The Yuanling cave finally came to an end. The majority of the people were unable to determine who had won the battle between Xiao Jihan and Chun Hao. After all, the two of them came out at almost the same time. Xiao Jihan had broken through to grade 7 martial master, while Chun Hao did not reveal any aura when he came out. However, due to Old Man Xiao and Xiao Ding's shock, the people faintly felt that things were not that simple. What realm had he broken through to? No one knew. Even 6th Elder Xiao Bo and the other higher-ups of the Xiao clan did not know. However, 6th Elder and the rest were incomparably clear that Chun Hao's harvest in the Yuanling cave was probably far beyond their imagination. This was because of Old Man Xiao and Xiao Ding's shock, and also because after sealing the Yuanling cave, the two of them directly left with Chun Hao. They did not even summon Xiao Jihan, who had broken through to grade 7 martial master. In the deepest part of the Xiao clan's inner courtyard, in a simple and secluded courtyard, Chun Hao sat in front of Old Man Xiao and Xiao Ding. The expression on his face had already returned to that of a simple and unscheming youth. There was even a trace of straightforwardness that made Old Man Xiao and Xiao Ding feel helpless. Is it really that little? Old Man Xiao stared at Chun Hao in disbelief and asked, Grade 1 is 10 taels of gold. Grade 1 is a little more than 1 tael. Don't hide it. Cough, cough. Old Man Xiao, patriarch, it's really that little. That's right. Old Man Xiao, I remember you said that if I could enter the top 100 in the year-end competition, I would be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. It hasn't been fulfilled yet. I have already exceeded the quota. What made Old Man Xiao almost collapse was that it would have been fine if he did not mention the gold. Now that he did, this stinking brat actually brought it up. Isn't it just a fart of gold? What Old Man did for you, stinking brat, is it something that can be measured by gold? You have really disappointed Old Man. Old Man Xiao was so angry that he was fuming with rage. Cough, cough. Xiang Hao, when the Cloud State Martial meet ends, you will know when you return home. Old Ancestor, what our Xiao clan has done for you is not something that can be measured by gold. In short, as long as the Xiao clan still exists, you do not need to have any worries. The Xiao clan will always be your backing. Xiao Ding could not help but interrupt. His words were extremely firm. Hearing the two's words, Chun Hao was slightly surprised in his heart. At the same time, he was also filled with gratitude. Although he did not know what Old Man Xiao had done, Xiao Ding's words made Chun Hao understand that his family had definitely obtained the protection of the Xiao clan without him knowing. Furthermore, it might be an extraordinary protection. Chun Hao looked at the two's eyes that were filled with anticipation. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, My level is really at the peak of grade 2 martial master. Stinking brat, tell us the truth. No one has ever been able to walk out of the Yuanling cave by themselves. Old Man Xiao said, Actually, it's nothing much. I just comprehended an absolute art. It shouldn't be too bad. As expected, ha ha ha. Is it related to the icy chi? What made Chun Hao surprised was that Old Man Xiao and Xiao Ding actually looked at each other. They seemed to be extremely excited, especially Old Man Xiao. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to be many years younger. His old face was suffused with a red glow as he asked 2 consecutive questions. Yes, strictly speaking, it can't be considered an absolute art. It's just like this. Chun Hao knew that he could not hide it, so he might as well not hide it anymore. As he spoke, he activated the Yuan power in his dantian. Immediately, a light red Yuan power gushed out from his palm. What made Old Man Xiao and Xiao Ding surprised was that Chun Hao's Yuan power, which was considered very weak to them, actually contained a bone-chilling energy. In an instant, the temperature in the entire room rapidly dropped. Mysterious ice chi. It's really mysterious ice chi. You, a martial master, can actually control mysterious ice chi. Although Old Man Shao had already guessed this possibility, seeing Chun Hao actually use it at this moment, he was still indescribably shocked. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Feng's scent drizzle, passionate love carrot carrot, Ching Ching, Mo Chingy, Chuan Liang Wuzi, fish that can't really swim, Albert_47, Chun, the 8 students' rewards. Thank you very much. After reading the update, those students who haven't added it yet, please add it to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 40. Mysterious Ice Chi. Is Elder Shao very powerful? Looking at Elder Shao and Xiao Ding's shocked expressions, Chun Hao asked in slight surprise. In his mind, it was just a coincidence that the icy chi in the elemental spirit cave merged into his own origin power. It was no big deal. However, he didn't expect Elder Shao and Xiao Ding to be so shocked. It seemed that it was far from simple. It's more than powerful. Elder Shao took a deep breath and said, "A martial artist's cultivation goes against the heavens and changes one's fate. The highest realm is turn the 5 elements, reverse yin and yang. Only by reaching this realm can one become a legendary existence that surpasses the martial god realm. Surpasses the martial god realm? Legendary existence." Chun Hao suddenly said in surprise. What was the martial god realm? Martial artists were divided into 9 levels: martial disciple, martial student, martial warrior, martial master, martial emperor, martial ancestor, martial saint, and martial god. This was the highest realm he knew so far. The martial god realm was Chun Hao's ultimate goal. However, Elder Zhao's words now clearly told him that the martial god realm was not the end. The path of cultivation is endless. Although the martial god realm is powerful, it is only the highest realm of a martial artist. Above the martial god realm, there are still legendary existences that we can't touch. Old Man's life is hopeless, Elder Shao said with a trace of envy and gratification in his eyes. He continued, "Brat, maybe one day you can reach it." This turn the 5 elements, reverse yin and yang, refers to the 2 realms of the martial saint and martial god realm. Only by advancing to the martial saint realm can one comprehend the mystery of the 5 elements and truly merge one's own vigorous origin power with heaven and earth. As one wishes, one can convert it into the powerful and endlessly useful 5 elements energy. The 5 elements cycle endlessly. After reaching the peak realm, one can reverse yin and yang and step into the martial god realm. As for you, Elder Shao paused slightly and continued, you comprehended a type of 5 elements energy at the martial master realm. Furthermore, it was the most powerful water attribute, mysterious ice chi. You're only a little over 12 years old. I don't dare to say that you'll definitely reach the martial god realm or surpass it and become a legendary existence, but Old Man can be sure that as long as you concentrate on your cultivation, there won't be any problem for you to advance to the martial saint realm. Martial saint is considered a top expert in our Jinyuan kingdom. Chun Hao knew very well that Old Man Shao was merely a martial emperor level expert. As for what rank martial emperor he was, Chun Hao did not know. As for Xiao Ding, although he had comprehended the martial emperor barrier, he was still only a 9th grade martial emperor. I'm actually that powerful. Chun Hao looked at Old Man Shao and Xiao Ding's envious eyes and couldn't help but scratch his head as he said with a little embarrassment, "You're very powerful, but it's your potential. Brat, Old Man is telling you now. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use the mysterious ice chi. especially during the martial competition in Yun province. Don't use it. Your current cultivation is too weak, but you possess this kind of potential. If the other powers that are hostile to our Shao clan were to find out, I'm afraid that no one would dare to let you grow. They would definitely use any means to eliminate you at all costs. Old Man Shao said with a serious expression. It's that serious? Yes, Shao Ding also said in a deep voice. You can't tell anyone about this before you're truly strong. It's fine if it's an ordinary genius, even if it's someone like Shao Jihan. However, you're different. Comprehending the mysterious ice chi at the martial master realm is too shocking. Who would dare to let an enemy, who has a high chance of advancing to the martial saint realm, grow? If it were our Shao clan, we would also do it at all costs. Otherwise, our entire clan would be destroyed in the future. Yes, Shao Ding is right. However, we don't mean for you to be patient. As a cultivator, you can never lose your drive to forge ahead. You must have the courage and sharpness that you should have. This is the heart of a cultivator. Once you lose it, you'll lose more than you gain. Unless you're in a life and death situation, don't use it. Do you understand what we mean? I understand. Don't worry, Old Man Shao clan, I know what to do. Chun Hao could feel the concern that Old Man Shao and Shao Ding had for him, so he did not dare to be careless. He nodded with a serious expression and said, That's good. Xiang Hao, you don't have to worry about the life and death battle between you and Shao Jihan, Old Man Shao, and I will think of a way. Shao Ding said. Shao Jihan had already advanced to a grade 7 martial master. For the time being, it was unlikely that Chun Hao would be a match for him. The difference in cultivation was too great. Although Chun Hao could control the mysterious ice chi, his cultivation was unable to display the true might of the mysterious ice chi. Furthermore, Chun Hao could not expose himself in front of everyone. Therefore, in Shao Ding and Old Man Zhao's opinion, Chun Hao had no chance of winning. Clan head, I don't want you and Old Man Shao to interfere in this matter. Old Man Shao also said that a martial artist cannot lose his martial heart. Just as Shao Ding finished speaking, Chun Hao shook his head and said with a resolute expression, Shao Ding, listen to this kid. Just as Shao Ding was about to say something, Old Man Shao suddenly stopped him. All right, then you should go and meet up with Shao Guan and the rest. There are only 20 days left until the Cloud State Martial Gathering. In these 20 days, Shao Guan and the rest will accompany you to train. You will be facing the other 3 great clans. It will be very important for you. Shao Ding said, Also, your spiritual medicine is with Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei will be your personal instructor and sparring partner for this period of time. And Chun Hao replied and cupped his fists towards Old Man Shao and Shao Ding. After bowing, he walked out of the room. Seeing Chun Hao quickly leaving, Shao Ding slightly frowned and asked Old Man Shao, Old ancestor, could it be that you think Xiang Hao can defeat Shao Jihan? I cannot be certain whether he can defeat Old Man or not. At least, I cannot be certain right now. However, for Shao Jihan to want to kill him, I'm afraid that it's not very possible. This kid still has a lot of things that even I cannot see through. You should know that he entered the Magic Cloud mountain range to train when he was a rank 9 martial disciple, right? I know. Back then, how could Old Man dare to let him go alone? But although Old Man Zhao's face was a bit conflicted, he still said, Old Man actually lost him. Martial Emperor, I am a rank 6 martial emperor. To lose a martial disciple, in the 4 months he spent in the Magic Cloud mountain range, he went from a 9th grade martial disciple to a martial master. Even if he were to meet Shao Jihan in the Yun province martial meet, it would still be close to a month later. With this brat's abnormal talent, can you tell what grade of martial master he will be after a month? Furthermore, Furthermore, what? Xiao Ding was slightly moved. He had only thought of the disparity between Chun Hao and Xiao Jihan. However, he had overlooked Chun Hao's abnormal talent. Of course, this was also because he did not have a deep understanding of Chun Hao. According to Old Man's observation, this stinking brat never does anything that he is not confident in. Furthermore, there are a lot of things about him that Old Man cannot see through. Old Man Xiao shook his head. He seemed to be extremely depressed. However, he was also filled with expectation as he said, "Little Ding, our Xiao family is too small. His world is destined to surpass our imagination. You should now understand why Old Man treated his family like that, right?" "I understand." Xiao Ding revealed a trace of embarrassment. He said with a deep voice, "Old Ancestor is far-sighted. What we want is this good karma. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. When he truly matures, it will be enough if he remembers our Xiao family's kindness. Also, from now on, you should pay attention to the Dongfang family." Xiao Ding was slightly stunned when he heard Old Man Zhao's words. However, he immediately understood and said respectfully, "Yes, Old Ancestor." The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Xiao Ding had to admit that compared to Old Man Xiao, his foresight, insight, courage, and experience were still a far cry. Xiao Jihan's original name was Dongfang Han. The Dongfang family was Xiao Jihan's family. Although they were not a martial arts family, their influence in Cloud State was not inferior to the four great families. They were the richest family in Cloud State and had strong financial resources. They supported a group of experts and had deep connections with the Cloud State's city governor's estate and the four great families. This was the true hidden danger in the life and death battle between Chun Hao and Xiao Jihan. It was fine if Xiao Jihan won, but what if he was killed by Chun Hao? Since the Xiao family had chosen Chun Hao, they had to prepare for a rainy day. This was also the real reason why Xiao Ding found it hard to make a choice and was slightly dissatisfied with Old Man Xiao helping Chun Hao's family. The Xiao family's inner courtyard martial arts hall was the place where the Xiao family's inner disciples cultivated. However, it was currently being used by Xiao Guan and the others. Unlike the open-air martial arts practice field, the hall was filled with weapons. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, whips, staffs, and other commonly used weapons. There were dozens of weapons of each type. In the hall, other than Xiao Guan, Xiao Jihan, Xiao Jishan, and the other disciples who were participating in the Cloud State martial arts competition, there were also 10 inner disciples. These 10 inner disciples were all in their 20s. There were 7 males and 3 females. They were the most outstanding disciples of the Xiao family and had participated in the Cloud State martial arts competition. They were the sparring partners that Xiao Guan had specially arranged for Xiao Jihan and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Clang, clang, clang. When Chun Hao arrived at the inner courtyard martial arts hall, Xiao Jihan, Xiao Jishan, and the others were each sparring with an inner disciple. Sabers and swords flashed as they exchanged blows. The majestic elemental energy waves and the cheers of the crowd made Chun Hao's blood boil, and his hands itch. It was really itchy after training hard for 4 months in the demonic Cloud Mountain Range. Other than the time when he challenged Xiao Shiqing, he had not fought to his heart's content. It would be strange if his hands were not itchy. Chapter 41. Lower your voice. Otherwise, if a certain beast hears you, you'll be scared witless and lose the chance to fight to the death. Chun Hao seemed to be intentionally lowering his voice, but his voice was still loud enough to be heard. His handsome face, slightly curved lips, and faint smile, coupled with his words, made Xiao Mei, Xiao Jishan, and the others feel as if their stomachs were cramping. especially Xiao Jishan, who had known Chun Hao since the beginning. He deeply felt that Chun Hao had changed too much in the short span of 10 days. The young man who was once simple, persistent, and knew how to endure, but was also full of pride and bloodthirst after getting along with Sister May for more than 10 days, actually said something that made people laugh, but was also arrogant and awe-inspiring. Xiao Jihan, who was walking in front, gritted his teeth in anger. His veins were bulging and his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. However, he forcefully suppressed his anger. He's only a grade 3 martial master. What do I, Xiao Jihan, have to fear? At the same level, how can Xiao Mei's talent and combat strength compare to mine? I've already reached the peak of a grade 7 martial master. During the battle, I'll definitely advance to a grade 8 martial master, or even a grade 9 martial master. Humph, he'll be scared witless. Does he really think that I haven't improved in the past 20 days? I'll let this bastard be proud for now. When I erupt with my true strength, I'd like to see who'll be scared witless. Endure, endure, endure. Endure, endure, endure. Xiao Jihan, will ruthlessly trample this bastard under my feet in the battle to the death. I'll use my talent and my absolute strength to blind Xiao Guan, Xiao Mei, and all of your dog eyes. I'll let you know that I, Xiao Jihan, am not someone that a clown like Chun Hao can compare to. In the past 20 days of special training, Xiao Jihan had always been on the verge of exploding. In the past, when had he not been in existence that everyone revolved around? In the past 20 days, the glory that should have belonged to him had been completely occupied by Chun Hao, under the guidance of Xiao Jishan, Xiao Jifei, Xiao Mei, Xiao Feng, and a few other sparring partners. The 10 disciples who had obtained the qualification to participate in the Yun State martial gathering were mostly chatting and laughing with Chun Hao. Xiao Jihan gritted his teeth as he slowly suppressed the anger in his heart. He immediately calmed himself down and ignored Chun Hao and the others. And he seemed to have become an isolated existence. Even head instructor Xiao Guan, who was famous for his coldness towards Chun Hao, paid a lot of attention to him. This strong contrast made Xiao Jihan hate everyone to the core. He wanted to prove himself in the near future, in the Cloud Prefecture martial meet, in the life and death battle. The group of people moved forward at a steady pace. After an hour, the familiar Taiping town came into Chun Hao's sight. For half a year, although Taiping town was only half an hour's walk away from the Xiao family, the rules of the Xiao family forbade any new disciples from going out without permission. Except for the time when he went to the Demon Cloud Mountain, Chun Hao hadn't even stepped out of the gate of the Xiao family, let alone go home to see his parents, younger siblings, and butt-face looking at the familiar Taiping town from afar. Chun Hao, who was walking in the group, was inexplicably excited, especially when he saw the bustling crowd on both sides of the street at the entrance of the town. His eyes shone brightly. With his extraordinary eyesight, he saw the familiar figure standing in the front at a glance, a trace of a smile and excitement that Xiao Mei, Xiao Jishan, and the others had never seen before appeared on Chun Hao's handsome face. In the past, the disciples of the Xiao family would pass by Taiping town before the Yun State martial gathering. At this time, Taiping town, which was created by the Xiao family and was protected by the Xiao family, would be like a festival. Almost everyone in the town would come out to see them off. On both sides of the street, all kinds of delicious food and wine would be placed to send their blessings and expectations. The disciples of the Xiao family who passed by would be praised and envied by everyone. If the children of the families in the town were in the group, they would be congratulated and praised by countless people. In the eyes of these ordinary people, this was an unparalleled honor. Brother, when Chun Hao and the others were dozens of meters away from the entrance of the town, they finally recognized his younger brother and sister in the crowd. Then they shouted in a childish voice, full of surprise. His younger brother and sister, who were not even 8 years old, were like two cheerful birds running towards Chun Hao at their fastest speed, looking at his younger brother and sister's clothes and their cute, rosy cheeks. Chun Hao smiled. Even though he was no longer the Chun Hao of the past, this warmth, this longing, and this pure, familial love were the most precious things in Chun Hao's heart. Whether it was the past him or the past madman Li Yuan, they were all like this. It was as if the softest thing in his heart had been touched. Chun Hao's tenacious nerves were a little unable to control his feelings. Suddenly, the beautiful and cute little sister, who was like a butterfly, let out a cry of surprise. Perhaps because she was running too fast, she staggered and flew forward. Xiao Ding was very clear that these two children were Chun Hao's family. Therefore, when they ran over, he had already turned around to look at Chun Hao. At this moment, when he heard the little girl's cry of surprise, he immediately turned around and attacked without hesitation. But with just a turn, Xiao Ding, who was already half a step into the martial emperor realm, was shocked to find that someone was even faster than him. A dazzling, fiery red light instantly transformed into a gust of wind and arrived in front of the little girl at an astonishing speed. But what made everyone even more shocked was that the moment the pure and valiant origin energy arrived in front of the little girl, it actually became incomparably gentle. Lightly, it supported the little girl's body, like a gentle big hand. Before the crowd could be shocked for too long, Chun Hao was already like a cheetah. With a swoosh, he had already crossed the distance of several feet. Using his exquisite control of Yuan power, Chun Hao had actually rushed to his little sister's side in that short moment. He hugged his little sister in his arms. "Brother." Chun Hao's beautiful little face did not seem to realize the danger she was in. She only stared at her brother, who had suddenly carried her in his arms with her adorable eyes. Her tender little face was brimming with excitement and joy as she tightly hugged Chun Hao's neck. "Brother." Chun Nan, who had rushed over, stopped with a face full of admiration, envy, and excitement. She turned around and pounced onto Chun Hao, as if she wanted to climb a tree. She wanted to climb into Chun Hao's arms. "Brother, hug Nan Nan." "Brother, you're so amazing." Xiao Ding stopped. Everyone in the Xiao clan stared blankly at Chun Hao. This was just an insignificant interlude, but Chun Hao's exquisite control of Yuan power and astonishing speed had imperceptibly shocked everyone, including Xiao Ding, Xiao Bo, and Xiao Guan. All felt their hearts tremble. How could a martial master and an inferior martial master at that possess such powerful control of Yuan power? Xiao Jihan, who was at the peak of grade 7 martial master and would be able to break through to grade 8 martial master in a few days, was definitely unable to do so. This had truly blinded Xiao Jihan's dog eyes. Seeing Chun Hao being intimate with his younger brother and sister, a trace of extreme ruthlessness flashed across Xiao Jihan's eyes. There were some things that were absolutely forbidden in the world of martial artists. However, the intense hatred he had for Chun Hao nearly drove Xiao Jihan crazy. Xiao Jihan did not know that although the trace of ruthlessness that flashed across his eyes was quickly concealed, Xiao Ding, who was standing in front of him, had keenly felt the change in Xiao Jihan's aura. With a slight glance, he had a panoramic view of Xiao Jihan's gaze. Regarding Xiao Jihan, when Elder Xiao made his decision, Xiao Ding still felt a trace of pity. After all, Xiao Jihan had been the focus of the Xiao clan's nurturing for the past 3 years. But now, Xiao Jihan's ruthless gaze had finally caused the trace of pity in Xiao Ding's heart to vanish. "Go on, talk to your family. Don't delay for too long. Quickly catch up with the group." Xiao Ding waved his hand with a trace of a smile on his face as he spoke to Chun Hao. "Thank you, Patriarch." "Father, Mother," Chun Hao carried his younger sister in one hand and his younger brother in the other. His face was filled with unconcealable joy and excitement. Under the envious gazes of many people in Taiping Town, he walked to his parents and family and bowed to them. Tianzi, his mother, who was originally extremely haggard, now had a rosy complexion as if she had become many years younger. Her voice was trembling as she hurriedly bent down to help her son, whom she had not seen for half a year, up. Her kind eyes glistened with sparkling tears as she carefully sized up Chun Hao. Her hands trembled slightly as she caressed her son's face. What made Chun Hao slightly surprised was that although his father was sitting in a brand new wheelchair and looked the same as before, Chun Hao's sharp intuition told him that his father's aura was like that of a completely different person. This was especially so when his father looked at him silently with a flash of light in his eyes. "Father, go ahead. You don't need to worry about our family. The Shao family has given us a lot. We are all fine now. A real man should know how to repay kindness. You should cultivate hard to repay the kindness of the Shao family. When you have time, come back once in a while to visit your mother and younger brother and sister. They talk about you every day, which is very annoying. I understand," Chun Hao said in a low voice. He did not say anything else. In the past, he was not sensible enough to pay attention to some problems. But now, seeing his father again, Chun Hao thought a lot in an instant. His father had never mentioned anything about his past in front of his son. The only thing he knew was that his mother had saved his father. Then they got together and married. Later, they had a younger brother and a younger sister. Go ahead. Okay. Mother, why didn't Buttface and Annie come? Chun Hao finally had time to ask. Brother Buttface has become a disciple of the Leaf family. Chen Nin said first. A disciple of the Leaf family? Which Leaf family? Chun Hao suddenly asked, a little surprised. P.S. Collect. Brothers and sisters who have finished reading this, please click to collect and recommend it. It is very, very much needed. Thank you very, very much, please. Chapter 42. Please collect, recommend. Thank you. After you joined the Shao family, but Face seemed to have gone crazy. That lad trains himself every day, and no one can stop him. No matter what, he wants to take part in the Shao family's test in 3 years. But 3 years is too long. Chun Hai frowned and stared at his son with bright eyes. After a short pause, he continued, the Li family is also a martial arts aristocratic family in Yunzhou County. Although it is not as powerful as the 4 great families, it is not weak. You should be able to see the Yunzhou martial arts competition. Well, you should go now. They are already far away. Chun Hai said. Okay. Chun Hao nodded. Brother, Xiaoyu doesn't want you to go. Chun Yu suddenly threw herself into Chun Hao's arms and said with tears streaming down her little face. Good girl, Xiaoyu, I will come back. Don't cry. Look at Xiao Nan, he is not crying. I am a man. I will become a martial artist like you. I will not cry. Xiaoyu, let go of me. Chun Nen said like a little adult, but his eyes were filled with tears. Everyone could see that he was just holding back his tears. Chun Hao looked at his younger brother and revealed a wisp of a light smile on the corners of his mouth. He lightly patted Chun Nan's head before putting his younger sister down, and then he bowed deeply to his parents before resolutely turning around and leaving swiftly without looking back. Hee, junior brother, you can cry too? What made Chun Hao feel incomparably awkward was that he hadn't walked far when Xiao Mei's sexy personal instructor flashed in front of him and said with a charming smile on her charming face, Who is crying? It is Sand. Chun Hao rubbed his eyes gloomily and said, Why are you waiting for me? I am your personal instructor. Shouldn't I be waiting for you? Xiao Mei raised her eyebrows and asked. After a short pause, she said, Hee hee, I just asked someone to do a small thing. The family head really cares about you. What do you mean? Xiao Mei suddenly mentioned the family head, which made Chun Hao a little confused. Nothing. You will know when the time comes. Hurry up. Junior brother, your brother and sister are so cute. You must have been so cute when you were a child, right? Gossip. Senior sister, you're so good to me. Aren't you afraid that senior brother Xiao Feng will be jealous? Senior sister, what does it have to do with him who I treat well? This is the second time. If you say it again in the future, I won't forgive you. Besides, you're just a little brat. Who would be jealous of you? As the two of them spoke, they slightly gathered their essence force and quickly chased after the Shao clan's group. Following the arrival of the Cloud Prefecture martial gathering, the flow of visitors to the Cloud Prefecture city had reached its peak in the past few days. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, many powers had entered the Cloud Prefecture city one after another. Inns of all sizes were packed with people. Even some of the houses were temporarily rented by some rich or noble people who came to watch. The Cloud State Martial Gathering was the grandest event of the year in the entire Cloud State County. There were more than 100 forces participating. Other than the participating forces who could bring a certain number of disciples into the Yunzhou martial arts arena, ordinary people had to buy expensive tickets to be qualified to enter the arena. Ordinary people who didn't have money could only watch from afar. Under the lead of Xiao Ding, Xiao Bo, and Xiao Guan, the Xiao clan's disciples didn't stop. Finally, in the evening, the tall city walls and magnificent city gates appeared before everyone's eyes. The crowd didn't have any obstructions. Under the respectful gazes of the city guards, they directly entered the Cloud State City. On the bustling streets, people came and went. The appearance of the Xiao clan's group attracted countless people's attention and discussions. What made Chun Hao slightly surprised was that he actually heard his name among the discussions. That should be the young master of the Dongfang clan, Xiao Jihan, right? I heard that he only used half a year to advance from a 7th grade martial warrior to a 7th grade martial master. Among the disciples who signed up for the martial gathering, he is one of the strongest contenders for the champion. His odds are the same as the Mo clan's Moue and the Sima clan's Sima Jianchen. He is second only to the Haolian clan's Haolian Wuzi and Haolian Yiqing. He's only 16 years old. The Xiao clan can be considered to have produced a super genius. Xiao Jihan is indeed a super genius. However, it's more or less due to the support of the Dongfang clan's excessive amount of spiritual herbs. The other disciple of the Xiao clan is the real genius. Do you see that very young and handsome youth behind Xiao Jihan? His name is Xiao Xianghao, and he's not even 13 years old. He's the youngest disciple who signed up this time. He's a disciple of the Xiao clan with the Xiang in his name. I heard that he's already a 2nd grade martial master after cultivating for half a year. It can't be? You don't know? I heard it from the Haolian clan's disciple in the tavern. He's a rare genius in our Cloud State County. However, it's a pity. A pity? What's a pity? I heard that the Xiao clan's patriarch's daughter, Xiao Xianghao, and the Dongfang clan's young master, Xiao Jihan, somehow agreed to a life and death battle. That's a life and death battle. How could that Xiao Xianghao agree? I don't know. In any case, the news is accurate. Furthermore, the Xiao clan's patriarch tried to mediate but failed. It's really a pity. There were actually quite a number of such discussions, causing Chun Hao to be shocked in his heart. No matter what, he didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. He also didn't expect that he would become a celebrity the moment he arrived in Cloud State County. the youngest contestant, a true genius rarely seen in Yunzhou County. This hat is really big. I was already low-key enough, but I didn't expect that I was still too high profile. Chun Hao shrugged, and the corner of his mouth revealed a helpless and bitter smile. Why? Are you surprised? It had to be said that Xiao Mei, as his personal instructor, was too dutiful. Chun Hao's every move seemed to be unable to escape her fiery eyes. She seemed to be paying attention to Chun Hao at all times. Not really. If we can find out about the situation of the various major powers, others will naturally have their own channels to find out about us. It's just that the news spread too quickly. Furthermore, it's very gossipy. Gossipy? What does gossipy mean? That's just nonsense. Really? What they said seems to be the truth. Truth? Senior sister, how could I possibly have a life and death battle with Xiao Jihan because of a little girl? What I mean is that this has nothing to do with senior sister Ji Yen. As for whether a certain beast has anything to do with it, that's his business. If it's not because of Ji Yen, then it's because a certain beast is trying to suppress you. You're going to have a life and death battle with him? Xiao Mei asked in disbelief. Please, senior sister, I'm only a little over 12 years old. I haven't even experienced love. Xiao Xianghao, am not someone who can be suppressed by anyone. A kind person will be bullied, and a kind horse will be ridden. If he wants to kick me out of the Xiao family, then I want him dead. Chun Hao, who was originally speaking in a joking tone, couldn't help but emit a cold glint in his eyes as he spoke towards the end. This made Xiao Mei a little surprised. The more she interacted with Chun Hao, the more Xiao Mei realized that there was something about Chun Hao that didn't match his age. Although the two of them were getting closer and closer, and Chun Hao was usually very easygoing, Xiao Mei could feel that Chun Hao had an untamed and unyielding nature that was hidden in his bones. Xiao Mei couldn't figure out what a 13-year-old youth had gone through to have such a temperament that completely surpassed his peers. Just as Xiao Ding was leading the group towards the Xiao family's encampment in Cloud State City, a large group of people walked towards them in a grandiose manner. Wherever they passed, the crowd would quickly disperse. What was different from the Xiao family was that the crowd that had dispersed seemed to be very fearful. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, let alone talk. It's the Sima family. The one in the middle of the three people at the front is the head of the Sima family, Sima Zhan. The other two are their elders. The one in the middle at the back is a strong contender for the champion of the Cloud State martial meet, Sima Jianyun. Xiao Mei whispered in Chun Hao's ear. Chun Hao nodded and looked over. The head of the Sima family was about the same age as Xiao Ding. He looked like a door god with a ferocious face. He emitted a cold and unyielding aura. With just a glance, it was clear that this person was a vicious and merciless person who killed without batting an eyelid. Chun Hao glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to Sima Jianyun. At the same time, Xiao Jihan also looked at Sima Jianyun. This was the opponent they were likely to meet. As if sensing the attention of the two, Sima Jianyun, who looked exactly like Sima Zhan, glanced at Xiao Jihan and revealed a trace of disdain. He actually locked his gaze on Chun Hao. However, his gaze didn't seem like he was looking at an opponent, but rather curiosity. Oh, isn't this the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Ding? Long time no see. I heard that two geniuses have appeared in your Xiao family. How rare. You finally have a slight chance of retaining the title of one of the four great families. Oh, I also heard that your two geniuses are going to have a life and death battle. How fun. I'm really curious if you, the head of the family, will go against the spirit of a cultivator in order to protect the two geniuses. Huh? Don't worry, Sima Zhan. My Xiao family won't be like a certain family who relied on being a certain family's dog to bite people everywhere to become one of the four great families. We can't afford to lose face like that. Xiao Ding looked at the Sima family that was walking towards them. His expression was neither warm nor angry, but the words he said hit the nail on the head and pierced the Sima family's sore spot. You, Xiao Ding smiled faintly and calmly brushed past the furious Sima Zhen. Xiao Ding, don't think that no one will dare to touch your Xiao family just because that old man is here. I want to see how long you can live. Sima Zhen turned around and roared at Xiao Ding's back. You won't see it. Before I die, you'll definitely be in the coffin, Xiao Ding said without turning his head. His tone was still neither warm nor angry, but the more it was so, the greater the lethality. It was completely undisguised disregard. P.S. Thanks to passionate love carrot, Xiao Feng sent drizzle. Chuan Liang Wuzi, watermelon skin N0, reminiscing Xiao Yi, fish that can't really swim, and Scarlet Samsara for their donations and support. Thank you. Please recommend. Chapter 43. Although Cloud State City was only a county town, it occupied a vast area that exceeded Chun Hao's imagination. It was not inferior to the metropolises on Earth. The only difference was that there were no tall buildings with tens or hundreds of floors. Xiao Ding led the crowd and walked for half an hour before arriving at the Xiao clan's residence. Although the Xiao clan's headquarters was in the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, as one of the four great clans of Cloud State, they naturally had a residence in Cloud State City. The size of the residence was also extremely vast. After a simple welcome, Chun Hao, Xiao Jihan, and the other participating disciples went to the rooms that were specially arranged for them. Today, even Chun Hao only meditated for 4 hours before he stopped cultivating. Instead, he entered a rare state of sleep. Ever since the demonic Cloud Mountain Range, Chun Hao had not truly slept for a day. This sleep was very sweet. It was only until the next morning when Xiao Mei knocked on the door that he woke up with a lingering desire. The Xiao clan has arrived. When Xiao Ding led the Xiao clan disciples to the entrance of the martial arts arena that was incomparably huge, with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters, the guards guarding the entrance emitted a valiant aura. Instantly, the energy in their dantian surged, and their vigorous voices reverberated. What shocked Chun Hao and the Xiao clan disciples was that the huge martial arts arena was actually filled with a sea of people. In the middle of the arena, there was an incomparably huge arena that stood in the middle of the arena. The spectator stands around the arena were densely packed with people. At the front of the spectator stands, banners fluttered in the wind. They were all disciples in the uniform of the various major powers. Xiao clan head, this way please. An expert guard from the city lord's residence said respectfully. After he finished speaking, he led the Xiao clan disciples to the seats that were arranged for them. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the Xiao clan disciples were all slightly excited, especially the Xiang generation disciples who had never seen the Cloud State martial gathering. Their hearts surged with passion. They secretly made up their minds to cultivate diligently and strive for the day that they would participate in the Cloud State martial gathering as participants and not as spectators. Xiao clan head, this is the seat of your Xiao clan. After more than 10 minutes, the city lord's residence guard led Xiao Ding and the rest to the seats where the Xiao clan's banner was erected. And thank you, you're welcome. Patriarch Xiao, 6th elder, please take a seat on the rostrum. Okay, we'll go in a bit. Xiao Ding glanced at the grandstand allocated to the Xiao family with a faint smile on his face. His eyes imperceptibly glanced at Di Ling Yan, who was already seated on the grandstand and cupped his fists in satisfaction. Okay, then I'll take my leave first. After Xiao Ding gave a few simple instructions to everyone, he and sixth elder Xiao both quickly went to the rostrum at the edge of the central main arena and sat down. As one of the four great clans, they had 2 spots in the Cloud State's Martial Meets Arbitration Committee. Xiao Ding, Hellion Clan, Emo Clan, and Sima Clan's clan heads were respectively appointed as the vice team leaders of the arbitration group. The Cloud State City's city lord, Li Ran, was appointed as the team leader. The Xiao clan's results in the Cloud State Martial Meet had been poor for many years. Although a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, there had to be someone who admitted that the camel was not dead. And now, the position of the Xiao clan's disciples was enough to tell everyone that in the eyes of the city lord's mansion, the Xiao clan was still one of the 4 great clans, one of the 4 great powers of the Cloud Prefecture. However, whether or not they would be able to convince the masses was still unknown. Dong, dong, dong. At the end of the 7 in the morning, at 9 in the morning, the melodious sound of a bell rang out. The Cloud State Martial Meet that everyone had been waiting for was finally about to begin. Right at this moment, a figure slowly rose from the center of the rostrum, as if he was floating in the air. But what was strange was that there were no fluctuations of yuan power around him. Just like that, accompanied by the melodious sound of the bell, he slowly descended onto the main arena. At this moment, the originally noisy venue suddenly quieted down. Everyone's gazes were fixed on that celestial-like figure. This was an old man with white hair and a white beard, but a youthful complexion. His entire body emitted a scholarly aura. If it wasn't for the fact that they personally saw the old man displaying the ability to float in the air that ordinary people were unable to do, no one would have known that this was an expert, because there was indeed no fluctuation of yuan power on the old man's body. This senior is the city lord's mansion's city lord, Senior Li Ran. His cultivation is even stronger than the old ancestors by 30%. When the city lord's mansion's city lord Li Ran began to announce the list of factions participating in this year's Cloud State Martial Meet and the rules of the competition, Xiao Mei lowered her voice and whispered into Chen Hao's ear. Isn't it strange that he can float in the air without any fluctuation of yuan power? That's right. Chen Hao was slightly stunned. He didn't sense any fluctuation of yuan power, but Chen Hao's innately sharp intuition had sensed another type of energy that was completely different from yuan power. It was like a cool breeze, formless and formless, but it gently lifted the old man's body. However, after hearing Xiao Mei's words, Chen Hao didn't explain it clearly. Senior Li Ran is a type of cultivator that is completely different from martial artists. In our entire Zhenyuan kingdom, he is an extremely rare existence. Oh, what is that? Intent. Intent and martial artists are 2 completely different types of cultivation. Martial artists refine their physical body and increase their yuan power, while intent cultivators refine their thoughts and increase their mental strength. It is also known as intent cultivation. Compared to martial artists, intent cultivators have a much harder time, especially in the early stages. They can't fight against martial artists at all. However, as their mental strength increases in the later stages, they will have even more mystical abilities than martial artists. Of course, this doesn't mean that martial artists are weak. These 2 types of cultivation actually lead to the same goal. Once you advance to the legendary martial saint realm, there isn't much difference. That means... Chen Hao frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he said, intent cultivators also need to refine their physical body and condense their yuan power. Martial artists also need to refine their thoughts and increase their mental strength. Advancing to martial saint is the fusion of these 2 completely different types of energy, right? So smart. After martial artists step into martial ancestor, they will mainly refine their thoughts. On the other hand, intent cultivators, after stepping into intent sect, will mainly refine their physical body. The classification of intent cultivators is the same as martial artists, except that the word martial has become intent. Of course, although different paths lead to the same goal, there are still some differences due to the difference in their main cultivation. I heard this from my grandfather. Perhaps one day you will truly understand it. Xiao Mei's charming face revealed a slight smile as she whispered into Chen Hao's ear. The flash of sadness in her eyes did not escape Chen Hao's eyes. Chen Hao knew that Xiao Mei had only advanced to 9th grade martial master at the age of 22 and became an inner disciple of the Xiao clan. With this kind of aptitude, it was impossible for her to advance to 9th grade martial king according to the conventional rules, not to mention the martial saint realm, which was 2 grades higher than martial king. Senior sister, you seem to be very discouraged. I really don't understand. What does cultivation have to do with age? Why is it that being unable to advance to 9th grade martial master at the age of 20 can determine a person's lifetime achievement? This is the most absurd thing in the world. This is simply a self-imposed shackle on one's soul. It's pure nonsense. What made Xiao Mei flabbergasted was that Chen Hao's eyes were shining as he stared at her. He lowered his voice, but his words left no room for doubt. Chen Hao's words caused Xiao Mei's heart to tremble slightly, but she immediately shook her head sadly and said, "This is already the law of the martial world that has been summed up by countless generations of ancestors. Junior brother, I've already thought it through. It's nothing. Senior sister, let me ask you, do you still have the confidence and passion you had when you were 20 years old? Do you still have the courage to advance before you were 20 years old? Do you still crazily cultivate day and night for the sake of breaking through?" Chen Hao suddenly asked a string of questions, each of which knocked into the depths of Xiao Mei's heart. "I'm certain that you don't." Chen Hao did not allow Xiao Mei to answer and said directly, "Listen to me. Don't care about that bullshit law. As long as you can break through this shackle, I believe that you will definitely surpass yourself. Human life is in your own hands, not up to the heavens. If you treat that law as destiny, you'll be cutting off your own path forward. It's really laughable. I don't know who came up with this law, but he really deserves to die. Although I don't know much about it, you can go look it up. I believe that there are definitely people, and many people, who are not restricted by this law." Under Chen Hao's repeated lectures, Xiao Mei's charming little face actually started to glow red. She muttered to herself for a while and said, "There's no need to look it up. There are indeed people who didn't advance to 9th grade martial master before they were 20 years old, but later became martial emperors. These people, without exception, are all people that martial artists take delight in talking about. Junior brother, is what you said true? If there are people who can do it, then you can do it. You don't even have this much confidence." At this moment, Chen Hao, this little brat, seemed to have become Xiao Mei's personal instructor. He had the appearance of a disciple as he spoke. "Good. Senior sister knows what to do." Xiao Mei bit her lips, her eyes shining with a trace of determination as she spoke. "Hellion clan, Mo clan, Sima clan, and Xiao clan, disciples of the 4 great clans, please step onto the stage and draw lots." When Chen Hao and Xiao Mei's conversation came to an end, Li Ran's short opening speech had also just finished, and he directly began to draw lots before the competition. The rules of the Cloud Region martial gathering had already been established as an unchanging rule. All the participating disciples would be divided into 10 groups. The first place of each group would advance to the top 10. The disciples of each faction would draw lots to determine their groups. This way, they could completely avoid facing each other in the group matches and also maximize the strength of each faction. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the city lord's words fell, the participating disciples of the four great clans all activated their origin power, and each of their figures rapidly flew towards the main stage. The disciples of the four great clans were, without a doubt, the most outstanding contestants in every Cloud Region Martial gathering. This was their first appearance. Although it wasn't a battle, it was actually a secret competition. In almost an instant, the gazes of the tens of thousands of spectators gathered on each of the young but powerful figures. Chapter 44. For members of the arbitration team, each carried a pitch-black box to the main arena. In order to prevent the strong from meeting each other in the group matches, the arbitration team will follow the usual rules and assign the 10 disciples with the highest cultivation levels to the 10 groups. I'm sure all of you know the rules of the draw. The disciple whose name I call will draw a group number from the box in his house. Yes, the 40 disciples of the four great clans replied in unison. The two grade 8 martial masters from the Halian clan, Halian Iching and Halian Wuzi, are in the top 10. As soon as Li Ran finished speaking, the spectators, led by the Halian family's disciples, burst into enthusiastic applause and praise. The fact that the Halian clan could be the leader of the four great clans for such a long time showed that they had the capital and strength to back it up. Among all the participating disciples, the highest cultivation level was a grade 8 martial master, and there were only 2 of them. However, both of them were from the Halian clan. With such strength, the other powers couldn't compare to them. Halian Iching was the son of the Halian clan's patriarch. His figure wasn't tall, nor was he handsome. However, his small eyes and his angular face were filled with a manly aura. At first glance, one could tell that he was a cold, determined, and arrogant person who didn't want to be inferior to others. He was engaged to Halian Wuzi, who was known as the #1 genius beauty in the Cloud region and had countless suitors 3 years ago, causing all of her suitors to feel powerless, and powerless without a doubt. Halian Iching and Halian Wuzi were the 2 most likely to win the championship. They were also the focus of everyone's attention. The 2 of them drew their group numbers from the box specially provided for the Halian clan. They were 3 and 7 respectively. Xiao Jihan from the Xiao clan is in the top 10 as a grade 7 martial master. After that, Xiao Jihan drew 6 from the Xiao clan's box. After that, the grade 7 martial master Mo Yui from the Mo clan and Sima Jianchen from the Sima clan were in the top 10. After the 5 of them finished drawing their lots, Chun Hao and the other 35 disciples from the 4 great clans who weren't in the top 10 drew their group numbers from the boxes provided by their respective clans. When Chun Hao saw the group number in his hand, he immediately furrowed his brows in a dilemma. Halian Wuzi, Pear Mountain. This luck was worse than stepping on dog poop. Halian Wuzi was indeed the Chun Hao of this lifetime. She was the most outstanding girl he had ever seen. She was indeed very beautiful. But this was not a wife whipping, but an arena battle. This meant that if Chun Hao wanted to advance from the group stage, he would have to defeat Halian Wuzi, an 8th grade martial master. Halian Wuzi, who was even stronger than Xiao Jihan. No matter what, this was not what Chun Hao wanted to see. After all, if he could appear in a relatively weak group, he could not expose too much and advance in a low-key manner. That way, when he met Xiao Jihan, it would be the most advantageous for him. But now, the results of the drawing of lots completely destroyed Chun Hao's little plan. After knowing the result of Chun Hao's draw, Xiao Mei, Xiao Jishan, and the others felt that it was a pity, but only a little. After all, in the top 10, Other than the 5 people from the 4 great clans, there were 3 other 7th grade martial masters. In Xiao Mei and the others' opinion, these 8 people were difficult opponents for Chen Hao to defeat. The remaining 2 groups were the strongest among the 6th grade martial masters. Although Chen Hao had a little bit of hope, it was not very big. Therefore, in their opinion, Chen Hao could only fight for a higher ranking in the group stage. At his age, as long as he could enter the top 10 in the group stage, the glory he would bring would not be inferior to the glory of any contestant winning the championship. However, unlike the others, Xiao Ding was as conflicted as Chen Hao. This was because Xiao Ding knew Chen Hao more than they did. In Xiao Ding's opinion, as long as Chen Hao did not meet Hao Lian Wuzi or Hao Lian Yiqing, he would have a chance to advance from the group stage and advance to the top 10. If he met 2 6th grade martial masters in the 2 groups, he would be guaranteed to advance. What kind of glory would that be? But now, Chen Hao was unlucky enough to draw Hao Lian Wuzi's group, which directly shattered Xiao Ding's expectations. No matter how strong Chen Hao was in front of an 8th grade martial master, the gap between their realms was too big. After the 4 great clans finished drawing their lots, each group of 4 went up the stage to draw lots at the same time. When they met the top 10 contestants, they would use Hao Lian Wuzi's method of drawing lots until they reached a different group. After an hour, the drawing of lots was finally completed. The group stage officially began. This time, the number of contestants in the Yunzhou martial arts meet exceeded any of the previous times, reaching a total of 160. This was under the condition that many small contestants were eliminated. Otherwise, there would be more than 200 contestants. Each contestant had 10 contestants, a total of 1,600 contestants. Each group had 160 contestants from different groups. There was no need to draw lots for the first 2 elimination rounds of the group stage. It was directly carried out by the judges according to the preliminary ranking of the contestants. For example, the first contestant in the group would face the 81st contestant in the first elimination round. The second contestant would face the 82nd contestant, and so on. The second round would be carried out in the same way. What made Chen Hao slightly surprised was that he, who was only a 2nd grade martial master when he signed up, was actually ranked 44th in the group. This also made Chen Hao realize the strength of the 4 great clans. It was indeed not something an ordinary power could compare to. Some of the contestants from the smaller groups were probably 2nd grade martial masters in their groups. The 10-square arena, 10 groups, under the guidance of 10 judges from the mayor's mansion, started at the same time. From weak to strong, the 80th contestant in the group versus the 160th contestant in the group. It had to be said that this kind of competition was extremely reasonable. A true powerhouse would not be buried because of bad luck. There was basically no suspense to the outcome of the first round. The gap between the realms was too obvious. In less than 4 hours, the first round of 80 matches had all ended. On average, each match did not even last 3 minutes. The first to 80th contestants had all won without exception. Moreover, all of them had won rather easily. Without any delay, the second round of the elimination round began. In the second round, Chen Hao did not have it as easy as the first round against the weak contestants. He, who was ranked 44th, was classified as a weak contestant this time. His opponent was the 4th-ranked contestant, Mo family disciple, Mo Yuxiang, a 5th-grade martial master. It was also the 4th last match of the second round. To Chen Hao, this was the most crucial match. It could also be the strongest opponent that Chen Hao would face before advancing to the top 5. After all, in this round, after the top 40 contestants were decided, the third round would be to draw lots to decide their opponents. As long as their luck was not too bad, they would not be matched against the top 4 contestants. Although this kind of competition was very scientific, in the end, it could not completely avoid the existence of luck. Mo family's Mo Yuxiang, a 5th-grade martial master. Remember, the Mo family's martial techniques are known for their speed and craftiness. Speed is not too big of a problem for you. I've already told you everything that needs to be said. I believe that you will know how to deal with it. Xiao Mei, who was always by Chen Hao's side, said in a low voice when she saw that it was Chen Hao's turn to go up. Don't worry. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he stood up. When the referee called his name, his body flashed, and a faint red yuan power wave flashed under his body. He nimbly jumped onto the stage. The first 36 matches were the same as the first round. There was still a huge disparity between the contestants. No one was able to create a miracle and defeat an opponent who was ranked 40 ranks higher than them. This kind of match was more like a warm-up before an exciting battle. The audience was bored watching it. However, following Chen Hao's appearance, he instantly attracted countless gazes. There was quite a bit of applause and cheers. This kind of situation had already appeared when Chen Hao went up for the first time. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Chen how to become a celebrity in everyone's hearts? He wasn't even 13 years old and had only cultivated for half a year to step into the ranks of martial masters. Furthermore, he had defeated a peak 2nd-grade martial master in the family tournament. This was really a bit too shocking against the Mo family's 5th-grade martial master, Mo Yuxiang. No one believed that Chen Hao could win. Everyone only wanted to see the performance of this super genius Chen Hao. When the referee straightforwardly announced the start of the match, Mo Yuxiang stirred up the yuan power in his dantian. In an instant, a majestic and vigorous yuan power wave spread out. A fiery red protective chi instantly condensed on his body. What vigorous yuan power! The audience near the stage couldn't help but exclaim. Mo Yuxiang's face was filled with pride, using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Without a doubt, this was Mo Yuxiang's current mood. To Chen Hao, even if he was a super genius, he was still a 2nd-grade martial master. The gap between their realms was too big. He didn't doubt that he could finish him off in a matter of minutes. But now he wouldn't do that, because at this moment, in the entire arena, perhaps 90% of the audience was paying attention to this match. How could he let go of such a flashy and eye-catching opportunity? All along, he had been living under the shadow of the Mo family's #1 genius, Mo Yui. Cloud State City only knew of the Mo family's #1 genius, Mo Yui, but not him, Mo Yuxiang. Furthermore, this time, he had encountered a super expert like Hao Lian Wuzi. There was no hope for him to advance from the group stage. Therefore, to be able to fight with Chen Hao, the focus of everyone's attention, was an excellent opportunity for him to display his strength. He wanted everyone to see, know, and understand that the Mo family didn't only have Mo Yui, but also him, Mo Yuxiang. Mo Yuxiang's aura crazily rose. When it rose to the peak, he looked at the still, motionless, and calm Chen Hao. He was slightly surprised and said, "What, you want to admit defeat? That's too disappointing." Bang! What everyone, including Mo Yuxiang, didn't expect was that Chen Hao, who hadn't even activated his protective chi, suddenly stepped on the ground without any warning. With a huge explosion, his entire person charged towards Mo Yuxiang at a terrifying speed. Without any protective chi, it was as if he had given up on all defense. There was only attack, an attack that condensed all the yuan power in his body into his palms. Hiss, hiss, the entire arena resounded with countless gasps of cold air. Even Hao Lian Wuzi, who was sitting at the front of the stage, couldn't help but slightly shrink her cold eyes. Chapter 45. Strong attacks are full of flaws. He actually dares to sacrifice his protective aura to increase his attack power. Is this little guy stupid, or does he have something to rely on? How Lianwu frowned slightly. Her clear and cold eyes were like the blue sky and jade sea, deep and misty. It was as if there were waves of water flowing within them as she stared at Chun, who had suddenly attacked in such a way. "You're courting death." Mo Yuxiang gave a loud cry, waving his palm and smacking out through the air. The majestic and terrifying essence energy was immediately like a roaring fire dragon, violently welcoming the Chun, who did not have the slightest bit of defense. Boom! What shocked everyone was that Chun Hao did not dodge. Just as Mo Yuxiang's palm was about to reach him, he let out a low shout and suddenly slapped out with both palms. The vigorous and majestic light, red yuan power, was like an avalanche as it collided with Mo Yuxiang's attack. Dang, dang, dang. Under the violent impact, Mo Yuxiang actually retreated 3 steps before stabilizing his body. Looking at Chun, who was rushing towards him at high speed, his body only seemed to slow down slightly before continuing to rush towards him. Mo Yuxiang's arrogant face revealed a trace of seriousness and extreme shock. Other than Xiao Mei and a few others, no one would have thought that Chun Hao was actually this strong. He's actually a 3rd-grade martial master. What a pure and vigorous yuan power. How Lion Wuzi's clear eyes rippled as she stared at Chun Hao and thought to herself, "Humph, I didn't think that you'd actually be promoted to a 3rd-grade martial master. You've really hidden it well. However, is this enough? Humph." After a short moment of shock, Mo Yuxiang, who was forced back by Chun Hao in one move, felt that he had lost all his face and said angrily, "Giant wave, 5-fold palm." After a loud shout, Mo Yuxiang, who had put away his contempt, suddenly slapped out with his left palm, and his right palm quickly followed up. Following that, he retracted his left palm and added it to his right palm. In an instant, both of his hands seemed to have turned into an illusion. The speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly. The 5 consecutive palms were like 9 shocking giant waves. The rear waves pushed the front, and the waves overlapped as they rushed towards Chun Hao. Good. Immediately, cheers came from the crowd, especially the Mo family disciples who were watching the battle. Their eyes were shining. Without a doubt, Mo Yuxiang had already cultivated the Mo family's 6th-level secret technique, overlapping waves palm, to the martial master level of perfection. Relying on his astonishing speed, the superposition of 5 palms was at least 4 to 5 times stronger than a single palm. When he saw such a powerful attack, Chun Hao's pupils constricted abruptly, and his handsome face instantly erupted with an extremely cold aura. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at this unbelievable scene. Even Hao Lian and Wuzi were so shocked that they could not help but open their cherry lips. In less than 2 minutes, Chun Hao's simple, violent, and direct punch, without any fancy moves, broke through Mo Yuxiang's layers of palm shadows. Bowing, twisting, and punching were done in one go. Accompanied by Chun Hao's short roar, it landed squarely on Mo Yuxiang's lower abdomen. Bang! With a dull bang, Mo Yuxiang was like a kite with a broken string. He could not even let out a scream as he flew out of the ring amidst the screams of the crowd. There was silence around the ring. Everyone stared blankly at Chun Hao, who was still maintaining his punching posture. At this moment, his fist was still surging with violent yuan qi. His teeth were still clenched, and his body was trembling violently. It was as if this punch had gathered all the strength in his body. At this moment, he was still immersed in the aftertaste of that shocking punch. The referee of the city lord's residence was the first to regain his senses. With a trace of excitement, he shouted in a deep voice, "Number 44, Xiao family's Xiao Xianghao victory. Xianghao, Xianghao." In an instant, with the Xiao family as the core, the audience quickly exploded into the strongest and most terrifying cheers since the start of the competition. Not to mention the big shots on the VIP platform, even the contestants who were fighting in the other groups looked at the seventh ring in shock. In the stands, Lil Ling and a few other girls jumped up in excitement. They hugged each other tightly and screamed Chun Hao's name. Xiao Jiyan's beautiful little face also shone with a trace of excitement. However, her brows that had been tightly knitted during this period of time were unable to completely relax during this period of time because of Xiao Jihan and Chun Hao. An emotion that should not have appeared prematurely appeared in her heart. As the beloved daughter of the Xiao family's patriarch and the direct disciple of Old Man Xiao, she naturally knew the decision of Old Man Xiao. And her father, this decision made her feel confused, uneasy, and nervous. Just like when Old Man Xiao asked her who she hoped would win, she was unable to choose. Now, she was still unable to choose. Xiao Mei's eyes were wide open. She stared unblinkingly at Chun Hao, who was slowly walking towards her. Even Hao Lian and Wu Zi, who were sitting at the front of the contestant seats, had their eyes fixed on Chun Hao's movements. Chun Hao's face was calm and indifferent, as if he did not feel anything about the victory just now. "Senior sister, why are you looking at me like that?" After Chun Hao returned to his seat, Xiao Mei was still staring at Chun Hao. However, she did not say anything. It was fine if she looked from afar, but the more she looked at him, the more Chun Hao could not help but feel a little pain in his balls. He could not help but ask, "Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" "What explanation? What do you think?" "Keep pretending. Your senior sister, wholeheartedly wanted to be your sparring partner. It's fine if you hide it from others, but with me..." Xiao Mei curled her lips, seemingly a little angry as she said this. Senior sister, I really did not hide anything from you. You also know that I became a grade 3 martial master. After I became a grade 3 martial master, we did not spar. That's not right." Xiao Mei interrupted Chun Hao. It was clearly not a grade 3 martial master matter. "All right, let's talk about it when we get back. Everyone is watching us," Chun Hao said in a low voice. "Second update. It's the weekend again. As usual, there will be a third update tomorrow. Tonight at 12 o'clock, the first update will be released. In the new week, I sincerely invite all the brothers and sisters who are watching AOT to come and support Dark Mountain. Even if it's just a click, it's fine. Please, you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.